with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Hey, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Hey, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe, I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say, if you ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste, can't be with me if you not at my pace. You not at my level, you not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Yeah, by any means. I gotta get it, don't mind it. I gotta get it, don't mind it. I gotta get it, don't mind it.
After a trip to the Styrian Mountains saw the SCO Endurance Series visit the Red Bull Ring for the very first time, the start of the second half of the 2021-2022 campaign sees a return to the familiar Spa-Francorchamps. Not just a staple of real-world global motorsports, but today's visit sees Spa remain the only track to have featured in every edition of the Sports Car Open Endurance Series. It's just the second ever distance-based race in the series history, and we're ready to race into the dark. Hello everyone, and welcome to Spa. Welcome to the 1,000 miles of Spa-Francorchamps. Delighted to have your company here on RaceSpotTV, wherever you are around the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. Delighted, of course, to be joined by Lorenzo Bonder and Lewis McLeod. And you can follow along with live timing and scoring by heading to RaceSpot.tv/timing to follow your favorite team and drivers throughout the entirety of today's broadcast. Lewis, it's been a fun first half of the season, but now this is where the championship picks up. 3 races, 3 months. Couple more races in Europe before we return to United States to finish off the campaign. and a distance-based race at Spa. We say it's distance-based, but the reality is, with 8 hours time limited, 230 odd laps, we're likely to hit the time limit before the distance limit.
Yeah, let's be honest, Spa is a fantastic track to race at. Over 100 years old now, obviously opened back in 1921. It is basically bulletproof when it comes to its history within motorsport. And of course, we have that beautifully within sim racing. It's a great racetrack, whether you go for a distance or a time race. I think we are in for a nice little treat.
That's for sure. And let's talk very quickly then again about your classes and cars for today's action, Lorenzo. Gone is a 3-class format. We're down to just 2, very much mirroring what Global Motorsports is seeing as well. The prototypes, of course, just the Dallara P217, and GT3 rises to the forefront of our sports car categories.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting GT3 race of sorts. I was looking at the practice times, and the thing that impressed me the most was seeing BS competition doing the same pace as the BMWs, to be more exactly, doing the same pace as the Ferraris, the Lamborghinis, the Porsches, because Spa does incite a little bit on the turbo cars to be slightly down power. So it's going to be an interesting race where all the spiciness of maybe distance racing not being way too measured for the GT cars as for the LMP ones.
And I mentioned it before, it is a distance-based race, but the reality is that we are likely to only see 8 hours rather than 230 laps. Here's a look at the format. 20 minutes of open qualifying per class has just gotten underway. Cars are not allowed to tow at any point during qualifying. That does include in the pit lane itself. You have to get into your box, and you have to make sure that you take the service normally. No games allowed there. The qualifying driver is not required to start the race. They only have to complete 1 lap during the race itself. We'll have a split class start, no safety cars, but live race control. And we've seen in races past that drivers have fallen afoul of the driver share rule. One driver cannot complete more than 66% of the race. You think back to what we saw from PGZ Motorsports in the 24 hours of Daytona just a couple of weeks ago. Govan Keeney doing a monster stint, 10 hours plus. Oh, he's not allowed to do that today, that is for sure. You talked a little bit about Spa-Francorchamps and its history, Lewis. Here's a look at the track from up above. Plenty of elevation change as well, and it's a long one. The longest track on the calendar, 7 kilometers in length.
Yeah, and plenty of overtaking opportunities. Why we love this circuit so much. You've got obviously that run down into Lake Com. You've got the run down into the bus stop. Great overtaking opportunities themselves, but through that central part of the circuit, through corners like Rivage, through corners like Pouon, through the Fania, Piff Paff, whatever you want to call it, it's a fantastic actual racetrack. Can be a little bit tricky with traffic though. That's what we tend to see through the races when we've got the multiple classes. The prototypes have plenty of opportunities to get past, but sometimes they might just look a little bit late coming down into some of these tighter corners later on in the circuit, and it can just cause a couple of issues.
Yeah, and one thing that I think that is going to be important, Lorenzo, is we've been talking in the build-up to this one about how strategy might come into play, especially in the GT cars, where if we go all 8 hours, it very much may come down to a fuel save race. With such a long lap, if you get caught out on your fuel, you're up a creek without a paddle. It's a long way to get back to pit lane.
It's a long way back to the pit lane. I think the interesting aspect is that for the LMPs, it might come down to the very wire, right? It might come down to the 230 laps. We're not so sure, because it all depends on the pace they establish early on in the race. If they establish fast laps like 205s, 204s, which I don't think it will be the case, it might come down to maybe 3 laps short, 4 laps short, and then it's kind of a scramble for the GTs to see who's good at the end of their stints at the end of the race in terms of fuel and get out on top.
You already see some draft games being played here as the first times begin to come in qualifying. The newly minted T3 by Manites towing themselves up the camel, but it's Biela Racing Team Euronics and Sven Haase in that Lamborghini that currently leads the way with 2:15.674, about a tenth and a half back is Core Sim Racing and Kieran Harrison. And Lewis, I didn't know how long I was going to manage to get into this broadcast without mentioning the horror show the horrific scenes that we saw from Core Sim Racing last weekend in the Esports Racing World Cup, I don't even think they understood what liveries they were putting onto their car.
Oh, good. So I'm allowed to talk about that on here as well.
Oh, no.
This is brilliant.
We're not letting them get away with this one, that's for sure.
I will never let Core get away with that. Obviously, racing across multiple platforms and not even attempting a livery on that. That is a bit better in my book. Love seeing an actual Core racing. I mean, look, let's be honest. I like the Core livery. White, it's nice and simple, but it works. But whatever they were running elsewhere was white and red, and certainly wasn't that livery. Starting off quite strong, I'm going to roll back, as you know I love to, back to some practice times, and just to explain how close things were in practice, the top 4 teams in practice were separated by 1/100th of a second, 10,000ths of a second between 4 cars around this track. That is pretty mad how close it is. Just 3,000 of a second between the top 2, further 2,000ths back take you to team 180 in that 3rd position, and then 5,000ths back from there, back to the Bela Racing Team Euronics, which are currently on the pole. Basically, there's a bit of pace in attack. It was a 2:15.8, so a little bit slower than where we're running at the moment, because obviously we're in quali, so everyone's turned it up a notch. But still, it was super tight, and I get the theme that we've got a lot of other teams that can react to that as well.
Yep, no, you love a bit of practice times. Did you see the practice times in the prototype?
Yeah, it's pretty tight.
We'll get there. We'll get there. I tell you what, we won't dive too much into how things are looking there. But I tell you what, we should probably very quickly talk to you about, with half the season gone, how the championship standings look like, because it's always fun. It's always interesting, as expected. Cars coming down onto the pit lane to get some fuel into their cars. We are running very much to the brim in terms of... as low as you can get, excuse me, I'm going the wrong way around in terms of fuel. Lorenzo, half the season done, and this GT class is close. BS competition, won at Sebring. They haven't really been as consistent since then, but they're still in charge of this championship. Let's talk about Valkyrie Esport, though, and the win that they had last time out has put them up into 2nd, and what a drive it was. They didn't just win on strategy, which they mastered, they won on pace as well.
They won on pace as well, and it was amazing to see. That first stint when they won 2 laps extra than everybody else basically dictated their victory. I think that's what sealed them. Of course, they were very, very fast, brought them into P2. BS competition was having a mega race, but unfortunately, Vasilios Leticiatis had the drive-through for incident points, and I think with 2 laps to go, but still didn't alter the results for them. They're still out on top. This is kind of like a mini SEO Sprint Masters of sorts. We mentioned this time and time again in this broadcast, in this championship. So the level is stacked pretty high, and any mistakes will put you down at the very bottom, and you don't want that with 3 rounds to go.
Absolutely not. I mean, 3 rounds sounds like a lot in an endurance series, but the reality is it might as well be over before we've even got to the end. As always, we'll have looks on board with a variety of your team and drivers. Don't miss your Apple update, but here is the onboard look with Ian Gagnon Renault. What a name that is. P23 for Pure Sims Esports. Of course, 2 GT3 cars entered from the Pure Sims boys, who we've been seeing over the last couple of days as well in the World Touring Car Championship, with none other than the 2-time British Touring Car Champion Ashley Sutton, not just involved in the racing, involved in plenty of argy-bargy as well. But argy-bargy is the name of the game when it comes to touring cars, isn't it?
That's Ash Sutton. That is Ash Sutton through and through. You say 2-time British Touring Car Champion.
Did I leave off a champion there? Championship.
You did indeed. He's 3. So he's 2-time at the moment. Like he's double championships over the past 2 years, but he did have 1 before as well. So it's technically 3 overall. But does like to get his elbows out, especially in the in that new car. Can't wait to see him racing in the Napa liveried.
I was going to say that.
It does look snappy, I tell you what, and not just looking snappy, but we saw a preview of that as well. Where's Triton Racing going? They've just decided that Blanchimont, they'll run wide and let everyone go on through. Yes, we saw a preview of that Napa Auto Parts UK livery here on RaceSpotTV. So official, in fact, that Napa Auto Parts UK even tweeted about said livery. Not bad, right?
That's pretty good.
I am trying to pick out, here we go, here are your 2 PGZ cars. The Govankini 114 is not in the championship mix. They're up in 4th, about a quarter of a second off the pace. Govankini and Pablo Arujo Castro had a bit of a duel yesterday as to who was going to compete. Looks like both of them are going to drive, so either they fought to the death and both died, or they elected to give up the ghost before anything significant happened. But the reason, of course, Lorenzo, that we picked these drivers up is it's time for your Apple update.
Oh, nice. Wait, is that a need? Yeah, it is a need in Apple. I'm just trying to figure out what games are, because we had a plethora of games and we were discussing that all the entire third round. But seeing Gaia Valero just enjoying the memory of the Apple brings us some joy.
And he has bitten into it already. I can see. So that'll stay there now for the next 8 hours.
What's funny is he didn't finish the Apple until after the race last time, Lewis.
Which kind of tells me, wouldn't it be a bit like? No, I'm sure it'd be fine, but you know, like around the bit which has been bitten into, wouldn't it get a bit grim?
Yeah, it did get a bit brown. It did get a bit brown. Yeah. Seeing there's been an issue for, that's not just an issue. That's P1 Esports really at the. You were mentioning that a lot of these corners have got multiple names. That's because the track is so old that it's been renamed over and over again. Are we calling it the double gauche, or are we calling it? It's Pujon, isn't it? Yeah. Okay.
It's Pujon. It's Pujon. This is either Fania or Piff Path, not Campus, because this is Campus if you really want to go about it. But then this can be Campus, Stavolo, or whatever really want to call it on this this Saturday afternoon. Same with this one. Whichever way the wind's blowing, might be Curve Pull Fred, might be Stavolo. Who knows? All I know is that in this session, let's talk about what's happened. We've got a Ferrari here with a damaged rear, and it's the beautiful thing with this kind of session is that the only time you're allowed to escape is if your session is done. If you're calling it that the ruling was that if you don't want to keep driving, as far as I'm aware, then you can kind of do it. But if you go back out there, it's a penalty, straight up.
And that is not just a hit, that is a hard old lick as well. Let's jump on board, and it's just on the grass, trying to maximize the entry into that double left. Fast sweeper. It can be flat out in a Formula 1 car. It is definitely not flat out here in a GT3 car, though, and as they come into the pit lane, it will be interesting to see. Are they going to actually be able to run themselves back out onto track? Arturo Melgar for DC Sim Protostar Racing puts that Porsche, the 120, up into second. Still though, Sven Haase, what a lap that was from him, Lorenzo, because he is still about a 10th and a half clear of the entirety of the field.
Yeah, and I think it's going to take a inhuman effort to try to lower that time, and just trying to take a look at the temperature on the track. There's still some time to go. It's 42 degrees on the track. It is a hot track of sorts, but we know it's going to pick down eventually during the day, as we see the conditions right now. 24 ambient, 42 on the track, 15 kilometers of winds to the southwest, which I don't think is going to affect way too much the drivers in terms of drag and stability of the car. But I think what affects is how you build up the tire temperatures with those 42 degrees and try to maintain it on a constant basis throughout your fast laps. The problem, in my opinion, on this one is can you actually get this temperature down by 38 to 39 degrees by the end of the session and then get some real fast laps? I don't think so.
We are past the peak window for the temperature here within the day. Usually about 1 to 2 p.m. in the afternoon is when you see the peak track temperatures. So it's just going to keep dropping. And of course, like we said, racing into the dark. And the good thing about this is it's always hard to tell what's happening in the dark. Myself and Lewis will run away before we get into the proper nighttime hours. David Haynes and William Chadwick will join Lorenzo Bonder to the end of what is expected to be an 8-hour race. Time winding down. Drivers, if they've come down to pit lane, need to get a hurry on to get back out onto track to make sure they're in position to take to a flying lap before the checkered flag flies for this portion of qualifying. That checkered flag will drop in about 4.5 minutes time, and look at this party train. This is how you know that draft is so important here, Lewis.
That said, I'm not 100% sure because I only caught the end of the lap, but the 119, the Gael Valaro car, when he crossed the line, was by himself. I mean, yes, it doesn't mean that was solo around the circuit. Probably had a little bit of assistance from Govan Keeney. But either way, did jump up there, not a part of the big train. If you're going to get some slipstream, you always kind of want it to be you, one, maybe two other cars by yourselves, because this is honestly a disaster. It's like Moto3 qualifying, and it's just a little bit crazy. And what's going to happen is 9 times out of 10, if you're the 4th, 5th car in line, take the Triton for example that sat there 5th in line, they're likely to put in a potentially quite a good lap. It might not be pole though, because let's be honest, if they get pole, then the 2 other cars ahead of them, or even the 1 car behind them, is probably going to jump up there as well. But also they're more likely to get tripped over by the train ahead.
And that's not ideal. Cars rolling out of pit lane. They've got to be very, very careful as they come down the hill in towards Eau Rouge, over the crest at Radion as well. And just watch this. Watch them cut the curb on the inside. And oh, well, there goes some chaos. Core just nowhere to go, trying to get out of the way. Remember, we're using the Grand Prix layout, not the Endurance layout, which means pit entry is on the outside of turn number 1. Pure Sims have already bailed on this lap. My, oh my, chaos already.
That was not pretty. That really wasn't pretty. And the thing is, though, is it's too easy to do. The core cars that were in the middle of that, by the way, they just come out of pit lanes. That's why they took the opportunity to bail, which was 100% the right decision. But you're seeing cars in this group, one by one, ticking off, bailing, and then the slipstream. Triton had 4 cars ahead of them for slipstream. They now have no one, because the Biela Racing Euronics car is far enough ahead. And obviously with the Biela Euronics car, we can speak of Sven Haase a little bit, obviously on pole right now, and one of the 3 drivers above 10k when it comes to iRating, although 10k Haase doesn't really have the same ring as 10k Beneke.
It does not, does it?
Neither does 10k
neither
Rogers.
10k Rogers.
Yeah, well, to be fair, neither does 11k Beneke.
He's not 11k anymore, though, is he?
Is he 12k now?
No, I thought he went back down to 10.
He's 10,900 and something.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, well, calling him Mr. iRacing just has a bit of a better ring.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? Well, I tell you what, final laps for qualifying might be coming into play. Ryan Barneveld will come across the line to get his final lap for the championship leaders underway. Here comes the 5-Star Motorsports Porsche, followed by Altus as they get underway as well. Where then will be the first car to set their final qualifying lap. You do not expect 2 laps on these tires, but as Sven Haase cuts the distance, does he improve on the 2:15.674? He does! But only marginally. It is a 2:15.628. It is still Biela Racing Team Euronics that leads the way here. A couple of cars already have called it quits in qualifying. They include the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. We've also got Impulse in their 105. I thought for a moment Pure Sims and Ross McFarlane. Oh, no, Ross McFarlane is just having some technical issues, I believe. So that explains why he's in and out of the server and showing as sometimes stopped, sometimes rolling. This is where, Lorenzo, these drivers make their money, because qualifying with this sort of pressure in a race like this, where we know qualifying for these GT cars is going to be important, once the prototype cars come through that very first time, this GT pack will get separated, cars will lose the draft, it will become more difficult to fuel save, they'll drop back in line as well and be out of cycle to potentially jump to the front on the pit strategy. If you're out of the fight for the lead, it's going to take a miracle to be brought back into it.
Yeah, I think so, because track position here is very important. Of course, some people could argue that if you start in 20th, you might have a chance, just because spot can be a little bit of a pandemonium because of this traffic management as GT qualifying comes to a close and they cannot start new laps. It's going to be an interesting one, maybe the first and second stint, because let's see how the separation of the cars is going to be, in my honest opinion. But seeing Biela do P1, it's kind of like of a breakthrough from all the qualifying sessions that Biela has had over this championship. They haven't performed well in a single qualifying so far.
No, 100% right. And they've Sven Haase has not taken kindly to some of my words about BOP, and as Ryan Barneveld bails on a lap, is that an indication that maybe the track isn't developing the way that you expect? Altus bails as well, so 2 drivers with disappointing laps. Is anyone going to come across the line to complete a lap with qualifying close? Checkered flag flies, and that is a spun. Oh, Valkyrie Esports car, I think that was Simeon Lynch. Race winners last time out. 16th best in qualifying, not ideal to put it mildly for them. Still waiting for a couple of cars to finish up. Here comes the Williams Esports car. Luis Nazar behind the wheel, being trailed by Oskari Rene, who is getting that hole punched in the air, but I don't think this is a good lap from Rene, and I also don't see the potential for the Williams Esports 150 to go faster. It might be all eyes on the PGZ duo. Gal Valero's towing around Go Vanchini here, Lewis.
Yeah, just trying to get Go Vanchini up the order just a little bit, trying to attack for that pole position, potentially comes down towards Blanchimont. Nice little assistance there, although that line was way too tight, so I think both those laps are pretty much just straight up in the bin, if I'm perfectly honest, and that will completely end it. That was not the ideal session, but obviously seeing it from BS Competition, seeing them coming to Finland, remember that is our championship leading car in the GT category. That is not good. BMWs don't look particularly lightning fast around here. I'm pretty sure that 150, the Williams Esports car, that is the highest placed M4 around this circuit.
Well, let's very quickly then run you through the results in qualifying, because Lewis is right. BMW's not looking strong. Instead, it's Lamborghini, Porsche, 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 Lamborghini. The top 5, it will be Biela Racing Euronics on pole. Sven Haase will control the field with our split class start. DC Sim Protostar second, Core Sim Racing third and fourth. A little bit of a bounce back for Core, who have really been through the wars to start off this season. Kyle Valero, a championship challenger in the 119, will complete the top 5. Urano Esports finished second last time out in their Porsche, their 6th here. Go Vanchini for PGZ, Team 75, Bernard by SimRC. Then our first BMW, Luis Nazar in the Williams Esports car that has always qualified well, will line up down in 9th. Tim Matska, the defending champions in the newly minted T3 by Maniti red car, rounds out the top 10. We'll cycle through the rest of the results. BS Competition, the other strong running BMW, they're down in 12th position. You've got Valkyrie, of course, in a BMW as well, 16th for them. Versus the Pure Sims cars down in 17th. Triton have history at this racetrack, have finished on the podium at Spa before in SEO competition. They're down in 18th. Lots of strong names down the entirety of the field. 1.2 seconds separating all 30 cars in this very hectic and very strong GT3 class. Well, with qualifying then over for the GTs, let's take a look at how the championship situation looks for your prototypes, Lorenzo. After a disappointing, let's put it mildly, disappointing last round for the #1 defending champions SRC Movano Rosso car, the championship lead is down to just 9 points, but guess who is back? Mr. LMP2, Mr. Brioche, Maxime Briant returns to the SRC Movano fold today, looking to try and get the championship challenge back on track. But Team Redline are coming on strong. They won last time out. They won last time SEO came here to Spa as well. I would not be surprised to see Team Redline up in the mix once more.
No, I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised. I think if there's one round for us to pick in this entire championship, in my honest opinion, that Williams need to perform. They performed quite well at Red Bull Ring. They finished ahead of the leading SRC Movano Rosso car. They were 4th and Movano Rosso was 5th. If there's one round they need to do way better, like they need to maybe win and Movano Rosso has to get like 3rd place or something like that, has to be this round. I think this round is the clutch round they need to come and perform. And they have the driver's skill set to do that, but I think Redline has been on a tear lately that and the Spa is kind of like their baby track, and so it's going to be an interesting race to observe in this qualifying to see who comes out on top, because even with David Haynes being happy that Brioche is back, it's still everything up in the air.
Brioche is back. the new hit song to go along with Fire Sim Sports anthem. Back is Back, of course, Lassé Back. That was a Radio Show Limited wants the rights to that single. As here you see qualifying underway for your prototypes machine. Still 20 minutes on the clock, cannot reset at any point during the lap. We have 20 prototypes rolling around with plenty of expectations for the various teams and drivers. We've got some drivers as well, some teams that want a bit of redemption. The likes, of course, of Delta Sport. We have not seen Alexander Gravui or indeed any of their team really be able to show the pace that we've seen from them in the recent past. You think of Simsa Esports, Satellite Racing, cars that got mixed up through, Lewis are going to hate me, but I'm going to call it turn 3 in the Red Bull Ring. Very quickly, Lewis, I've heard a compelling argument about why turn 3 is turn 3. And that's because in a motorbike...
It's an actual corner?
Yes. And
no, they're right.
But the reality is you can't have different corner numbers depending on what car is racing around the track.
No, and that is absolutely right. It's not necessarily that I have a problem with, no, we'll see this, we're getting straight off top, we're going straight in the corner numbers, this is it.
Of course.
And it's the same, it is the same as places like Road America and stuff. It's the consistency of counting the corner. I have a problem with turn 2 being turn 2, Red Bull Ring. I have a problem with turn 2 being turn 2, but then you come out of 3 and then you go down the hill, and then like some of the other kinks and stuff aren't counted even though they would resemble the same level of corner. We're going to get into a lot of trouble with counting all this stuff, but it's fine. This is why Spa has it best. Which one's turn 19 at Spa?
There's no debate, is there?
Yeah. Well, it's not even that. You don't know. I don't know which one's turn 19 around.
I see what you
turn
mean.
4, because you've got names. You've got Lecon, you've got Eau Rouge, Radion. You don't call them by the number. You call them by the name. And that's how it should be.
At least. The funny part is, let's consider this is the longest track of the season, yet this is the second track with most corners.
Is it
which
really?
Is fun to think. Yeah, Coda has them beat by 2 corners.
Yes. No, because if we didn't we talk about corner numbers during?
Yeah.
We did, didn't we,
yeah.
Lewis?
Of course, because it was me and you.
Yeah, no.
We spoke about corner numbers.
Yeah, we couldn't get away with it. I thought Team Redline was coming to finish a lap, but I apparently was mistaken. They are starting theirs now. Here's the best number in all of sim racing. The
78 represent.
Yep, 78, T3 Motorsports by Maniti. Of course, the new partnership between the real world outfit T3 Motorsports with, of course, the ever-growing, ever-rising Big Green Maniti. We'll wait and see just how strong they'll go in their first outing as an SCO team here today. They have run decently in the last couple of weeks since the team had been renamed. Same livery, so don't watch out for anything different there as they round themselves to climb up the hill in towards Blanchimont. Here come the Dallara P217s, ready to get the first qualifying lap times under their belt. What are we expecting in terms of lap times here, Lorenzo?
Well, I think for qualifying might be around the 2-minute 1s, 2-minute 2s with this temperature. It's going to be an interesting one. I think draft, especially down the Camel Straight, is going to be really important. Then how you carry that speed through the Legumes is going to be very key for you to get the first sector that is going to be optimal for maybe a 2:01 lap. It's going to be an interesting one.
2:01.580. It's Williams Esports, Fnatic, and Arthur LeHook that's on provisional pole. They've always been somewhat rapid in qualifying. Can they carry that momentum forward? As look at that shot. Down the hill, up over the crest at Radion as well, towing along a couple of cars. And unlike what we've seen from the GT3 cars, do expect the prototypes to get a couple of laps from their tires. Although having said that, looks like Arthur LeHook is going to pull off and let the 22 go on. Ilka Happala, half a tenth off the pace. He slots up into second, still waiting for Team Redline, both of the Yas Heat cars, to put in some qualifying lap times. Here comes Paddy Wolf, 2:01.5 the benchmark. He puts in a 2:01.8. Guess who has gone fastest? Is it any surprise Mr. LMP2 himself returns and has just put it on pole position once more?
Yeah, it looks very strong in practice. In the mid stages of practice, the two SLC Movano Corsa cars were sat on exactly the same time, which was a really interesting thing that we were seeing. It was 2:01.725 between the pair of them. Out of the final corner, though, Josh Ladd in the Yas Heat Richard Mille car, that was the one that topped practice, and guess where he goes? Straight up onto pole, a 2:01.1, and that was with enormous assistance from the Yazheat Pirelli car of Johnny Guindy. There was a massive slipstream on the Camel Straight, and look at where they are. They are simply by themselves away from everyone else, doing what they know how to do, and that's how you do this slipstream battle. You don't get involved in everyone else's muck, you just do it yourself and get on with it.
And at either end of the qualifying times, the Richard Mille car at the top, the Pirelli car all the way at the tail end. Will they return the favor to Johnny Guindy? We will wait and see. Always helpful as well. It's what we love as commentators. You've got the yellow, you've got the silver. Very easy to tell which is which. The 22's up into 10th. Delta Sport, they're up into 14th position. 4 cars on pit lane, getting some fresh rubber, some fuel as well to top them off for this qualifying session. All 20 cars have now set lap times. Again, though, a couple of them are not representative. You've got SRC Movano. They've got 3 prototypes. They'll be able to work together if they want to use that draft. You've also got Yazheat, of course. They've got the 2. Everyone else. Orion, I was just going to say Orion, excuse me. They've got 2 there now. Both of them up there in the top 5, able to pull each other along. But wow, that margin between the 32 and the 1 is gargantuan.
Yeah. It's kind of like you're sitting on the beach drinking coconut water and just watching chaos ensue right in front of you. You're basically chilling.
Is that what you do?
That's pretty much what I would do.
Is that a typical Lorenzo Bonda weekend right there?
Not in the beach. Basically, I just sit by my chair here in my house. I would
if you get a
on
nice
the beach, though.
If you get a nice background for your computer, then it might feel like you're on the beach. So
like those from Microsoft Teams and things like that. Yeah, I would say I'll pretty much be stoked about it.
Other chat applications are available. Johnny Guindy has gone into second, but much less assistance from Josh Ladd to him. We saw, of course, the swap around happen on the Camel Straight. Not actually sure if Josh Ladd got more of a tow, maybe even...
I think it was about the same.
Okay, so he didn't get towed all the way up the hill into Washburn as well. Okay.
No,
so
it was just down to Camel.
That speaks to the middle sector that Josh Ladd had then, because it's technical. This is a track which is rewarding for lowering the downforce, but you need the grip in the slower speed corners as well, Lewis.
It's where you kind of don't necessarily want a car directly ahead of you in this midpoint, because you just lose too much grip. And if they're close enough to you to give you the assistance on the Camel Straight down to Lacombe, then they're too close to stay ahead of you through all the sections. Not as if they can just hit mega boost mode, pull 3 seconds clear, and then come back in on the exit of Stavelot on the run down towards the bus stop. So the way they're doing it like this is just using the assistance on the Camel Straight into Lacombe and then letting the driver do the work through the midsection. That is absolutely the right thing to do. Phil Krause struggling a little bit more around here. Normally we see him go very strongly in some Indy cars, regardless of platform.
Yes.
But here, prototype P2, not really his cup of tea, it seems.
I can tell you from at least Philip Krause's perspective, when they qualified for this series, they put in a lot of effort, and to paraphrase, Krause was like, okay, I did the hard work to qualify. I never need to drive this car as much as I did for pre-qualifying again. So not unexpected. We have seen Private Label and Team Hype scoop a couple of points, and of course we've seen Tommy Milner join us, not just here in the broadcast booth, but out on track in the Sports Car Open Endurance Series. Great to get that real-world representation, not just from the teams, not just from T3 Motorsport, from Team Bernard, for example, but also from the drivers. I tell you what, though, good opportunity as Maxime Brient slows himself down to set up for this qualifying session. Let's ride around for a lap on board here at Spa-Francorchamps with the championship leader, with the defending champion, and the man that we love to call... He's just gone and done that.
Nice.
He's just gone and done that.
That's typical. That is so typical.
And the best part is, Lewis, that was an outlap.
Yeah, clearly was not vibing with where things were, where his teammate were, maybe wants a bit of assistance, maybe thinks that 2:01.1 is a little out of reach without some assistance. I'm very interested to see, we saw those two, the Williams and the Virtual Drivers car, working together earlier on the session. Now, this is the interesting thing that about some teams where they don't have the assistance of a team like SSC Movano Corsa. They've got 3 cars in this, right? So they can afford to work as a group. Meanwhile, there's some teams, Williams Esports and Virtua Drivers as an example, where they don't really have much assistance outside of that. And I've seen this in other championships as well, in touring car stuff, where they're going up against bigger teams and such. And what they tend to do is you tend to have little packs form of teams and drivers going, look, let's just work together, us two. We're not associated with any of these teams. We're not associated with each other, but let's just work together because it's so important around here.
It really is. I don't know, really, if anyone is going to topple the 32. Pure Sims up to 13th as here comes Fraser Williamson. He puts himself up into 3rd position, but still 3.5 tenths off the pace of Josh Ladd, and that might just be him letting on through the Urano car. Transaskolan and Matthias Jensen, one of the newest members of the Apex Academy, he's got into 2nd, but he is still a 1/4 of a second behind Josh Ladd. And if I'm Josh Ladd, well, I'm not going to pull off the track here, Lorenzo, but I'm comfortable. I'm feeling good about that qualifying lap.
Yeah, because you're leaving both Movano cars in 4th and 5th and have to scrap them out and scrap the race by themselves. It's gonna be an interesting one. It's a scenario that you probably want to be in, given the circumstances that we are on this qualifying right now. I was gonna mention, for me, having Redline at P10 and then having Yazheed at the very top of the standings. Of course, it's an 8-hour race, but let's just say it goes in a constant like this, it would change the championship scope by, I would say, upside down. It would basically turn it upside down. It would make way more interesting championship standings that I probably would have expected going into Silverstone.
Bit of assistance the other way there, going down into Blanchimont.
Both of those cars on an outlap, so...
there you go, they're fighting over which way around the game.
Yes, no, I think so. But I would suspect that Josh Ladd is going to do the tow rather than be given the tow. And look how much they slow the car down to get themselves up to speed. Let us actually now, though, jump on board with Maxime Briand as he comes down through La Source, misses the apex on the right-hand side, a little bit loose on the exit as well. Not a great start to the lap for the championship leading car, but down the hill in towards Eau Rouge. Maximum commitment, maximum reward. Don't want to cut too much of the curb on either side. Right side, it will get you loose. Left side will give you a slowdown penalty. Pure Sims is up to 4th. Urano is up to 9th. 7 minutes left in qualifying. Enough time to come down to pit lane. Get yourself a fresh set of boots. Williams up into 2nd, in towards Lecombe though. Crucial to get yourself set up for the next right-hand section because, well, through Malmedy, if you get it right, you can find so much time. Down the hill they'll plunge. Tricky braking zone as gravity works against you through Bruxelles. A couple of different lines. You can double apex, you can hug it inside. Which one will you like to go as you go through No Name Corner, as we're going to continue calling it? Watch out for the off-track on the outside of that corner to invalidate your lap. Steel yourself, down a gear, in towards Pujon. Flat out in an F1 car, not flat out in these P2s. That's the difference in downforce that we see, the difference in weight as well as they come down in towards Campus or Pit Path, depending on if you're Lewis McLeod or not. Look at Briant straddle the curb on either side of the track as he tries to minimize the distance, and this is crucial. Out then of these double right-hand corners, carry the momentum all the way up the hill into Blanchimont. If you get it wrong down there, you'll get it wrong through Blanchimont. You've lost a couple of tenths already. Tracking all right for Briant. Remember, 4 tenths off the pace right now. Can he find some time? Can he close up? After LaHook is only a tenth and a bit back from the Yazheed number 32. Through the bus stop, what is Maxime Briant going to be able to wrangle out of that car? And once again, he's gone. What is he going to do? Because at some point, you've just got to set a lap. You've got to commit here, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, I've had this before, not in anything of this this level, but as we'll see, the 2 Yazheed cars come across the line. Johnny Gindi, slight improvement, I think, on time, but not really anything to really, no, it wasn't even. We'll just say, Transaskolan. Now, I did look back at that lap, can't guarantee it because, you know, sometimes the replay, I might not see it from the right angle. Did look back at the lap, though. I don't think there was any assistance for Jensen over that lap. I think that is 100% just the lap time that Transfer-Skolan did.
Wow.
Now that is mighty impressive, and it shows that surely Maxime Briant, surely with someone with the experience in this car, should be able to find just a little bit more time. But clearly, just overdoing it though.
Wow, wow, wow. I did think, you know, missed the apex at La Source, and when I talked about the run out of Stavilo and Curva Frere being important, it is equally important out of La Source. I believe it's Paul Smith that always like to say it's about 1 kilometer from La Source all the way down to Le Combe. So you get it wrong at turn 1, you get it wrong all the way down in towards turn 7, because apparently if we're talking about corner numbers, on the Camel, that little right-hand kink is a corner as well. But
Camel curve, aye.
I mean, at that point, that's like turn 2 at Road America status.
Yeah, it really is. It's a nothing corner. Because that one you can't even say, yeah, but on a bike.
There's no excuse.
Also, bikes don't tend to race around here at the moment.
Yes, I was going to say, gravel being added to a lot of the track on the outside to incorporate and allow for, I believe it's the FIM to come here.
Yeah, I think so. It's certainly not MotoGP. But, I mean, I'm all right with seeing motorbikes race around here. I've seen motorbikes race around some odd locations. Daytona was one, seeing them go onto the banking and such.
Oh, that's weird.
Hang on.
They had a moto layout specifically for Daytona, which is...
Yes, no, but it's still weird on the banking. Like you're
it's still, it's the banking is the weird bit. Because it's sort of like, yeah, but you're leaning.
Here comes Lad. Here comes Lad, who has gone faster. 2:01.094. We thought it was close. It's not anymore.
Yeah, we nerf. No one.
Well,
I mean, quali, this is one circuit where the disparity between qualifying pace and race pace is way larger than on a lot of other circuits, courtesy of using the slipstream in the correct way. So just because you've qualified well around here doesn't mean that you're in for a great race. You're still going to be under a lot of pressure, and by the slipstream making that much of a difference, or as much of a difference as we're seeing, what that says to me is that we're in for a lot of fuel saving, but also potentially a couple of 3 or 4 wide moments on the opening lap.
Here comes Matthias Jensen. Can he improve? 2:01.392 is his best lap. It is tracking well, but he loses it at the line. I think next driver that might go faster would be Fraser Williamson in the 25. We're still waiting, of course, for Maxime Briant to go faster. SRC, the 25, becomes the fastest of those Movano cars, but only 5th fastest. Johnny Gindi has called it quits for qualifying. So one car has said enough is enough. It is time to focus on the almost 8-hour race that lies in front of us here. Where, though, is Maxime Briant? Because he's running out of time, Lorenzo. He is running out of time.
Yeah, going around Lake Coombe right now in going to be headed down through Brussels. Maxime needs to make a lap here because I don't think he's going to get time for a second shot. So no more aborts, but I'll be very honest. I know Lewis mentioned that he can extract time and things like that, but Spa is such a difficult track, especially that first sector where for you to get a really good time, you kind of have to nail everything perfectly to the very brim of it. So if you're Brian, the one thing you really don't want to be is in 8th place at this current moment. You really don't want to be scrapping and trying to claw yourself back with air codes up in the grid in the first stints and try to be with the same pace as the Yassin and Williams cars.
Williams car tracking decently on this lap as well. It might be their final lap. I think it might be as well the final lap for Maxime Briant. Remember, we talked about track position and qualifying position being important for the GT. It's equally important in the prototypes. Those first times by the GT cars, you will lose track of one another. It might be difficult to regain time. We saw that last time at the Red Bull Ring and how Team Redline was able to build an advantage. Here comes Briant to the line. It's a 2:01.362. It is good enough for 3rd. And right at the death, when the pressure was on, Mr. LMP2 delivered. I thought Williams was on a good lap. They've elected to call it quits. Here comes Urano in the tails of Pure Sim. And I tell you what, Race Control might be getting told to take a look at that one, and instantly Daniel Lorenzo has said enough is enough, I'm done for qualifying.
It bailed from that one. I mean, that was a bit rough. Obviously, we only caught the tail end of it, so I don't know if it was one team braking a little bit earlier, if it was one team braking a little bit later, but either way, 2 cars went off there. Back to Phil Kraus, 20th and last, 1 second separating the entire prototype field. And unfortunately, clearly struggling in this session right now. What a lap time from Maxime Brienne right at the final moment. What can Patrick Wolf do, though, up towards the line? There's a big improvement as well.
That is important for them, winning last time out. The 33 for SRC Movano goes up into 5th. As expected, late in the day, qualifying lap times begin to drop as we have dipped below 40 degrees Celsius. I tell you what, though, I don't think it's done just yet. Brient is tracking up on my timing screen, coming in through the chicane. Couple corners left before he climbs the hill into Blanchimont. We still may be in for a shock here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if his run up to the Eau Rouge Radion complex is actually clean, because he was at the very, very, very limit of the track limits going up to Radion. So I don't know if that's going to be a valid lap. If it is a valid lap, it looks like it's going to be a really good one.
Here he comes. Here he comes. The number 1 car missed their star man last time out at the Red Bull Ring. What can Maxime Briant do? Final time through the bus stop, 2:01.362 is best. Well, it was close. That is what you talk about, consistency from these drivers. He does not improve. It will be the number 1 car down in 3rd position. All cars now have finished up qualifying lap times. 20 cars, Lewis, separated by 1 second. It is close once more in this prototype class.
Yes, not bad indeed. Obviously, there, Maxime Briant setting the pretty much an identical time to Team Redline, just 1,000th slower than what Redline set, and only 3,000 slower than what he set. Incredibly close, but what does it mean for the race? Are we in for a bit of a slipstream fest, or are we in for a manic race around Spa? I'd lean more so towards a little bit of fuel saving, at least in the early stages, but we all know that as soon as that first pit stop's done, as soon as the grid's separated, that is when we hit the action.
And, well, I can tell you from my own experience of racing SCO at Spa here in the season opener a couple of years ago, just how hectic, just how chaotic that first time through traffic can be. Gone are the 3 classes, but do not be surprised to see plenty of argy-bargy as cars jockey for position. Let's turn up the silver scrapes, though. We're ready to go racing for the 1,000 miles of Spa. It is the 4th round of the 5th edition of the Sports Car Open Endurance Series. And what a lap from Josh Ladd for Yasheet Rashad Meal. 2:01.094. He will lead us to the green flag alongside the ever-quick Williams Esports and Arthur LeHook. Maxime Briant puts the defending champions into 3rd place. They're alongside race winner last time out Patrick Wolf and Team Redline. SRC Movano in the 33 will line up inside of row 3 alongside Matthias Stoback Jensen. Great lap time from the Tronsskolen boarding school team. Johnny Gindi for Yassi Pirelli lines up in 7th with his yellow counterpart Fraser Williamson on the outside of row 4. Pearsons and Orion complete the top 10 with Orion, and that's the number 3 Orion that got involved in an incident on lap 1 at the Red Bull Ring just outside of the top 10. Best number in all of sim racing, but it's only 13th for T3 by Maniti Purple, hopefully not unlucky number 13, while the red Delta Sport 27 and Alexander Gravui will roll from 14th. Impulse and TX3 LDLCOL will share row 8, while Satellite Racing and Syandra hoping to survive lap number 1. They'll be alongside Gustas Grimbergers. Plenty of real-world prototype experience for the Simsa driver. And the final couple of cars here, James Ibram and Joshua Chin, ignore the number 39. Then in the GT class, qualifying finished a ways ago. Biela Racing Team Euronics and Sven Haase have had plenty of time to think about how this start will play out. At 2:15.628 the lap time there, with Arturo Melgar in the Porsche for DC Sim Protostar sharing row 1. Core Sim Racing lockout row 2. Oscar Irene inside of Kieran Harrison, while Gael Valero for PGZ Assistance in the 119 lineup alongside Alexei Nesov in the Porsche that finished 2nd up in the Styrian Mountains. Pablo Castro should line up in 7th with Bram Van Putten for Team 75, Bernard by SimRC in 8th. Luis Najar has swapped Urano for Williams. He'll line up inside of the defending champions Tim Matska on row number 5, while Patrick Selva, Ryan Barneveld, 11th and 12th positions, sharing that row in their BMWs. 5-Star Motorsports and T3 Maniti, the 115, row 7, while Altus and Yannick Lapchan shares a row with race winners at the Red Bull Ring, Simeon Lynch, Ross McFarlane, Dominic Blyer, Pure Sims and Triton, row number 9. The Apex Tech Racing Ferrari lines up inside of the 178 on the edge of the top 20, while Impulse and Black Star Racing 21st and 22nd. The All-Canadian ASR Able, number 127, is in 23rd. They'll be alongside German Sim Racing by ACV. While back on row 13, SRC Movano, the 198 GT machine, lines up alongside Team 179. Vendaval, Pure Sims, P1, Satellite. The 30 cars are ready to rumble here. Not going to ask for predictions, Lewis, but what are you expecting from this helter-skelter race?
I'm thinking the first lap is going to be pretty crazy. We always kind of expect that around Spa, more so in the prototype category than in the GTs. The GTs have more cars and such. I kind of feel that in the GT3s there might be a bit of an issue with Radeon. I saw that at the weekend, last weekend, going over that. Whether that will actually happen this, don't know. I just think after the first couple laps, things will start to calm down a lot. And trust me, things will start to fire up a lap or two before the pit stop sequence. Room for a bit of a frantic one.
This is going to be great. 1,000 miles on the board, but it's more likely we'll reach the 8-hour time limit as the pace car will peel off and away. We won't see it again for 8 hours of competition. But we are ready to rumble in the Ardennes Mountains for the 4th round of the 5th edition of the Sports Car Open Endurance Series. Already chaos in the background. Satellite makes contact with Simsa, but we're underway in towards La Source for the very first time. It's a good start from Josh Ladd and Arthur LeHook. They single file themselves out. 3rd and 4th squabbling. Maxime Briette holds on there. Watch on the right side of your screen as what? Well, that is a... Race Control is going to have a look at that start because that looks pretty crazy. 3 wide for 2nd in towards turn 1. Core Sim Racing already getting swarmed by Alexei Nesov. The defending champions have been pushed wide as they come down in towards Eau Rouge and Radeon. Up the hill and through Radeon, the GTs will come. Already, though, a fight for the lead. Arthur LeHook around the outside. Arthur LeHook takes the lead in prototype.
Fantastic move from Arthur LeHook. Just used the slipstream. I think things might settle a little bit in that prototype category. GT3's over the top at Radeon and everything seeming fairly calm, seeming fairly single file. Look at Urano, though, trying to get down the inside of Core on that run down into Lake Common. They will pick up one car, already making a little bit of move. That was the DC Sim Protostar racing car. So making a little bit of progress and already working their way up.
4 positions gained for Alexei Nesov on that start, and I do think Race Control will have a look at that one as once more a car off into the grass as they plunge down the hill in towards Bruce Sells. I believe it was Simeon Lynch. I think ASR Able have had an issue there, highlighted on my timing screen. Fight their way through no-name corner side by side back in the pack as the prototypes start to climb up the hill in towards Blanchimont. Bit of a crazy start. And we saw craziness before we even got the green flag here, Lorenzo, in the prototypes.
Yeah, it was insane to look at. I think Simsa just getting to the contact right there. It kind of resembles another championship they actually got involved into early on incident in the lining up the grid before even the green flag dropped. So it's going to be interesting to see if they have any considerable damage to repair on their cars. But the pandemonium of trying to organize yourself in the track as we wrap up lap number 1 was just insane to watch.
Don't know if Yassi are going to complain too much about being in 2nd, where they can do some fuel saving, they can get their numbers working early in this race. Remember, you cannot commit to fuel saving late. You have to do it straight from the start. Here come the GT cars working their way through Blanchimont for the very first time in racing conditions. It is Vila Racing Team already about 7/10 clear of Urano as they try and pull away. What do you see?
Oh! There was contact between the SRC Movano Corsa cars and the number 33 is off in the background. Now that was because he was trying, for some reason, Fabriziani was trying to make it side by side into Eau Rouge for reasons which are completely unknown at this point in the race. And yeah, I mean, let's be honest, 2 + 2 = that isn't going to work. So straight off, and then when rejoined, actually came across into, I think, one of the Orion cars, and certainly into the other SRC Movano Corsa Giallo car. So, yeah, I don't think going to be particularly the most popular car driver in that team.
Altus holds on from Black Star Racing in the Lamborghini. Think it's going to calm down slightly until that first pass of traffic. So let's very quickly try and cycle through a couple of replays here. Well, having said that, it's all going to kick off now. I want to begin with what happened back in the prototype field. It looks like one of them just tries to go early, just tries to jump the start. I don't think it's the private label Team Hype car. Look from up above.
Apex Tech.
It is Apex Tech. They're the ones that pit the satellite racing car into Simsa, and from there, well, carnage did ensue. Let's pick up the GT field here, and once more look from up above them. They are beating and banging. Remember, leader is in control, and that is a bit of a careless start. Not necessarily Biela's fault by any means, but just cars cycling for position. And look at Alexei Nesov down the inside, takes full advantage of what's going on there. There you see a couple of cars running out wide. So it's all okay, you can do that. I think they were then at least safe for a couple of corners time. I'm trying to now pick up what happened to Andrew Caron in the ASR Able Lamborghini. It's coming through Lacombe in towards Malmedy. They're on the inside. I think they just mount the curb.
They got pinched a little bit, but I mean, that's what happens when you get side by side. If you watch it again,
oh, there is contact.
Yeah, it is pinched. Yeah.
Right. Well, we'll get one more look at it if we can, because we get a better angle. Here we go. So just that Black Star Racing trying to squeeze Lamborghini on Lamborghini contact. And one more incident. What happened here for Dmitry Kovanov? Oh, it's coming down into oh, what are they doing in the background? They are just, oh, that's all by himself. Not a good start for Apex Tech.
Not the first Ferrari we've seen in that barrier today. Not at that angle either. That was the... See, this was just after. That was quite a large bit of contact between the two teammates. But that was after rejoins. This is it running down. Trying to go side by side with Franciscola. I mean, air between, whatever. Either way, making it side by side at that point. Rejoin straight into the racing line, and Orion trying to come through. Bam, bam, bam. Into the barrier. Thank you very much. And that is why you don't try and make it side by side at this point in the race.
Yeah, they didn't get the memo that it's an 8-hour race, did they?
Yeah, right.
Well,
plus the rejoin. Ugh.
Yeah, no,
it was bad.
Connery Maddox somewhere is preparing for the Porsche Super Cup, Esports Super Cup, and it's just like, I felt that one. I felt it. Look at the train of cars, though. This is this is the GT class. I thought for a moment maybe Sven Haase was going to be able to break away. That is not proving to be the case. Also not proving the case in the prototypes, as they'll come across the line once more. Sayandra will come down into pit lane, so boy, when it rains, it pours for Satellite Racing. They continue their bad luck streak to kick off 2022 in this SEO Endurance Series. It's just really, they can't get any sort of luck. Here comes the momentum from Josh Ladd, and again, I'll repeat what I said earlier. I don't think he's going to want to go for the move just yet. I think fuel saving might be wise, but here comes Maxime Briant. No fuel saving on the mind for the Frenchman. To the outside and to the race lead. Here comes Movano.
Let's be honest, the Williams Esports car after the hook there was not going to fight that at all. You want to lead Sonny Jim, off you go. And what they might hope happens is this little trio. They were a little bit ahead of the Transiscola, but obviously as braking and Constantine are coming up into the corner. But they might hope that this trio can pull away just a little bit from the group, or at least the top 6. You can see there the 6 being separated from the rest of the pack behind. That'll be fine. If they all work together, they can build that gap, and then basically what you're doing in that group, if you're trying to battle for the race victory later on, what you're doing now is you're already ticking off competitors. You had a list of 20 at the start of the race, and you can already scratch a good 14 off of that list if that gap can be built large enough. And that's the kind of thing, that's what makes these kind of races so interesting. 8 hours is a long time. It's still essentially a sprint race in endurance terms. We know we say that all the time, but to be honest, even a 24-hour race these days with how endurance racing works, it's still sprint racing because they're pushing it 110% for the entire duration.
And kind of building off that as well, the reality is with no safety cars, if you're not attacking or putting yourself in a position early on, you're never going to be in a position where you can recover. And for example, in IMSA competition in the real world, you get cycled back even if your lap's down. That's not the case here. For example, Satellite Racing really have a big task on their hands to try and recover some points. Remember, the top 15 will score points. Up and down, we're looking prototype and GT. The GT cars are coming in towards Puon as 10 minutes we get closer to ticking that on by. I think the first lap traffic interaction, Lorenzo, will come in about 5 minutes time here now.
Yes, something like that. I expect maybe 4.5 laps for us to see the very start of the lapping procedures from the prototypes on the GT cars, and that's where I think it's going to start to get really interesting, because I don't think that we are seeing Brion push the very absolute limit of that car, as we're still seeing battles in the prototypes. But I wonder if they are aware that this race in the prototypes could go up to the length depending on how long the laps are going to be during those lap procedures, because everything's still up in the air of sorts.
Patrick Selva for Team 180 has also come down to pit lane. So now 4 cars have had to make some sort of stops. Apex Tech Racing are rolling in the Ferrari in their GT car, so it looks as though they'll be able to at least get back onto track, but they are now 2 laps down. A lot of work to do to claw their way back up as well. Remember, 50 started. How many will finish this 8-hour-long race that sees us enter into the night? Williams Esports, by the way, have been demoted, not just down behind Maxime Briant, but Josh Ladd didn't want to let the Frenchman run away and now has to try and follow in the tire tracks of Mr. LMP2 as they come up towards Blanchimont here. And knowing that this race, Lewis, might not be a distance-based race based on the lap times of these LMP2 cars, that's got to be difficult for these teams to work on strategy.
The thing is they will have already run the numbers, right? Let's be honest, they're not going into it in the complete unknown. They would have already taken the 230 laps, taken their estimated race time, whatever it is per stint, worked out how close they are to that 8 hours. They will know that. They'll know how close they are on it, and they will just run to their own strategy. It's impossible to try and, especially at this point, don't try and work it out. Don't try and be like, oh, but what if? Just assume that you're going for the 230 laps or whatever you believe it is based on your numbers, and run the numbers based on that. Run your own strategy and don't try and juggle everything else, because at this point in the race, that's where mistakes happen. On strategy, a little bit of a move there from Dominic Hoffman in the Team Redline car up into 4th position, getting past the Transascolan car just in the background there, and now we'll try and rejoin the trio at the front of the train.
Yep. Difficult start for some of these competitors, and I can tell you that at least one car has noted that it did seem as though in qualifying drivers were dipping below 60 kilometers an hour. Will we see any action from race control? Already 7 incidents have been reported. There's been a warning for the 132 car that was in qualifying. Let's wait and see if we'll see any other action, because at least 4 of the 7 incidents have been qualifying reports. 3 of them, though, are reports from the first couple of laps here in this race.
I'm surprised that Apex Tech didn't get reported here.
Just give it time. I mean, that's the reality. You got to give it time. Here's a look back at the GTs. Look at this. Look at how close the entirety of the field is. They'll come down in through Eau Rouge and Radion. One by one, they'll come over the crest. Watch, though, as if you get all 4 wheels inside of that curb, you'll get a slowdown penalty. Some of these cars are really just flirting with the limits of the track here. But basically everyone's in the draft train here, Lewis. It's not going to be like this in a couple of laps' time.
No, there's a bit of a gap in the background a bit further down between the Logitech Gialtis Esports 143 and the 116 Pure Sims Esports car. A bit of a gap there. But outside of that, it's not even that large. It's still around about a second, so it can still close that one back in. It is starting to splinter just a little bit in various points. I think you will start to see separation. You can even kind of see there between sort of 3rd, 4th. There's or 4th, 5th rather. There's a bit of a gap forming. if these go unchecked, they will grow more and more. It's all about the pace of the leader right now. Gotta say, great opening to the race from Alexei Nesov, regardless, of how things were on that start. To go from 6th up into 2nd in class, that is a really tasty start, and now isn't taking any undue risk. Is sat in 2nd, saving a bit of fuel, meeting the numbers, and watching the 145. Also, Valero was the one that was really tough over the top at Radion there, looking a little bit sketchy.
Just a little bit squirrely, but loose as fast. That's what they describe, how they describe race cars. We're going to see lap traffic, not this time by the line, would likely be the next time by, because the leaders in the GT class already up the hill in towards Blanchemont and through Blanchemont. Actually, they're coming into the bus stop chicane. We're watching as just further back in this prototype field, Johnny Gindi has gone and passed Fraser Williamson, now 2.6 seconds back from 6th place. Good opening stanza from Molnar Peter in the Orion number 15. Of course, that is the Orion car where we saw a lot of the drivers formerly compete under the Race Clutch banner, but have shifted their focus now in this competition to running under the Orion banner. French and Hungarian driver lineups meeting up, and, well, going well for them here, but can they maintain this sort of pace? That, of course, is the ASR Ebel Lamborghini that had a bit of an off coming in through Malmedy. He'll be the first bit of lap traffic that will start to split up these prototype cars, but he won't be too much of a factor. They come down into Eau Rouge once more.
This is where it gets a bit scary. This is where it gets a bit choppy. Like you say, your timing here is critical. The top 3 building a nice little gap, and that will be assisted just by that Lamborghini just getting in the way. Nothing Lamborghini can do, but it is just halting the advances. And now going for the race lead in prototype. The Rishab Meal car of Josh Ladd has gone through up into the race lead now, into Les Gommes, decided that he wants to lead the charge running through traffic. Now things get a bit interesting.
Yeah, and that's crucial, because you're right, he wants to be the one to dictate the momentum through the lap traffic. Here's a look on board with the Williams Esports Fanatic car, riding with Arthur LeHook as they'll pick their way through the traffic. This is where traffic management is so vital, knowing when to go for the lunge, knowing when to hold back, and look at how now, with Maxime Briant going down the inside of the Ferrari, LeHook is trying to maybe get the run. He'll look to the inside of Maxime Briant, and they're 3 wide into the chicane. Briant shoves the door closed. Behind them as well, Trontiscolan trying to find a way through. This is why multi-class racing, Lorenzo, is so exciting.
Yeah, and it's insane. I honestly thought there was going to be contact between Briand and LeHouk going to Biff Path, because it was at the very split second that Briand may move. Now there's a little bit of a bump trap between LeHouk and Briand to try to catch up to the Josh Ladd car, but you can see the pandemonium going around the overtakes and overlaps of the LMPs now going to the bus stop. Can please be
side by side, Briant and LeHouk. LeHouk goes to the outside line and takes the lead. Red line makes contact with Maxime Briant. The 2 championship protagonists come to blows with one another. Briant might just have a minor bit of damage. He's looking to the inside, and he gets a bump now from Trontiscolan. It's bumper cars here in Eau Rouge and La Source and all over the shop here at Spa-Franco shop, but somehow Maxime Briant is still alive, albeit down in 4th position.
And Arthur LeHouk had stolen the race lead there, got to the inside of the Yaz Heat Richard Milbart. This is not done yet though, because look at Dominic Hoffman. Traffic really makes this exciting, and we have got plenty more to go as there comes Maxime Briant. We're going to be 3 wide as well down into Les Gommes. Little bit of a pinch there between the Yaz Heat, the SSC Movano, and the Team Redline car that still stay side by side.
Through Malmedy, Hoffman should have the outside, but he concedes the position. Simeon Lynch and the Valkyrie car, they're off the track. Is that technical or was that assisted? We'll get a replay very shortly. Well, I told you that this first pass through traffic was going to be crazy. I think we may have undersold just how hectic and chaotic this was going to be. It is starting to cause a bit of separation in the GT class. It has also meant that all 6 of the cars in prototype that were in a train coming into the traffic are still in a train as they try and find a way through all of this craziness.
I mean, I didn't expect it to be this mad. I expected it to be pretty crazy going through traffic the first time, but 30 GT3s. The thing is that they were all, and still are in a sense, in one big train, which means that you're not taking it in rhythm. You're not taking it one corner at a time. You're having to clear parts of the train in one location, and it is tricky, especially when you've got 3-4 other cars chomping at the bit directly behind you. The Williams Esports car, after the hook, went from third up to first in one corner just because of how things work in traffic, and now is able to pull a nearly 1 second lead as the Richard Mille car gets stuck in traffic.
You gotta slow down.
Yeah, slow down penalty for that car that put it on pole position. Can he cycle out that slow down penalty to hold on at least to fourth? He has. He'll stay in front of Tronsaskolan. First pass through traffic was absolutely insane. There's been an issue down at the bus stop as well. That's James Ibram in the Apex Tech number 13 prototype machine, and saying goodbye and waving goodbye to the rest of his prototype rivals. There goes Arthur LeHook. Maxime Brient for SRC Movano sits in second, Dominic Hoffman third, Josh Ladd fourth, Tronsaskolan attacking the rear end of the number 32 machine as they come down onto the Camel Straight once more. My, oh my, take a breath and get ready to do it all over again. And it's not done for the GT cars. There's still more prototypes picking their way through here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and just really quickly, Apex Tech just decided to take the odd way out and basically went straight into the Lacombe chicane, just let every LMP go by. The smarter decision, in my opinion, just have to watch the rejoin. But remember what I said that Williams had to come and perform? I know that it's early on, and we're basically barely gone into 20 minutes into this race, but this opening of 2 seconds that LeHook got is massive. It's very hard to catch. Of course, you can catch on base, traffic giveth it, traffic taketh, but LeHook is and the entire Williams outing just coming down here and putting their claws out towards everybody else.
Some people ask, why do you want to be the first that meets the traffic? Because obviously sometimes when you are the first meeting the traffic, you're the one that sort of wakes up the traffic to be like, by the way, we're coming through now. And there can be instances where GTs sort of don't see you coming, and then issues galore. That, though, that 2 second lead, that is why you want to be the first prototype coming through, because if there is an advantage like that, you take advantage of it. By the way, that Urano Esports car was the Alexei Nesov, the guy that's running in second position in GTs. Really, really slow running through campus there in Inter Stavolo, and has allowed Sven Haase to pull out a nearly 2 second lead in the GT category as well.
My suspicion is it will be much more likely for the prototype battle to close in rather than the GT swap around for fourth, as DC Sim Protostar Racing gets passed by Team 75 by Bernard by Sim RC. That's a mouthful of a name if I've ever seen one before. It wasn't Arturo Melgar that started the 120. Instead, Jaden Ladick gets behind the wheel of that Porsche to begin this 8-hour race. We'll wait and see if maybe he's just settling into the rhythm here in Spa-Francorchamps. 1.9 the gap for the GTs, 1.4 the gap for prototypes. Bit by bit, Maxime Brient is reeling in Arthur LeHook, and I think now we can breathe for just a second. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay of what happened to Simeon Lynch here, because victory last time out, is it assisted? Whoa, that's assisted, but it's... we need
Williams was there.
Yeah, we need to look on board. That's what I'm thinking here. Right on board with Simeon Lynch, and he just turns in like the prototype wasn't even there.
It's kind of one of those things. Obviously, people will jump to the sort of, yes, it is always to do with the prototype, the higher class, the faster class coming through to lap. It's always their responsibility to lap cleanly. But once they are there, they're essentially there. You can't just go, well, yeah, but he took my line away, so that's not how it works. And so in that sense, I would say it was very much on Simeon Lynch's shoulders to avoid the contact through that scenario. We'll see what's happened to the Apex Tech car as well.
Oh, well,
that's a dive.
Yeah, that's a dive. It just loses it by themselves. Altus, well, bit of a brown pants moment there, but no harm, no foul, I guess. Might have lost a couple of tenths, but it is the big loser, James Ibram, in the number 13, who I do think will be called up to race control, potentially to answer for what happened on the start in the prototype class. And meanwhile, Well, the gap that Arthur LeHook pulled to the traffic has gone by the wayside, Lorenzo.
Yeah, which is insane to think about, and the gap is basically shredded in a few sequence of laps. But I think LeHook might be trying, save, just clutch in the car, go like into LeCoum, clutch, try to save fuel.
Wait, sorry.
Get a little bit slower.
I need to stop you. Is it really LeCoum?
I say LeCoum.
You're
LeCombs, right?
It's Lecombe.
Yeah, you're copying
Lecombe.
Connery Maddock here.
Yeah.
It's all right. I once was commentating when someone said Les Combs.
Oh
so,
my-
you know,
oh
you could get worse.
Unacceptable.
It
Unacceptable.
could be Les Combes. All right, so it could be a little
Wow.
bit worse.
Wow. I do.
I'm pretty sure it's Lecombe.
Yeah, I'm pretty
not
sure as well. The fall through the fields for Fraser Williamson has been significant. He's down 4 positions now into 12th. He's just gone and passed by the Urano number 90 car. Ilkka Happila got passed by Sven Noller in that number 78. And sorry, Lorenzo, you were making a point, but I couldn't sit here and listen to that anymore.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
It's justified. It's justified. Say Lecombe, instead of Lecombe. It's those corner names. It's just like Lewis saying, instead of being Kemp, is Piff Paff. I understand. I say Piff Paff.
It is
Whoa,
Piff.
whoa,
Piff-
whoa,
It
whoa.
is Piff Paff.
No,
In my opinion, it is Piff Paff.
Piff Paff is just, it's too good of a corner name.
No,
not
and to be
But-
clear,
but for me,
there's a
but
difference
for me,
between...
Arjuna saying double gosh being Bullhorn for me, it's not acceptable.
No, but the
It's Bullhorn.
difference between Lewis saying, Piff Paff is, that's one way of, that's a corner name. You're just, LeCoum might as well be in another country.
But let's be fair here, Arjuna, and this is the
No.
same thing with a lot of English-speaking commentators. We can't really say
Oh,
too much
yes, no, we can't.
about pronunciations
No, we can't.
when we just butcher them left, right, and centre. I'll take this point now to apologise to everyone's name that I get wrong. I would correct
Yes.
it, but I genuinely don't know how.
You say that, imagine me who's Brazilian.
Yeah, but at least you can get those Portuguese names right.
Yes, that's right.
I certainly
True.
can't. I look at them and
That's
like,
true, that's true.
What's that left-hander at Interlagos called? Lorenzo?
So?
Yeah, there we go. I can't say it like that.
It's because Brazilian, not Brazilian, but Portuguese. The alphabet is something different. It's kind of like the alphabet being
Race lead.
somewhat different too.
Race
Go ahead.
lead. Maxime Brient backs out of that one, but the train has closed, and again, it is 6 cars within 2 seconds in prototype. It's getting closer and closer. Simsa Esports and Gustas Grimbergers not able to defend from the 16 Pure Sims machine. It's on the edge of the points. Remember, top 15 will get points here in this, in both classes of competition. 5-Star Motorsports are down onto the lane. Now, is that because of a penalty, or is that because of something else? There's the word. There's the drive-through penalty. First of the day, and I have no doubt the first of many.
yeah, there's going to be a few to add to the list today, especially with how it was just growing through traffic. Then, whilst what we saw, I think, with the exception of the Valkyrie incident, there wasn't actually really anything incident-wise to talk about. We were only focused on the top 6 prototypes coming through. There was definitely something further back. You just can't get 20 prototypes coming through, 30 GTs. There is always going to be problems to some degree. There'll be more to deal with, and race control will be quite busy. This is the part of the race where they're looking at the prototypes closing up, and it's basically like a clock ticking down. And you know that all of the other incidents you need to have done and sorted before those prototypes hit that GT traffic, because the second they do, you know you are essentially going to have a book put onto your desk and been like, right, go through that, off you go.
Is it as big as the big book of BS that you had?
No,
Lewis?
no.
hope.
That thing weighs 3 kilos.
Yeah, I know. We were talking about that.
It's like that's basically Lou's entire encyclopedia of racing and sim racing.
And that's just
It
the.
was just one series.
Yeah, exactly. That's just one series, and his encyclopedia for that. I've had a
You see the
gander.
spreadsheets, man.
Yeah, I've had a gander through the spreadsheets. It's somewhat impressive. You can see, by the way, as the battle for the prototype lead is going to be side by side. It is broken up in the GTs, but Maxime Brient punches his way back into the lead of this race. We're not even half an hour into this one, and there's already enough storylines to fill up half of Lewis's big book of BS4, maybe the next SEO race.
Just to clarify, that is not BS competition. The
Yeah.
team.
Oh.
Just to clarify, I've got a different book on that. I will say though, how long can the prototypes go around here? It's about 35 to 40 minutes, right?
Yeah, about there. Something like that.
So we're not far away from expecting them to be cooled down into the pit lane fairly soon. For fuel, we know they're not going to take tyres. Of course, they're not. Why would they? Definitely double stinting at least around here. Just a bit interesting though as to who's saved fuel this. Because I don't think Maxime Brienne had any aspirations to save fuel in that whilst he was closing up to the Williams eSports car and grabbing the race lead again.
Is there damage on that car? That's the question I have now, Lorenzo.
Sorry, I was talking to our YouTube chat. No, I'm normally in a different planet, in a different spectrum than everybody else. But I was wondering that too. You know, for you to be clocking 2 or 3 regularly and something like that, just looking at the car, everything is okay on that Arthur LeHoux car. I think he just let him go by to try to save as much fuel as he can possibly save.
I would not doubt that, and I think that might be the smart strategy. As left side, you'll cycle through the way positions have cycled in these first 30 minutes of the race. We did mention it is 2 seconds the gap between Sven Haase and Alexei Nesov at the front of your GT field. This is kind of what we expected when it came to the GTs. Much more difficult to close than it might have been in the prototypes. Question will be, as it's now up to 2.3 with a further 2 and a bit to Core Sim Racing that sits in third, is there going to be anything that anyone can do to stop the Lamborghini, to stop Sven Haase? We will wait and see, as one more position loss for Fraser Williamson in that 25 car. Plummeting like a rock puts it mildly here, Lewis.
Like I said, qualifying is one thing. Car qualified great. Doesn't mean it's going to go well in the race, and it's just how this is. And this can happen even to the best. It's kind of really hard to describe, but you just can't get into your rhythm around a track like this sometimes, because you've always got someone looking down the inside, and when someone's looked down the inside and has dropped you down a position, this is more so towards the early point of the race, and then you try and get back in line. Well, the car behind you is sat there thinking, this guy's going slow, I need to get past right now. And so you're never allowed to get into that rhythm, and sometimes if that's happened a few times in the early stage of the race, it can then take a good 20 minutes, half an hour just to get back into the speed. Also, it's the start of a race and stuff where there is a lot of pressure on your shoulders to deliver cleanly, etc. What we can say though, for sure, regardless of mentality and such, is this has not been a good start to the race. But that car probably does have a fair amount of damage on its front end after contact with the teammates on that just truly awful region.
Yes, and speaking of contact, bumper cars being played here at Spa. We saw this in the Daytona 24 Hours, at least the iRacing edition of the Daytona 24, when bumper cars is putting it mildly at times. I think cars are just trying to get acquainted, front to rear bumper. That is not PG. I still don't understand this bump drafting, Lorenzo, because surely there's a point where taking on the risk of A, causing an incident, B, getting damage to the front splitter of the car, reducing the downforce that you get, maybe requiring extra time in pit lane to repair that. Surely it's not worth it. Oh, as that's Black Star Racing off at No Name Corner.
Wondering what happened over there, but I don't get it either. But there's a counterpoint though I want to make. It is less weird to see that being done in GTs than what we saw in the F3s.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
no,
that is a really good point. Yeah.
I'm not going to argue with that one. I'm not going to argue there.
I've seen bump drafting in IndyCar at Indianapolis. Unwise.
I saw that too, yeah.
Wait. Are we talking about this platform, or are we talking about...
No, we're talking about the other one.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Because I was like...
Yeah, it was... it was interesting.
The other one is like, I'm not surprised at all. If there was an iRacing, I would be frowning my head and quite hard.
So that's,
Dolo.
yeah, solo incident, and we'll get one more look on board. I want to see the hands here. I want to see the line that's being run by the Lamborghini, because I don't think he's on the grass there. I think he's on the AstroTurf.
I think, obviously, that curb, you kind of want to use it quite a bit, but as you can see, it's more of a green concrete, but I think it's more just, there is a little bit too much curb used, but you've got to remember that curb comes up quite far. Now, if you're using the bottom load of it, that's fine, but if you start going up, you're climbing a wall, and with the right-hand side of the car, as you're trying to turn left, you've brought the weight over, you've got a pitch difference, not only front to rear, but now left to right as well. You're asking for problems on that when you start getting onto the brakes, because we all know that, you know, going through, you know, being fast in a race car is all about weight transfer and stuff. And if you're asking the centre point of mass, the weight to move one way to the other, when you've got it pitched up on the right-hand side like that, of course it's going to move in a bit of a bizarre way. And it's just using way too much curb and then asking the car to brake and then asking the car to turn, and the car's just going to go, no, I don't really want to do that.
Cars don't always do what you tell them to.
That is true.
How do I know? Because whenever I try and get into a car, that's what happens.
Yeah, well, at least we got the good number to roll with.
Yeah.
7 and 8, great numbers.
Best
especially when put together in a penalty shootout, right, Lorenzo?
Yeah.
Shots fired
Boom.
at any United fans that are watching. I tell you what, it's the drama.
It's a word of pain, man.
It's the drama of the FA Cup. It's why we love it so much. And now that there's no replays, it is even better. Confirmation as well for that start melee. I think we want to put it that way, that we saw in the prototypes. The 13 Apex Tech Racing LMP2 car has been penalized with a stop and hold penalty. 10 seconds, Lorenzo.
Let's be honest, are we thoroughly surprised with the outcome right here?
No.
It was dangerous.
Oh, more traffic. Oh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be crazy again.
But we're in that pit lane sequence.
Oh, we are. We have gotten to about 35 minutes. Who is going to be first to the pit lane is Pure Sims. Poor Pure Sims being bullied there by Arthur LaHook as he cuts his way through. Dominic Hoffman will follow. Of course, the pole position sitter is down into now fourth as Transfer Skolin bit by bit is losing track of these cars. There's been a pass as Fraser Williamson becomes the first car to pit. I wonder if there's damage there, because it is surprising, Lorenzo, that Fraser Williamson would be this slow to start this race.
Yeah, and we know from a fact as he's down into the pit lane to do his service that we know the LMP in the front is a tank. Basically, you can hit 300 kilometers per hour and your splitter still would be okay. But coming off like that from your teammate when Fabriziani came on track.
Oh, that's right, yes.
Was a bit weird.
I completely forgot as well, to be completely honest, that was the two cars that made the contact. That explains a lot of it then.
Yeah, rule number 1 of racing and sim racing, don't ever hit your teammate. And as well. But
which rule number 1? Yeah, I was going to say, which rule number 1 is it though? Because as me and our junior have discussed on the multiple occasions,
no, but that's the thing.
There's a lot of rule number 1s.
No, but I think
rule number 1 for core, get your liveries right.
No, God. I like how you just slipped that in there. I do think, though, rule number 1 is don't hit your teammate. Rule number 2, refer back to rule number 1.
Yeah, it really is.
Sorry, Williams. That was splitting the two PGZ cars and trying to get some separation from Team Redline. This is crazy, and for a moment, Briant had managed to pull out a couple of car lengths and pull away very slightly. Not anymore, as ducking and diving through traffic once more on the run down into Blanchimont to the inside of Core Sim Racing. There goes Team Redline. They are flirting with disaster, and that is an understatement.
It's a recipe for disaster more so than anything else. Still staying out, so obviously fairly comfortable on the fuel at the moment. Obviously have saved quite a lot. You can save quite a bit when running through traffic, but that's more when being conservative when running through traffic, which this group most certainly have not been. A lot of risks from Arthur LaHook. You know, don't get me wrong, I think all of them have been well judged and he's been well in control of the car, but basically you're playing with fire when you're doing it. If you're doing it time and time again to keep up, At one point, you know there is going to be a misjudgment. You can't get through 8 hours driving like that perfectly. There will be a misjudgment, and it's going to cost you and someone else.
And it's likely that you're going to get a penalty as well.
Yeah.
That's just the way that it's going to go. Speaking of GTs very slightly, we've been so focused on this prototype fight. PGZ and Pablo Castro, the 114 is past. Oscari Rene, the 132 continues to tumble. I think maybe a slowdown penalty for the 132 given how much he's dropped off on this lap alone. But Bila Racing Team, say goodbye to them. 2.7 seconds clear of Urano, a further 4 seconds back to Bram Van Putten in the number 175. Lorenzo, we thought Lamborghinis were going to be strong, but it's one Lamborghini that's head and shoulders above the field, and now that he's got qualifying sorted, this is what Bila would want to see throughout the rest of the championship.
Yeah, which is the scary thought to be making of, because we know Sven is very good in GTs. That's basically his bread and butter. We expected to have some separation, but I didn't expect to have this kind of separation early on in the stint. I thought it would be after the first pit stop, maybe coming down to the end of the stint, coming to the pit stop, where we started to see maybe a separation between the cars. But I might want to say that I think traffic played out in the hand of Sven here, as we're starting to see pit stops for the LMPs.
Here comes Maxime Briant. I think Lewis was right. No fuel saving going on there, and number 1 car hits pit lane with just under 40 minutes complete. Followed in by Johnny Guindy in the second Yas Heat car, the Pirelli Delta Sport they're in as well. Believe Pure Sims will be coming into pit, so it will be a very busy pit lane. Let's focus in then while we wait for Arthur LaHook, Dominic Hoffman, Josh Ladd to come in and pit. Let's focus in once more on this fight in your GT field. Let's get a bit of an Apple update as well. I tell you what, this is my favorite thing about SEO races, now becoming this Apple update.
He has taken a bit more of a bite of it.
He has taken.
He's rotating around. I was going to put money on that not being the case. Brave guy.
Now the question is, what games does he have?
I see Forza Motorsport.
Good game, let's be honest there. That looks like Motorsport, not Horizon.
It looks like Forza Motorsport 3?
I was going to say 4.
I mean,
yeah, it's either 4 or 3.
We might have an Apple on screen, but we've certainly got some potato quality, so we definitely need to have that one upped ever so slightly to actually pick the part support.
Yeah, can I just mention another thing? He kind of slightly dropped into there.
I was going to say.
Yeah,
the Apex Racing shirt.
Yeah. And we have a couple of drivers actually who are now part of the Apex Academy. It's not just Gael Valero, it's Matthias Jensen as well. We saw Juan Bustamante taking part in the Esports Racing World Cup last week with the main Apex team. Of course, the Apex Academy has promoted so many young drivers into the World Championship fold. You think of the likes of Sebastian Job, Zach Campbell. They converted Zach Campbell from an oval racer into a road racer. Even though at heart, Zach Campbell's... No, he won't complain. He'll admit that's true. Even though Zach Campbell's heart is now firmly set on winning at Indianapolis in the Indy 500, the iRacing Indy 500, have converted him into a very capable road racer who now, of course, is part of Team Redline. Here is pit lane. It is exceptionally busy as the cone goes flying into the air. Josh Ladd will take the primary pit box, of course. Where is Mr. LMP2? 52 seconds total pit lane time, and you're right, coming through Blanchimont has some traffic to deal with, Lorenzo.
It's not some traffic. He had to deal with heavy traffic. Basically, at the very end of the second sector, leading into the start of the third sector, I think he overtook about 5 or 6 cars before going to Blanchimont, and now having to overtake this one at the bus stop.
Exit pit lane.
Yep, they're side by side, and I think Redline is going to win the race off of pit road. Redline wins the race out of pit road, and it's 2 and a bit seconds back to Maxime Briant. So the overcut has worked nicely, getting out of lap traffic potentially, which Briant was dropped back into. And now Redline leads from Williams, from SRC Movano, from Transaskolen, where what has happened to Josh Ladd? 1 minute in pit lane. Now the box time was the same as everybody. It was just the total time in pit lane that was about 10 seconds longer than the rest of the field. We'll have to try and get a replay as to what happened to Josh Ladd in that pit stop sequence.
Bizarre, very, very bizarre, but losing a fair amount of time. Kind of better to lose a little bit of time now rather than in an hour and an hour and 7 hours. Why not? Later on in the race with an hour or so to go, you're better off losing time now because if you do, you can at least recover from it. Same as like getting a drive through.
Oh no!
What happened?
He missed his pit stall and didn't even realize it.
So we're going to take a look here. We're going to watch down in pit lane what happens to Josh Ladd in the 32. It might even be easier if we jump on board here and get that look. So watch as he... Oh, he's
way too far forward.
And it takes him a while to realize. You can see he's in reverse, but actually hasn't pulled up. And there we go.
Oh, man.
Wow, that is a critical error. I don't understand why he didn't reverse earlier. I get like missing the box, fair enough. That happens. That does happen. But what? I don't get it.
Now, we have seen, for example, in the past, drivers be able to knock it into reverse and pull themselves back into the box almost instantly. I think back to like some of the BMW Sim GT Cup Lewis races, but that's just a shame. That is a big shame for the car that put it on pole.
I'm pretty sure it was Phil Dines in that one for BS Competition, who before had even to be honest, before he'd even entered his box, knew that was running straight over it, already had it in reverse, and already was moving back to get back into the box. So I think that he knew he was missing his box quite early, and maybe he felt like he hit it. Either way, the top two have a nearly 5-second lead, and gotta say, at the moment, the Williams Esports Fantech car of Arthur Le Hook playing this one very nicely indeed. Basically just sat there on the rear end of Dominic Hoffman and just pushing. Nothing else. Just pushing, not fighting for the race lead, just pushing.
Don't think you want to let Maxime Briant be brought back into the equation here, as checks up behind lap traffic. Molnar Peter trying to close on Matthias Jensen, who's now cycled up to fourth, as I think that was Williams in their BMW, very wide on the exit of No Name Corner. Now remember, there is an incident limit for this race. You can abuse track limits, but be careful. If you exceed 90 incident points, you will get a drive-through penalty, and every 15 incidents after that, a subsequent drive-through penalty will have to be served. As there goes Josh Ladd trying to recover. He's already passed Alexander Gravouille, Daniel Lorenzo as well, and that Urano number 90 car sits on the edge of the top 10. 45 minutes done, and not far away from potentially seeing the GT cars down onto the lane as well, Lorenzo.
No, we are 7 minutes into the hour, and as they are on 20 laps within their stint, we expect kind of like 25, 26 laps, maybe, if you're trying to go for maximum fuel saving. It's going to be an interesting pit stop when they come, because I wonder who's going to go for the double stint of the tires.
I think this early in the race, I still think you're going to double stint even now. As we'll take a look at the track conditions, it is down to 36 degrees. Remember, it peaked at around 42 in the qualifying for your GT field. Still some strong gusts of wind, ticking our way to 5 p.m. Sunset should be around about 8, maybe 8:30, because we are, of course, racing in our virtual summer here in the Ardennes Mountain, and by virtue of that, it will just be light that little bit longer. And I'm not complaining, Lewis. So I'm a little bit sad that, of course, you and I are going to have to step aside. We've got another broadcast later on today. It's always difficult at a track like Spa to pick out which car is which in the night when it's pitch black and you can't even see the liveries.
Yes, no lighting around Spa as we know. You tend to get in the real race, tend to get the odd light here and there, various marshal posts and stuff around, same as you do at any other circuit. But there is no floodlit part of the track; it's just in the darkness. And what that means is, for a good chunk of the race, you have no idea who is anyone, which is great fun from our point of view because we're the ones that have got to fill it in for the audience. And I'm looking at two lights coming towards me. I don't know who it is, but thankfully in sim racing we can still see our way around it.
We can cheat.
We can basically cheat there, but still it is a little tricky. I always say with endurance, particularly in sim racing, where we can adjust things like that and actually make it for some races like Daytona, which is known to be a large night. Fair enough, kind of makes sense. Whereas always endurance racing at Spa typically happens during the summer, spring, or where the days are longer. I am absolutely fine with it. I think it's right. We get a nice bit of the day. We still get that night. We still get the transition. It just happens a bit later on in the race and lasts a bit longer.
Yeah, no, it does. It does last a little bit longer. Remember, this is only the second race this season, which will have proper nighttime running, and I believe it will be the last one as well, as we ride on board with Jaden Laydick in that DC Sim Proto Star number 120 as well. Look at the Maniti 115. Luca Wunsch going very, very wide as some prototype traffic scared him, potentially got scared into the braking zone by Dominic Blair in the Triton 110 as well. Hectic in the GT field, apart from the top two. 3 seconds between Bila Racing and Urano Esports, a further 6 back to Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. From there, the gaps are measured in tenths of a second. As in towards Eau Rouge, in towards Radion they come. And every time we talk about Daytona at night, I have to break out my statistic, which is that the lights at Daytona, Lewis, did you know?
Down. Oh, go on.
They're 20% of their maximum capacity.
I was going to say 30. Down.
You're close. You're close.
That was, because obviously it's then supposed to sort of make it so the lights are there for NASCAR and stuff, right? When they race at night, when the Daytona 500 is rain delayed, lol, and when they race in the Coke 0 400, whatever it is. But that was I don't really remember where they are in NASCAR and stuff these days when they run it. But yeah, it's more so for that. So when we're running an endurance racing, you want to turn those lights down because you want the lights to come from the car. You want it still to be an endurance race. If not, it's just basically daylight all the way through the race. That's no fun. You've got to have that endurance side.
Well, I can tell you, penalty has come down, and I'm a little surprised by the description of the incident as to why this is a penalty. Car 15 absolutely sends it on the 132 while it was clear. The gap was never going to be there without risking a DNF for both cars and a massive incident. Unnecessary risk. It doesn't sound like, though, Lorenzo, there was any contact made.
Yeah, interesting to see a drive-through penalty for unsafe lapping. I've not that it should be penalized. Sometimes there are some sends that deserve to be penalized, but still weird one to watch. And in the 15 again, great start, but always during the race something happens.
I just very about that incident, because I don't know how you feel about this, Lorenzo, when it comes to the big dive, right? Because, like I said, it sounds like there's no contact, right? But we've seen this before in motorsport and racing and stuff, where someone dives down the inside from a very, very, very long way back, and i.e., one car has to turn out of it to avoid contact.
Yeah, you'd get frustrated.
Should that be a penalty then? Because there was going to be contact. If the other car would carry on as normally, there would have been contact because, say for example in this case, I've not seen the incident, but the 15 was clearly, by the sound of it, was missing the corner or whatever, and meant that the car had to kind of get out of the way. Should it be a penalty?
I mean, all right, race control, I think, just really quickly, race control said there was contact between them.
There we go. I was
justified.
I was wondering, like, come on, there has to have been contact there to warrant a penalty, and that does explain it. Again, we've had 11 incidents reported so far, 3 penalties, 2 drive-throughs, 1 stop and hold, of course, what happened on the start. just noticed an incident has been bumped onto the screen as well. It was between Pure Sims in the 16 and guess who? The same 132. I think that maybe explains why that 132 has gone from the inside of the top 4. He's still in 6, so it's not like it's been disastrous for Oscari Rene. But being bullied around, and that might be the car. Let me check my stats over here. That put it on pole. It was. That put it on pole in round number 1, and then I don't think even survived the first hour because they had their own little bit of disaster. So not been an easy season. They bounced back with 3rd in round number 2, but of course only 10th last time out means they are down in 6th position in the championship. Let's quickly, because of the beauties of our graphics, show you how the points are looking in the GT class, at least right now. We have a long way to go. We have a long way to go, 7 hours plus. If things hold as they are, Beeler Racing Team Euronics would jump to the front, and not just jump to the front. By virtue of the pole position, they get a bonus point as well. They would be 12 points clear. Then BS Competition here, Lewis. They've only got 3 points in this race so far.
But we're still early doors. We're still way early in the race, so there's plenty of time to come back from it. You've just got to play the long game. Unfortunately, it does seem as though the BMWs, the BS Competition and such, are struggling a little bit. What does Oscari Rene, though, do in this position? Trying to attack Castro to the outside at Lecom. Plenty of movement to go around the outside. And to be fair, PGZ, I think that was the right move to sort of just not fight it. What's the point at the point right now?
We like to meme on Pablo, and Pablo likes a good meme as well.
Yeah.
But smart when he wants to be. I can also give you a heart rate update, because a lot of the time, I remember during Daytona when he jumped into the car after Govan Keeney's monster 10-hour stint, his heart rate was basically pegged at 150, which is not healthy. Not for extended periods of time, especially when you're just driving a virtual race car. It's a little bit calmer. Just a little bit calmer right now. He's down to 116. It's not great, but it gives you an indication of just how hectic, just how strong, and just how determined to win these drivers are in this race as we work our way towards the pit stop cycle for these GT3 cars, somewhere around 30, 31 laps potentially. Beeler Racing Team Euronics likely will be the first to come down and pit.
Yeah. Just really quickly to mention about Beeler, the Beeler Racing Team Euronics. If they win this, that would be their best result in the championship and a return to the podium this season, because they got podium at Sebring, and after that they underperform, and I put air quotes around it, at every single other event. So it's kind of like what happened to, I think, a Valkyrie of sorts. You know, you're down P11 or down P12, a win just puts you right back on top, right? So a win here matters, and I think what's going to be key here, maybe for the final 2 rounds at Glen and Silverstone, might be consistency.
In a season where no GT has really been consistent, I think that is a bit of an understatement. Here's how, with Redline and Williams at the front of the field in Prototype, about 4.8 clear of your defending champion and the championship leader, how things would look if, again, things hold as they are. It is a 5-point gap now between, or would be, a 5-point gap between Movano and Williams. Redline, 2 victories in a row would close them up very slightly, but they'd still be 11 points back. You can basically wave the championship hopes of Yassit Rashad Meal goodbye without a victory here today, but there's a long way to go again. Don't count them out.
And they've definitely got the pace.
Yes, and the reason I bring up that 32 car, Lewis, is the fact that 3rd in round 2, 2nd in round 3. Unfortunately, round 1, they didn't even survive hour 1 in a 12-hour race. Things have really not gone all their way, but that's how these championships go, right? It's just sometimes, no matter what you do, you can't make enough luck for yourself.
Honestly, it's frustrating. It's why I've done endurance racing seasons before, and I always prefer a touring car season and stuff. And it's not just because touring cars and whatnot. I mean, you know, I like myself a bit of door bashing, but it's because in a season of touring cars or GTs or whatever, you normally can respond straight away as the switch between the two Yas Heat cars kind of makes sense that the Richard Mille will get past the number 7 Yas Heat Pirelli car. Josh Ladd obviously very, very fast right now, might just pull his teammate along a little bit here. But in endurance racing, you don't get that instant, I can come back for this or whatever. You know, you've basically, if you had a bad start to the race, you've then got to deal with that for 8 hours. Now this pit stop that went awry for the Richard Mille car, that's like a little bit of a wake-up call. That's a sort of, right, that's your one error. That's the one issue that you've had. Do not have another one for the next 7 hours, which, let's be honest, that is pretty tricky to get through such a long period without mistakes, without bad luck. But if they want to have any hope of winning the title, that is genuinely what they have to do. And this is quite a risky track.
Yeah. One thing that I kind of did want to talk about, guys, is I love Spa. Don't get me wrong. I've always been a fan of it. It's where my first memory of watching, yes, it was a replay, but watching motorsports has come from. It was, of course, that 3-wide moment, Schumacher, Hakkinen, and the odd man out, the man 1 lap down, Ricardo Zonta, as they came down into Le Combe. But the fact that this track just gets used way too much in iRacing. I mean, like, there are some series that come here every week. It's just ruined the enjoyment for me, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I think, can I actually dive deep into our soon-to-be commentators race topic?
As long as you don't reveal what the cars are going to be.
No, I'm not going to But the one thing we can reveal is not going to be on Spa, because we had the discussion. I like Spa. I like the layout. It's unique, very fast. Everybody loves it. I think 9 out of 9 drivers will love this track. But the oversaturation is what gets me. I was talking to my teammates. This week, IMSA has been on Spa, right? As we see Pierce's make a little bit of a dive on Altus, a little bit of a sketchy move. And Valkyrie make it, though, as I'll continue my point in a little bit.
I do think it's actually Pearson trying to defend. They got the move done into Le Combe on Altus. Around the outside, Simeon Lynch trying to get himself into the points-paying positions. They'll run Altus all the way to the edge of the track and then some as well. Altus has the inside to the first of the right-handers. They're barging doors with one another, and Simeon Lynch has to give up the ghost for now. Lights are flashing, the universal sign that, well, someone's happy.
Yeah. As those lights go flashing from Simeon Lynch, and it keeps on going, you know, just saying go through, move out of the way. Maybe with some expletives right in the middle of the sentence, which I'm not going to name it on this broadcast. But I don't like Spa. Like, I know IMSA this week is on Spa. The drivers are using it for preparation for Spa, as we see the first pit stops happening on GT. Pearson's and Altus coming in. And Altus taking the most careful approach, and some other cars look like Core is in, and I'm trying to see the other Lamborghini might be pitting. But I do want to race this Spa, and I think, oh, I'm okay. People grind Spa daily. I don't get that. I know it gives you iRating, might lose iRating, things like that. It makes you better prepped. But come on. You're seeing Spa once per week.
It does remove the majesty of such a fantastic circuit, one of the best on the planet. It makes it seem a lot less special when you can race every week. But we've all been in sim racing for long enough where we've seen the examples. I don't know what it is, but I have had this across simulators. It's not just as if it's just an iRacing thing, but I have had it where I have done a broadcast on iRacing at, say, Imola. Right? And then I've done a broadcast on a different simulator. Guess where? At Imola. Oh, and then another one. And it's Imola again. Oh, good. Yeah, Monza. I don't know what it is, but it's as if, like, all the calendars. I have done 9 consecutive broadcasts at Monza, and I was just like, I am so bored of this circuit now.
I
but
know.
It happens with Spa as well.
I was going to say, I know you love doing. There were 3 24-hour races here at Spa at the end of July. I know you loved it.
Weeks.
I know you loved it.
Yeah, it was. We had the SEO one, we had the official one, we had.
Oh, you mean the official iRacing one? Sorry.
The official iRacing one. There was also 2 on ACC.
Loved it, didn't you?
And in all of that, I was on a broadcast on RaceStream, which was, guess where?
Oh,
it was here again. Oh my god.
Well,
it makes you jump out of the window.
Yeah, no, it's not great. I tell you what, by the way, not only did Sven Haase come down to pit, but he's only put in 38 seconds worth of fuel. That compares to about 42, 41 for the cars behind. The gap for the race lead is now up to 6 seconds. I think Sven Haase, it will now be the question as to, for everyone else, does his teammate have the pace to be able to keep up with them as well? And that's not safe. That is not safe at all. I love you, Johnny Gindi, but come on, use your eyes. He almost took out a whole heap of cars coming back down on towards pit road. That was unsafe.
Yeah, sorry to everyone for that noise I just made, but my goodness, that was going to be a horrific crash. That was what can only be classified as quite unwise, if you're being polite about it, and if you're not, pretty stupid. I'm
impressed you didn't use the word suboptimal there.
Suboptimal. Yeah, there wasn't a crash. If there was a crash, that would have been suboptimal.
So here we go. It's by him. Wow. That's not the first time we've seen that either. It's either like the rears are locking on him. Yeah, no, exactly. I don't know what it is. Vendaval got away there. They are so lucky there.
You know what mind-boggling is that Gindi got away because the cars were going to pit. So even then, just because they were going to pit doesn't matter. You can basically come up on track, and yeah, I'll probably would be thinking about, let me get a driver swap real quick and just change my pants.
Okay, now going back to the earlier conversation we had, even though we found out that that incident did have contact in it, is that a penalty? Despite there being no contact, is that a penalty?
Oh, good question.
For me, it is a penalty. It's an unsafe rejoin. Regardless of the contact, it is an unsafe rejoin. You are rejoining the racing line with other cars coming through, regardless of contact or not. If they've avoided it, that's good on them, but it's their good driving shouldn't counter someone else's bad driving.
What's happened here? Has German sim racing run out of fuel? Listen in. I think they're out of fuel here.
Jeez!
I would never do that.
Yeah, let me just coast the car around Blanchimont with LMPs going through. Nothing is gonna go by.
What was that noise? What was that noise, Lewis?
Was that the pure sims coming through there? It was the noise
of
fit.
Okay! Oh, I was wondering. Oh, poor Vendaval. I was trying to figure out why Vendaval is there still in pit lane, and this is why. How did they get away without contact there? How?
Yeah, there you go. You wanted to know what that noise is about. There you go.
You know what? You know what's the cream of the crop, or like the cherry piece on top of the pie? Look right after what happens if you can keep it up.
Oh no, this was 2 quarters, 2 incidents of Vendaval. My word.
Oh my good dude.
That's at the point where it's just sort of like, what is happening in this race? We've all had it where you've seen you're in a race and just stuff like that's going off, and you're just sat there driving around being like, what am I doing? What have I picked up a curse somewhere around this circuit? And I do mean in professional esports races like this. I don't mean in that Jimmy Broadbent Zola 23 hour that we did Arduino, where it was just crazy like that all the way through the race. I'm talking about the real meat of sim racing, and you're driving around with drivers that are very, very good.
Yep.
And you see stuff like that, and you're just like, what has just happened?
How has it just happened as well? I think that's the other thing. Did Vendaval? What happened to them? They changed tires, didn't they? So there's been a bit of a split in your GT strategy. Black Star, Vendaval, Satellite, they've all taken tires, I believe. Might have been a driver change for Vendaval potentially as well. But stationary for about 70-odd seconds means the total pit lane time is about 90 seconds. The rest of the field doesn't seem they took any sort of tires. Fuel only for those. Maybe Will we see triple stints, Lorenzo, for the GT cars in the dead of the night?
Good question. I wouldn't do it because the time loss on the third stint, maybe the end of the second stint, third stint would be massive, and other people on different strategies might be able to catch up with quite some ease. I wouldn't do it. Some team might would, because they're more skilled than me.
Maybe they're willing to take the risk as well. Drive-through penalty, by the way, for the ASR Able, number 127. That was with contact with Satellite Racing. So ASR Able, of course, had that moment on lap 1 where they got pinched to the inside of Malmedy. They got turned around, and on their recovery drive, they've made contact with another car. The Canadian outfit will be down and back on towards pit lane as we're officially 1 hour done with this race. And I think, at least based on the pace that we're seeing right now, Lorenzo, the indication that race control has given us that maybe we're not going to, excuse me, oh, never mind. Pablo Castro decides to blink in and out of existence here at Spa. But the indication that
Content.
we were, hashtag content for sure, but the indication that we were going to reach the time limit rather than lap limit, I don't think is going to come to fruition now.
Yeah, throw that thing out of the window and directly into a very large bin, because our consideration was if they were doing 205s, right? I think it was 205, 206 lap average. That would have been on a very, very hot track. So it would be, I think, right about 45 to 52 degrees Celsius, where the track should be for us to see those lap averages. It's not the case over here. We're seeing 203s, 202 highs, maybe mid-lows. This is definitely going to finish on laps.
And to that end, we have updated the top left. No longer are we tracking the time, we are tracking the laps instead. And of course, lap times will only get quicker and quicker as the track cools off and as the grip gets higher. Oh, Satellite Racing diving their way through. They're in a fight with Simsa Esports. In fact, no, Satellite Racing is a lap down, so they're not in a fight with Simsa Esports. They're just trying to recover. Poor Johnny Gindi, I have to say, because Justin Prince has tweeted out what I said about him having to use his eyes. Yeah.
I mean,
He's
it's true,
not
though.
afraid. He's not afraid of being savage.
It is true that you've got to, like, you know, when you're rejoining the race circuit, first thing you do, use your eyes, see what's around. Second thing, and it is so important, look at the relative straight away. What does the relative tell you? And the thing is, in some other sims where the relative is only telling you about the cars that are actually on the lap with you and who's actually direct position behind you, fair enough. I kind of get that relative is almost useless in this scenario. iRacing, there is no excuse. The relative tells you in great detail who is coming up, who's next, and what's actually happening. There is no excuse. So that's why you've always got to check that and then carry on. At least now he can be in, in some fairly good company. As back in 2019, Sebastian Vettel decided to do that in the middle of a race.
True.
At Monza, which I'm still angry about, but still,
Hey,
at
is
least
someone
it's
a
good
Force India
company.
fan?
No, because it wasn't Force India that point. Still raising the point. But also, no, I'm not. I can't remember. I think it might have been Force India. No, I'm just,
No, it was Force India then, wasn't it?
I'm just angry at bad driving.
Fair. Not as angry as Connery Maddock gets with some of those rejoins.
I'm sure he ripped his hair out at that point.
If he saw that one, I don't think he'd be too thrilled either. Gael Valero, he loses another position. He's -8 so far today. Swap around for the lead, though. Williams Esports takes over the point from Arthur LeHook. What is happening to Josh? Josh Ladd is a slowdown. Josh Ladd has... no, he's got damage! He's not just got a slowdown, he's got damage to the front of his car.
Oh, my goodness.
He got tagged around right at the El Rouge complex. Just trying to look by the team 179.
Well, we'll
That's
get
championship gone.
Yeah, the championship was likely already gone if we're being completely honest.
Yeah, but still.
Let's grab the replay and let's watch this. Let us watch what happens. Okay, I'm sorry. You say he got tagged, but he's going for a hole that is always closing there.
Asking for trouble there.
I said he got tagged, and I'm being very polite because in no sense in racing I would do that sin.
There's a bit of air there, isn't there?
There is a substantial amount of air, but it is still not a wise move to just risk it.
On board with the 179 car, you'll get a good look here. Yeah,
there's a sizable amount of air.
There's air, but again, risk versus reward. I mean, that's what that comes down to, Lewis.
Yeah, that was as old Becky has said. That was a Yaz Yeet moment. So not great.
I like how with one statement you managed to throw shade at one team and then at Becky as well.
Yeah, got to. You got to throw Becky in with us. Obviously, Dylan Scrivens. I think he's in this race, right?
No, he's not racing today.
He's not racing.
He said he's not going to race, but if he turns up one lap, and I promise this, I am throwing the killing words at Becky.
Well,
I see.
I tell you, maybe he's just trying to race so we don't call him Becky, but I'm sorry.
That's what the B means, though. Because this is the thing, is if you've got a name like that, you've got to get rid of either the middle letter or we're just going to use it.
Yep, no.
Does that mean that Josh Rogers is Karen?
Oh, now you got to...
You're going to get us in so much trouble with Philip Stam, aren't you?
Yeah, probably. It's all right. Commander aren't in this, so we're all right. We can.
You're playing with fire, and it's like you're dousing gasoline into
I
the
told
fire.
you we would do this broadcast, though.
I mean,
told you we would.
That's what broadcasts are about, us getting in trouble.
True,
That's what I
true
thought.
that. Coming from a guy that kills people with words, that is true.
Yeah, we all know what happened in the ISOWC Road America race. Don't worry.
Is that only ISO?
No, I know, but that was the most recent example of your...
someone got punted off?
That's DC Sim Protostar. That was DC Sim Protostar, wasn't it? It was.
Yep.
From the inside of, what was it, the top 3? Now down in 15th spot. Really a difficult day for another of the cars here. Let's go ahead and see if we can get a replay up in a couple of moments' time.
They'd already started dropping down, though, by that point, had they not?
And they've had another off. They've had another off.
Oh, yeah, they have indeed at Stavolo.
We'll get the full sequence. We will get the full sequence in a moment, but it was going bad, and it went even worse. Let's put it that way. Unfortunate, Arturo Melgar did a sterling job in qualifying for them, and here we go. We'll take a look at their side-by-side with the Maniti car. Oh,
that's bad.
That's not.
Yep.
That's suboptimal.
That is suboptimal.
There we go. I knew we'd work one in.
Less than ideal, some would say.
Now, which of it is the 101 is Tim Matska? That is uncharacteristic for Big Tim to do something like that. Now we'll stick with it and watch what happens here then, Lewis.
Kind of see, like, I mean, yeah, sure.
Oh, as they're fighting for the lead in Prototype as well, Redline takes the lead back.
Well, you can't get through any points. So we've got the that is also a bit of air. Transiscola coming through, a bit of air between them, and bang, straight onto the barrier. That's kind of the point when you're just in the middle of the race being like, oh, anyone else? Anyone else want to come and fight with me? Yeah? Is Conor McGregor about? Come on, might as well.
I'd take that fight.
What? You fight Conor McGregor, or
I mean, he's too busy getting drunk now.
That is true. I saw the video.
Well, he's drowning himself in money. Therefore, I think he can allowed to drown himself.
He's drowning himself in proper 12, is what you mean to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we're going to start talking about MMA, we should stop because I am not a Conor McGregor fan.
We should stop talking about MMA because Conor McGregor is about where I draw the line of things that I know.
Fair enough.
And that's just the name.
No.
you know the memes because he's a meme.
Yeah.
And to think you guys are about to get Conor McGregor #2 in Paddy Pimble.
No, you're not. No. If there is a Conor McGregor #2, it is Ian Gary.
These are names that we are putting together here, ladies and gentlemen.
Lois McClade, the world's biggest MMA fan.
Yeah. I know so much about MMA. I know almost as much about football.
Which football? Are we talking about real football or fake football?
Real football.
Good.
Oh, Arjuna, you live in the United States, man. You're playing with.
No, it is fake football. It is a game where you spend more time not using your hands, using your hands rather than your feet, on something that is not shaped like a ball.
It's an egg.
It's an egg.
Yeah, it's a hand egg.
Hand egg.
Hand egg.
Hand egg is the perfect name for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just that you're coming
we are
up
so
to
off
the
topic.
weekend before the Super Bowl.
That is
So
true.
it's kind of like you're playing with dangerous games here, man.
We are so off topic, and also I really hope Will Vincent doesn't watch because I know he's
he's a big
does
college
like
football fan. He is a
Yeah.
big college football fan. If he hears this, we are getting fired. Let's focus then, at least for now, on the race, because it is 7.5 seconds, the gap between first and third positions. These two have carved their way through traffic. Last time by 2:02.637 for Team Redline, 2:05.201 for Maxime Briant.
I mean, this is traffic. You know, it plays its part. Although I wonder if there's something else, maybe a bit more strategy, maybe potentially even some damage or something that was uncharacteristically slow from Maxime Briant. Well, I say that actually, the last two laps, lap 36, 2:05.5, lap 37, 2:05.2 from Maxime Briant. The rest of the laps are all in the threes. So that kind of tells me either it was just some horrible traffic, or potentially might be another issue, or potentially even a change of strategy. I don't fully know.
The car looks clean, and I've seen
It does look clean, yeah.
I have seen a comment in the
Horrible
chat,
traffic.
which I am 100% going to agree with. Football players, real football players, spend more time rolling on the floor when they've not been touched than they do kicking the ball. I'm not going to disagree with that.
That is so true. Yes.
I could go even a depth beyond that because I do have PhD by knowing a few players about this.
Yeah.
Well, let's.
Yeah, I'm Brazilian.
Oh no, that's true.
Yeah.
I
That's a
mean,
good
come on,
point.
King Neymar. Is there anyone better at the fake, the rolling around on the floor in agony when nothing's happened? I mean,
I can name one, Rivaldo.
yes. Oh God, you reminded me of that one. Let's steer away from that, and we'll just say that if we're talking about physical games, rugby is the best.
Rugby is the best in Six Nations today, which I am gonna.
Have cheekily up on another.
No.
Oh, you're focusing.
No, I will. I know. I'm going to focus. I'm going to focus on the rugby.
I walked right into that one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're right into the
You
trap.
got to do all the heavy lifting a bit later on, Arjuna.
Oh, that's for sure. That's for sure. Rugby is great, though. Rugby referees are the best, too. Nigel
Yeah.
Owens, no nonsense.
This is the thing. So we need people like that in race control in
Oh,
motorsport
can you
sim racing.
imagine? Can you imagine if someone tried to talk smack and Nigel Owens was in race control?
Yeah,
Come
it's
here,
not
lad.
soccer.
Take a breath, take a breath. You can't talk to me like that. You're getting thrown in the sin bin.
Yeah, I think we do need a sim bin in sim racing. We can call it actually no, we can't call it the sim bin because that definitely has copyright.
Copyright.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But a way, if you're talking smack, like it needs to be like just a universal, like all servers, all everything for a few hours into the sin bin. You're not allowed to say anything. You're not allowed to do it. Like you're effectively you're given 2 hours on the side to calm down. Yeah, everywhere in sim racing, just across the board.
We can do that in Discord. I mean,
we can. I just don't think it's popular.
I mean, I could say there's a way to solve things using racing as a way to solve things. Just let them get out of a sim, get out of iRacing or whatever sim they're running. Maxime Briant coming into the pits, and let them solve that on Wreckfest. Period.
No.
There you go.
The thing that we're going to do is it's the RaceSpot Fighting Championship. The first pay-per-view
I
event.
support that.
Yeah,
I support that.
First pay-per-view event incoming. Just keep your eyes out for that. Live from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Here comes, like Lorenzo mentioned, the number 1 SRC Movano Corsa Rosso machine. Maxime Briant pulls that car to pit lane. Will he get out? Will we see tires being taken? Given that he is not jumping out. Oh, there we go. I was waiting for the swap around. That is a late swap around as well. Tommaso Carlo will take over in the number 1 car. Bit of a swap around on track as Urano in the number 90 gets in front of T3 Motorsports by Maniti. That's for 4th position out on track. number of cars have come down to pit already, though. It includes the likes of Delta Sport, Pure Sims in their 16, the virtual drivers by LDLC, private label Team Hype. The King of Chins takes over from Phil Kraus. Gustas Grimbergus has also been into the pit lane, but he has stayed in that car since the start of the race. So the pit stop cycle for the prototypes is well and truly underway. Still waiting, by the way. Now, I just realized that Johnny Gindy has not been reported for the unsafe rejoin.
Yeah, which I kind of get, because those GTs that were coming through probably would have been like, look, we were all coming to the pit anyway, so fair enough. But still, it's like, yeah, come on. He will get. I think he'll get away with it. I think Race Control, they'll say they're going to deal with it if it's reported. I don't think it will be reported. But still, it's one of those things where it's just like, need a bit of a slap. Although, to be fair, as Redline and Williams both come into the pit, and I was going to wonder if Arthur Hook was actually going to go a bit longer in the stint, but those two, the two race leaders in prototype, both into the pit lane, so no extra fuel saved from Arthur Hook. It's kind of one of those things where I think Johnny Ginty probably knows before like Race Control would come in and be like, "You've got a penalty for that." He'd probably go, "Yeah, I know I missed." I'm like, "Oh, missed the box! Another one missing the box." Arthur Lehoux. Oh.
Did he have to back up there?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Straight away.
I wasn't. Again, I've got so many screens in front of me. I wasn't paying attention. Now, will that open
the rugby on?
Sorry, what was that?
I'm joking. Have you got the rugby on?
I don't even have enough brain power to do that. I've got too many things going on right now. Now the gap between Redline and Williams, will it open up? That's the question that I really have. There goes Redline, waiting for Williams to roll, and split strategies here. Dominic Hoffman's going for the triple. Arthur LeHook is going to stay in that car, but he will be taking tires. So we have split strategies going on here, and this is what we love about endurance racing. Different ways to approach the race, and it will culminate at the very end with the checkered flag.
Now, triple stints, Spa, it's not super hot. That's the thing, is that we are running a lot cooler than some would expect. But still, it's fairly hot. Spa is a little bit... Oh, my goodness. In the exit of pit lane, there's going to be contact there.
Yeah,
squeezing out to the back. Obviously, I don't think the Benito car knew that Williams was there. That was terrifying. But the triples, I'm not so sure it's the best call.
Now, do remember as well, Dominic Hoffman, former F1 esports driver, who is taking steps into iRacing as Tim Matska will slot himself by the PGZ Motorsports 114. The PGZ assistants out of the top 10 will Pablo Castro follow, as now he's down into 9th. If you can triple now, you are definitely tripling later in the race. So the question will be, for Williams, when do they start to triple? Same for the SRC Movano #1 car, Lorenzo.
Yeah, which is an interesting topic to be briefed on, as we see now Tommaso Carla and the T3 by Manetti trying to scrap it out around Pujon. Now you can see Carla making the dive on the inside of the GT cars. A little bit sketchy to move as.
Oh no! The championship leader in the wall, and things change just like that. Johnny Gindy, trying to dive his way through the traffic, shoves off the Movano #1 car into the wall, and that might be day done for Tommaso Carla and for Maxime Briant. That is a long way to limp that car back to the lane, and it does appear as though there is significant steering damage on that car.
That is horrible for Tommaso Carla, because the thing is, like, jumping into a race is hard enough at any stretch. But when you're battling for a championship, when you're battling for this, when you're battling for that, and straight away in the race, it's not your mistake. Someone else has come across. I think there might have been a bit of air, but either way, the mistake was not Carla's. But now you've got to that confidence issue. Let's see between the two. So you've got the Yassit Pirelli car comes back across.
Well,
so much air.
If there's air, but that contact was always going to happen.
It was going to happen, potentially.
Yeah, no, that is unbelievable. I don't mean that in a bad way this time. I cannot believe what we've just seen. I cannot believe that we were just talking about how the championship was potentially in their hand. They're going to be on pit lane for an almighty time. But watch here from up above. Yes, he tries to go one way, they try to go the other, and if you're going to make the criticism of what Johnny Guindy does there, Lorenzo, it's the fact that he doesn't swing to the left. That part is okay. It's the fact that he swings almost to the very edge of the track.
Yeah, it's kind of like you're blocking unintentionally Tommaso Carla going over there. Of course, it wasn't his, I don't think his intention was to block Carla like that, right? But it's just that you veer so much into the left-hand side. You can make 3 wide there. It's possible. I've done that once. It's not the best thing to do. But insane to look at, man. And all 3 cars from Movano kind of in the bin in this race of sorts.
Yeah,
giving the pedigree of them.
33 is out. Has the one followed? We'll wait and see. Of course, Fraser Williamson took damage in that moment that took out the 33 as well. My, oh my, not a good way to kick off the second half of the season for the SRC Movano camp. Let's focus on positives for other cars at least. BS competition, well, the Zebras, they've quietly worked their way up into 5th by virtue of a slight undercut in stint number 1. Now the question will be, is there a price to be paid at the very end of this race, Lewis? Because again, the amount of time that these drivers will go is all dependent on how many times they get lapped by the prototype field. It's much harder to plan out your stints as a GT car, I think, in a distance-based race rather than a time-limited race. It's the opposite if you're a prototype.
I think, like I say, for now, BS competition, they're doing the right thing, which is, again, run your own strategy. Yeah, you've not qualified very well. Pace doesn't seem so great in the BMW, but honestly, do your own strategy. Run what you're running, meet the numbers, go as far as you can on your tyres, on your fuel, on your everything else, whatever it is, just run your own. Yeah, I kind of get what you said about, you know, the like juggling the laps and stuff, but still, in the same sense, the basis is the same. An hour long, however many laps it is, take that, you know, take it away for the 230 and then see how much, what's left on the table and see if you can save an extra couple of laps to extend that. Right now, BS Competition are doing exactly what they need to do because they're dragging themselves into contention for at least, at the very minimum, a podium right now. They've got the pace to do so. It's just whether they can really hold that speed or whether they are right at the limit of what they're able to run, and as the race goes on they might struggle to keep that 100% all the way up through the entire running of the race.
Yeah, let's quickly, I mean, it's hard to really get the sense in terms of the prototype points because of the split strategy that sees Redline now in first, Williams down in 4th after taking tires. But it swings just like that. 1 point between Redline and Williams. If things hold as they are, I think we're almost guaranteed a 0 points day for SRC, the number 1 car. They would be down in 3rd. The question will be Williams versus Redline. If Williams can get up to the 2nd, 3rd step of the podium, they would take the championship lead with 12 hours of action left in this 5th edition of the Sports Car Open Endurance Series. Incredible, incredible stuff. I think it's that time, guys, though, where we see if we have an Apple update. It doesn't look like we do.
Please. No.
To be fair, he's been driving.
It's just a little bit busy.
I mean, to be fair, sometimes, you know, you need to have a little bit of sustenance, a little bit of food, whilst hammering around Spa. But you know, it's not. I was just going to say it's not the easiest circuit to eat around. But to be fair, it's not actually a bad one.
Yeah, you got some long straights here.
I did a race on Wednesday at Sonoma in the next gen Cup cars. No, trying to organise your pit stop on that was a nightmare because playing, it's like I don't really have a proper straight there.
Yeah, and that I haven't driven the next gen car, but at least, you know, typical NASCAR things, you're never really full throttle around a road course.
Yeah, it's to be fair, it's still it's still similar.
Now, I have a question, which now I was looking at Gal Valero's wheel. Now, I had the opportunity to try GT-like wheels when I went to drive for the Daytona 24 and iRacing because I had the blessing of going to one of my team sponsors and they make sim racing products. What are your guys' preferences in terms of wheel? Specifically wheel. You guys like more of a Formula-based wheel or a GT-based wheel?
Well, I mean,
Well, GT-based wheels these days are Formula.
exactly. Yeah, no.
wheels,
The trend is now for GT cars to have the Formula wheels as well because it gives you better visibility. Because you still sit low in a GT car, and so cutting off the top gives you that visibility. I tell you what, it's a good opportunity to quickly cycle through some onboard looks here. So this is a Lamborghini. This is your more traditional, let's put it that way, more traditional GT wheel, right? You've got the bottom rim, but the top is cut off. You can see the dash somewhat easily. You can still see above the steering wheel. That's all fine. Then you go to the Porsche, which is hard to see from this angle. This one gives you a better indication. It's got the thing on the bottom, but it is very much more Formula style than anything else. It's like they added that bottom bit just for like Macau when you might need to grab a hold of it or you know, something like that, something totally random. Then you go to the BMW, where the BMW is, again, one of those half and half things. We don't have any McLarens, but all the way down in 22nd position, you take a look at this Ferrari. That is a Formula wheel.
Yeah, that's just straight up.
Yep.
Basically the F1 wheel in a GT. I prefer a round wheel myself.
But you're a touring car pleb.
Exactly. That's why I prefer a round wheel. Anyone who sticks a wheel like that in a touring car needs a slap.
It's funny that we're talking about this, though, because, Lorenzo, do you know what Johan Hart drives the Rallycross World Championship with?
Oh, it's not on a Formula rim.
It is a Formula rim.
It's a Formula
my
wheel.
God,
I know.
Do you know what?
Do that?
Do you know what Bobby Zelensky drives in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing?
A Formula wheel. I've seen that multiple times.
Even though you would think that it doesn't make sense.
Didn't Mitchell de Jong drove with a Formula wheel? I think.
But to be fair, I mean Mitchell de Jong is a road racer.
It is very, very interesting because it's one of those things which is not as to why, because part of you, especially those that haven't tried varying wheels, probably would go, yeah, but does it actually make that much of a difference? And
yes,
particularly with like the NASCAR stuff, the reason why I wouldn't drive ovals, well, yeah, particularly NASCAR stock car ovals with a Formula rim, is because I want quite a big round wheel, something which you kind of grab and you can kind of you can basically run a shorter steering ratio, whatever it is, so that basically it's a bit smoother, right? So that you're using quite a lot of that wheel because it gives you a lot more definition in what's going on. You don't want a tiny little Formula wheel to swing around because you need more definition in what's going on. And take, for example, the Rallycross stuff is that you do need to use quite a lot of that. And whilst you'd kind of say you're not exactly taking one hand off to do like an 8-point turn, but still you do want that ability to sort of move and grab where you see fit, especially these days with direct drives, because in a Formula wheel, anyone who's had a crash on a direct drive with a Formula wheel and it's ripped out of your hands, good luck trying to grab hold of it whilst it's just spanning around all over the place. You can't do it, you will break your thumbs.
You can't even really take your hands off the wheel in an Indy car, for example, because it will just oscillate back and forth just by virtue of how force feedback itself is delivered. And kind of to this point is, you think about the Williams F1 team, for example. For years, I mean, and even now, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but they don't. You see Mercedes, McLaren, even Red Bull now, they have the dash of the car as part of the wheel. But the Williams philosophy has been that steering wheel inertia and the feel of the steering is better without the dash, with a slightly lower weight wheel, and so they still have the dash separate from the wheel. It's just one of those things where you might not think about the fact that there's time to be found by optimizing the steering feel, but there is a lot of time to be found.
Well, Red Bull, even in like the pre-hybrid stuff, they have their dash on the car in the cockpit for way longer than everyone else. Everyone else, like McLaren stuff, they'd already moved a lot of like the gears, speed, etc., onto the wheel itself. Meanwhile, Red Bull left it on the dash for the same kind of reasons. It's more weight on the wheel, which is kind of critical. The thing is with the wheels, you don't want it to be too light, you don't want it to be too heavy, and I have no idea what the weight is, what it should be, but it's kind of one of those things you just know on feel.
Yeah.
It's bizarre. Thumb breakers, though. That's why I don't have a Formula. I never race in a Formula M. I don't want my thumbs being ripped off.
Well, you don't have a direct drive
No,
wheel.
I don't, so I can't have it ripped
There
off,
you
so
go.
it's all good.
Here's the funny thing. Let me tell you guys something. Basically, everybody on my team that drove around, we have 4 rigs. Everybody was driving on the GT wheel because they basically 3D copied. They scanned the 3D wheel, the wheel of the AMG GT3, and they replicated to their wheel. I was driving around with that wheel, and it felt so big to me. I couldn't do the turns properly. The feel is so much different than a Formula wheel. So I was the only guy driving with the Formula base wheel. Then everybody else was driving with the GT wheel. It was kind of funny, but it's like driver adaptability or something like that goes into the hands or something around the sim or even real life. I think.
I thought you were going to say all of your teammates had swollen, sore arms because of direct drive wheels, and I was going to say, get swole, man, get swole.
Yeah, I mean, like my forearms when I did my 3 hour and 30 minutes, it was basically like, I think I did a full workout.
And to your point about adaptability, think of someone like Ben Keating, for example, in the real world, right? Jumping between a GT3 car and then, hobbling off to go and do LMP2 car after he's been beaten up by a GT3, or in the GT3, I should say. I mean, adaptability is
You know what's most surprising though? He's 50 years old.
Ben Keating's a mensch. Ben Keating is great. But going to the point about adaptability, Lewis, it's what we saw last week with the Esports Racing World Cup, right? And that is likely the future of sim racing, not just being quick on one platform, as, by the way, Battle for Second in Prototype is going on. This is very different, though, of course, because strategy is very much split between the top 3 and the rest of the field. But it's not now about just being quick in one platform, Lewis. It's something that we saw with Josh Rogers last year, for example. He's not just quick in iRacing, he's quick in Assetto Corsa Competizione, he's quick in R-Factor 2 as well. And with sim racing growing and different tournaments springing up in different platforms, that ability to jump over and be quick without too much practice is going to be important.
Well, that's where sim racing is coming together as one big sort of universe, and too right, it should do. I know, obviously, we're here on iRacing, but as you know, my opinion is that sim racing is all one thing. We all need to race across all that. Obviously, people have their preferences in the same way that I would rather race a touring car than an open wheeler, right? The different disciplines are what makes some drivers good. But the greatest are those that can jump between all platforms, all categories of racing. They're a complete driver. You learn a lot from jumping between each of them. So that adaptability is critical. By the way, whilst we're speaking of all of this stuff which is going on and we're off on a complete tangent, Fraser Williamson just gained a position, gone up into 5th place in the prototype category for the SRC Movano Gallo car, getting past Tronsa Skolin. So at least there's something, as not the Orion car having a bit of an issue.
That was Ilka Happler, I believe it was, Orion indeed. At least some redemption for SRC Movano, and I'm sure they'll be somewhat happy in some ways that at least it has not been completely missed by race control as to what happened there. It is not just a stop and hold penalty, it is a 10-second stop and hold penalty, Lorenzo, for the number 7 car.
Yeah, which is something I honestly thought there was going to be a drive-through, to be very honest, but given the nature of the contact and the severity of the contact, the implications towards the championship, I'm not surprised to see a 10-second stop and hold given to the Asi Pirelli car. Of course, it's not going to affect wholly, I think, the full standings of the championship, because the leading car of the Asi is the Richard Mille, so it's a letdown, but racing is racing.
The joys of racing, sometimes it goes your way, a lot of times it does not. Well, we're getting closer and closer to the pit stop cycle in the GT class, but Well, we've been talking non-stop for a while now. We're going to step aside for a couple of moments. We just got to find someone to ride on board with for some RaceSpot fan immersion. I'm not sure.
I think we should have had a vote in chat, but I don't know. I'd feel the T3 Motorsports by Maniti purple car in prototype because it's quite close to the car directly ahead. But Urano on Maniti action.
Some green on red battling Urano and T3 duking it out here in the 4th round of the Sports Car Open Endurance Series. The 2021-2022 season has reached its halfway marker as well. That is the Maniti teammate making life a little bit difficult for the number 78, but we will jump on board with Sven Noller in that number 78 car. We'll ride around for a couple of laps here in the Ardennes Mountains. We'll be right back here on RaceSpotTV for the 1,000 miles of Spa. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy the sounds of an LMP2 car. Well, that was a couple of laps on board here at Spa-Francorchamps, 7 kilometers in length. So much of the lap is full throttle. Plenty of technical things through the lap as well. T3 Motorsport hunting down Urano, but now being hunted down by Williams Esports and Arthur LeHook with fresh tires and lots of confidence on the side of that black and blue machine. Hello everyone, welcome back to RaceSpotTV. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, joined of course by Lewis McLeod and Lorenzo Bonder as LeHook slots himself in front of Sven Noller. We're live for the 1,000 miles of Spa-Francorchamps, working our way on lap 53 in what has been a rather chaotic race with plenty of twists and turns for your championship protagonists, and that is the Maniti 115 that has been bundled around at the hairpin. I mean, Lorenzo, that first pass through traffic should have given us the indication of what this race was going to be like.
Yeah, we thought it was going to be an insane race, especially with the first pass on traffic, but we didn't expect they took it to a whole different level. They took it up, I'm not going to say one notch. I think they took it up 3,000 notches above what we initially expected.
Here's the replay of what happened to Luca Wunsch. It's going to be a solo incident, is it? Clips the curb on the inside, and I think that's what unsettles the car, and then, well, goes reversing to try and find his way back onto track. Just watch. Oh, already loose on the entry to the corner. I think the curb just further unsettles that car. But of course, Lewis, when we're talking about the big championship drama here, it's the fact that your championship leader and the defending champion, that #1 SRC Movano Rosso machine, is out of the race. As far as I understand it, they are not going to be returning. Oh, no, they have returned, excuse me. Last I checked on the timing screen, they were not. But they are 6 laps down. They are just hoping that a couple more cars retire. They can get a couple of points under their belt. But the reality is the tone was set early for them. Contact multiple times with multiple prototype competitors that first pass through traffic. And it was a moment with the Yassi Pirelli car that sent them into the wall with almost 12 minutes of damage repair required.
Yeah, and this is, like I say, big for the championship. The Williams Esports car that we're focused on took fresh tyres on the previous stop, so it was only double stinting tyres. The other cars that is just past, the Team Redline one that's out front, triple stinting the tyres at the moment. So expect the gaps to sort of chop and change on the next stint and things to go a bit all over the place. So it's a bit hard to tell who's realistically going to be leading. This stint's pretty obvious. It is definitely the red line, but for the next stint, with it being the Williams up there, things will be a little bit more confusing. The one that's sort of up there, the Yassi Richard Milcar, we were talking about how that the championship hopes are basically done for them. It's still a long shot, but I will say, with the #1 car facing a retirement, facing nil point, so to speak, that Yassi Richard Milcar now running in 7th, moving its way forward, having a couple of mistakes but still able to come back from it. I mean, it was a pretty unwise move here and got some damage from it, but the fact that they are still in the race, they are still ticking off laps and still moving forward, tells me that they are not done with scoring points today.
We'll wait and see. By the way, drive-through penalty for your defending champions in the GT class. Maniti now have emerged straight back into a battle with Altus Esports and Pure Sims on the edge of the top 10. That, of course, was for contact that we saw with the DC Sim Protostar car down in through the right-left chicane at the very bottom of the hill. Tim Matska, an uncharacteristic bit of contact for him. Lovely engine noises. In this GT class, of course, we have representation of all 4 of your GT3s. We've got Porsches, Lamborghinis, BMWs, and Ferraris. But at least for now, it's Lamborghini and Porsche that seem to be the strongest. I'll give you a class update in a couple of moments' time, but it is Lamborghini, Porsche, 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 BMW, 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 Lamborghini, Lamborghini, and Porsche through the top 10. At least for the time being, no Ferraris anywhere in the mix. Looks as though potentially a pit stop incoming for Yassi Richard Mille. Ross Woodford behind the wheel there of the number 32 car. Might be just a tad early. in the cycle of the race so far. I tell you what, while we watch this battle, let's start with the GTs, of course. 50 cars in the total field, 30 of them are GT3 cars, and this is how it runs after about 50 odd laps in this class. Lewis, take it away.
Yeah, we'll take a look through the battle that we've got right now with Bila Racing leading at the moment. That is a big lead for the 145, leading by over 11 seconds. Is that legit though? Is that 100% exactly what we're going to expect through the final portions of this race? Is that what we're going to expect for the final portions of the stint? Who's double stinting tyres? Who's doing what? Do not know at the moment though. It is Bila. It is 10k Haasa. Doesn't work. We'll roll with it. Leading. Urano Esports directly behind with that brilliant start from Alexei Nesov. Gotta say, are they going to really attack later on in this race? Team 75 by SimRC as well, directly behind in that podium battle. But look at this little train that is coming in behind. Core Sim Racing right on the rear end. BS Competition fighting for that championship. Can they do it, Arjuna? Can they battle for the championship? Even though this BMW does not seem particularly fast around this racetrack, our BS Competition still going to head their way into championship contention with just 2 rounds to go after this. Behind that, Triton, another BMW that's actually doing quite well, to be honest. I haven't really spoken too much about Triton Racing and Dominic Blyer. Williams Esports Chill Blast and the 2 PGZ cars. I really struggle with saying it. But either way, the assistants leading the motorsport car, and then Logitech Gialtas rounding out the... just on the outside, rather, of the top 10. Or at least they've just been passed, rather. That would make a lot more sense if I'd read that. T3 Motorsports just up then into 10th place.
And that's the top 10. Remember, points scored all the way down to 15th position. So it would be Altus, Pure Sims, SRC, Movano, Impulse, and Valkyrie all getting some points on the board. And again, what a disappointing start for the Valkyrie Esports team after winning last time out and really making a statement with that victory. Unable to really convert this time around. Do remember as well, we mentioned that we haven't really talked about Triton Racing. They won here at Spa in the inaugural SEO Endurance Series. That was back in 2017-2018 as Bila Racing Team Euronics are down onto the pit lane.
That's a heart attack.
Yeah, me too. Sven Haase will jump out of that car. In will jump Hendrik Kroos. But Triton Racing won in a Ferrari. What can they do in the BMW? More than 5 years on from that. That's the update in the GT cars. Let's quickly run you through the prototypes as well. Redline after victory last time in the Styrian Mountains. Lead here in the Ardennes, but it's not been easy. They qualified down in 4th position and have worked their way to the front by a mixture of racecraft as well as strategy, but they are only about 14.5 seconds in front of Arthur LeHook, who is on a new set of tires as compared to the triple stinting Dominic Hoffman, but he's really closed that gap in 1 second quicker last time by the line, and bit by bit that gap now is under 15 seconds. We are watching the battle between Urano and T3 in our RaceSpot fan immersion. That's opened up very slightly, now about 2 seconds between Urano in the 90 and the 78 T3 Motorsports by Maniti purple car. Both again are on a triple stint of the tires, but as the sun continues to set for the likes of Marcus Solholm, who's taken over in the Tronsascola in number 57, when will they start triple stinting? You'd have to assume that would likely come now. Finally, a bit of luck is going the way of Delta Sport. 3 races this season, and well, they've had contact in every single one of them. Their best finish has been 18th position, no points scored. They are at least running up in 16th. Impulse were up there in the mix as well, but they've had an issue, and I think that might be a technical failure. Wheels are pointed to the left. Timo Hayden not rolling on track. He's trying to do the old turn it off and turn it on by plugging the wheel out, unplugging it and replugging it. I don't think he finally managed to get it going, but he's dropped down to 13th position. We'll work our way through the field very quickly, though. There is the Orion race team and the number 15. Then you got Pure Sims right behind them. Bit of a fight for what is now 7th. Virtual Drivers by LDLC. They're up in, well, 9th would be their best finish if they can hold on and get a couple positions more. Of course, Ilka Happel are great in qualifying, but he's down in 10th. Simsa Esports and Gustas Grimbergus +7 so far today. Some big movers in this prototype field. The private label Team Hype, they're up in 12th with the best of the SRC Movano cars only in 13th. What a disappointing day it's been for them. Spa has not been kind to the yellow and black. Timo Hayden has lost about 35 seconds, but he is rolling once more, indication of just how significant the issue was for him. Then you got Yassi Richard Mille, more bad luck for them, adding to what we saw early in the season. And you got the final couple of runners, Yassi Pirelli, Satellite Racing, and Alex Ellis, of course, as well as Tommaso Carla, championship leader and the defending champions. Contact made with Yassi Pirelli, working their way through lap traffic. 13 minutes almost of repairs for them. They are back out on track and rolling, recovering what they can in this race. Pit stops are underway, so that was a nicely timed update there. As you see, Pure Sims, Delta Sport, the virtual drivers, Simsa, and the private label Team Hype all down on the lane. A couple of replays to turn our eyes towards. Of course, we want to pick up what happened with Timo Hayden, because do believe it was a technical issue. Might also have been something that happened for Diogo Salipa, I think, potentially in the Maniti racing car. So let's quickly go and watch this. And Lorenzo, let's start with what happens to Maniti.
And let's see as he comes, I think looks like to be Stavel. At the end of Stavel going to Paul Fred, looks like the car just loses itself on terms of grip. Right outside the corner.
Right on board with the Lamborghini, and again, just snapping very early through the corner. Lucky not to hit the wall, and then good to get on the brakes and make sure he doesn't roll back into oncoming traffic, and has to get himself turned around and rolling. Watch on board with Timo Hayden. That car is stuck in 6th gear, so definite indication that there was a wheel failure. And then,
that explains why he pulled off the track, right?
Yeah, and that's a good place to do it, right? He doesn't go into the gravel. You can see he's trying to get it into gear. This is where he'll be frantically searching for the USB cord, pull it out, put it back in. There you can see the wheels have locked in position. That's the indication that he has gotten the wheel off. Waiting for it to come back into life, blink back into existence. And it took a while, but there he is.
Managed to pull a Pagano successfully right there.
No, didn't Pagano did a complete swap of the rig, didn't he?
Pagano threw one rig out of the way and dropped another one in.
No, you know what I mean.
That's the way of putting what we saw there. It's calmed down. It has calmed down, and I know, having said that, I am going to kick things off once more. We like drama. Are we really going to complain about more drama?
No, absolutely not. We've got Williams Esports, by the way, in the pit lane, pitting one lap before red line. Now this is on strategy for them. As far as I'm aware, they were going for 20 lap stints. Red line were able to stretch it an extra lap. I think they might even, because this is that. Remember, this is red line's 3rd stint on these tyres. So Williams were able to close that gap down, but only to around about 10 seconds, which is 10 seconds shy of it being worthwhile, if you ask me. But we'll have to wait and see in not one, but genuinely in another 3 stints time, we'll see where that battle is between them. But you want to limit your time in pit lane, far more so than most other tracks. Thankfully, we're not running the endurance pits, though, because that would be hilarious.
Well, and it's funny you mention it. I did ask Race Control what was the reasoning behind not running the endurance pit layout, and one of the reasons stated was that it would make the drive-through penalty time, you know,
way too harsh.
Yeah, and way too off sequence with the rest of the season as well.
Yeah.
And also, if there's one more thing to note, when I did test drives at the endurance layout, the pit limiter was actually 60 instead of 80 kilometers per hour.
Yeah.
So that is a big difference as well.
That's to make sure you don't
tight corner,
so you don't die in the hairpin.
Yeah.
You can do that in 80 kilometers per hour. Everything's just fine.
Not in a prototype.
grinding the wall, fair enough. It's not, going full Gran Turismo on the case just before GT7 comes out. You got to be grinding that wall, son, just like you're doing oval racing. Like I say, for me, I'm okay with the idea of not running the endurance pit. I like it. I like the endurance pit, but from a race control standpoint, particularly with a drive, it's a really, really good point, because then essentially, the penalty must be consistent. I.e., if contact between two cars is a drive-through Red Bull Ring, it's a drive-through here. It doesn't matter, like the track doesn't make a difference. It's a drive-through, but they've seen it and been like, right, a drive-through that will cost you 80 seconds is way too harsh. Let's not, try and eliminate the race straight away and try and find another way around it. I think this is the right call, at least for me, but it is always hilarious seeing some people going through the pit lane and trying to save that extra little bit of fuel. Have seen this before. Where they try and save that extra little bit of fuel. And what do they do?
Speeding penalty.
They clutch in going downhill when the speed limiter is based on the engine. It's like, really not a wise call.
Yeah, no, I've seen that before. Bit of a swap around, by the way, in your GT class with the pit cycle. BS Competition has emerged in front of Bram Van Putten and Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC. Now it is in the top 3, Lamborghini, Porsche, and BMW. Even though the BMW is a bit down here in this race, Lorenzo, it is fair to point out that it was always at a bit of an advantage at the Red Bull Ring, given that we were up at elevation, given that it's a turbo-powered car, and iRacing does a good job of modeling that boost in engine performance that we see there. You're never going to have a car that's always the strongest. That's why it's called balance of performance. It's about trying to make sure they're somewhat equal over the course of the year. And the fact that we got 3 different manufacturers in the top 3, yes, the BMW may not be the strongest, but at least it's still in the fight.
Yeah, it's still in the fight, and also, to be very honest, within relative pace of the other guys. But then again, like I said at the beginning of the broadcast, they were top of the standing zone practice at one point. So it does show that the BS setup, or like some people say, the dock of the the BS car is very well trimmed for this race. And we know Ryan Vasilios and the boys at VS, they know what they're doing. That car, they're specialists with the BMW. So it's going to be an interesting approach for this race. I don't know if that's going to remain towards the latter portion of the race, though, but the job they've been doing on this first half is phenomenal. But then again, I cannot give too much compliments, because you know what happens whenever I do that.
Yeah.
Someone goes over a landmine.
Yeah,
last time.
I really don't want to be on the bad side of Florian Hasper.
Yeah, I've not seen a landmine for years, and yet one commentary stint with you, Lorenzo, and boom.
Well, I regret to inform fans of Valkyrie Esports that the day has somehow managed to go even more pear-shaped. I do believe Simeon Lynch had to tow back to pit lane. Let's see if we can grab a replay. Coming through Blanchimont, things look okay, at least for the time being. What's going to happen, though, in towards the bus stop chicane, tucked up behind Maniti. Altus coming in from another continent.
That's a penalty, if ever I've seen one. That was a pretty easy one to pick apart.
Let's try and jump on board with Altus, and yeah, that's just missing the braking zone. And it's not even like that was from one of the drivers down under. That is one of their new recruits, Alex Ardesana, who has absolutely butchered the braking point, just trying to go as deep as he can. And I think the reason that Simeon Lynch has to tow there is the rear suspension is likely just gone. And, well, he was placed on the track in such a way that he was never going to be able to get it onto pit road.
It's rough. If I were in the Logitech GT3 sports car, if you're going to miss the braking point by that much, which happens, you've got quite a lot of road on the left. And yes, it's off the racing track. I get that. You're going to get a 1x road, but that's always the better call, is to go to the left rather than diving down the inside, because you're just going to destroy at least one person's, maybe two persons race. Simeon Lynch, by the way, bias mode activate, did really well in the VCO ERWC on the final day, at least. Legendary. sim racing team Rocket Sim Sports, no affiliation from me. Nope, none at all. Not even a little bit. But obviously,
are you really going to call them legendary when they haven't even existed for 3 years now?
Yeah, true.
They've barely existed for 12 months. Yeah, no, you're absolutely
there
right.
you go. I mean, bias. The bias
Yeah,
in this commentary
absolute
booth.
severe bias. But you know, it's Jensen Button's team. It's Chris Bunkin's team. It's Jensen Button's team. But you know, it's fine. It works.
Well, I can tell you, Simeon Lynch is frustrated with capital FR, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, I think that puts it mildly, and I don't blame him. I'm also just watching in the paddock, getting word that some of the GT cars not appreciative of Tommaso Carlo's aggressive diving.
I did see.
Yeah, with
yes.
Being 6 laps down, maybe the frustrations of being taken out in the way that they were boiling over now.
It's kind of, I can see it from both sides, right? I don't know, about you guys. I can understand the frustration because, let's say, with that incident, if there is one person who certainly was not at fault, it is Tommaso Carlo, right? There was no fault on Carlo's part coming through there. Was trying to keep her out of the way. Was all the way over to the left and still got hit off. Whether you can just put her down to the bit of air between them, or let's be honest, the realistic thing, which was regardless of that, there was going to be contact anyway because the Yaz Heat Pirelli car was coming straight over. I understand the frustration. That does not mean though that you can kind of take that frustration out on everyone else, and I think that's just where it is of like, we've now lost 6 laps. How do I get those back? It's like, you're not getting 6 laps back in a race like this.
No.
Just not happening.
And even if, we had IMSA WeatherTech sports car, safety car rules, you're still not getting those 6 laps back. It would take 6 safety cars, basically, to get those laps back.
It's just going to take too long, yeah. Well, let's be fair, 6 safety cars around Spa, I mean, I can see it.
Don't you put that on us.
Yeah, Lewis, you just have to be thankful there's no rain here.
Oh, speaking of which, we're not far away from the prospect of actually having rain. Can you imagine the first time through traffic with rain?
I've always said before, they need to. I was hoping, obviously, there was the people joking about it happening at Daytona, but without telling anyone, just switch it on in a random race and just see what happens. Just see what happens. Just see if anyone can adapt to it. Random race, just an official race. Just
you know that Bill Hader SNL meme of chaos?
Yeah.
That's Lewis right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see it. I'm not going to go, full let's stick sprinklers on the track and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
You're not Bernie Eccleston, is what
no,
you're
I'm not Bernie Eccleston, but I still, I love a little bit of little bit of drama.
Although you say that, I mean that might actually make Formula One races at Paul Ricard interesting.
It might do, but what it would more likely do is red flag the race because we know that if there's any water on the race circuit, then they can't race because they haven't apparently got the tyres for them, despite having. Well, yeah, we're getting off topic again.
Yeah, no, we're going to start talking about the race at Spa, the quote unquote race at Spa.
Lorenzo, help!
You called me. All I can say is, Paul Ricard F1 is hideous. Don't ever race at that track. I understand the purposes of the track. Bernie owns that track as well. Great for testing, not good for racing. Please go back to Magny Cool. My Cool or whatever you want to say.
Because that would produce bad racing as well.
I love.
But I prefer Magny Cool. I prefer Magny Cool than watch a Paul Ricard. It's less. I really want to say the word, but if I say it, I would be too toxic. So you prefer to watch Dijon Prenois if it, I don't know, is it in France or a Magny Cool?
What about Poe?
I thought about that. I thought about that. No.
Look, the thing with Paul Ricard is there's one really easy way to fix the racing. It's still what they do in GTs.
Get rid of the chicane. Yeah.
Remove the chicane. Bang straight down into a fast right-hander. It's not going to fix the racing around there, and it's not going to make it an objectively good track, but it will assist. But
can you imagine?
We love a chicane.
Yeah, can you imagine the entry speed though into what's Signes
yeah,
or Signes?
Oh, I don't know, mate. I don't speak French, but turn 9, 8,
you're in the UK. You must have been forced to learn French at one point or another.
I got out of that by learning Spanish, and by learning Spanish, I mean I did it for 1 year and do not remember any of it.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That's
Orale.
just how it goes.
Oh, Mivano having to be careful, and Altus having to be even more careful.
See, that's one thing that I never really understand with some prototypes, is why you would pick a corner like that to go around the outside of a GT, because you have so much more grip than the GT. The GT's going in one direction, that is understeering straight over to the exit of the corner, because that's their racing line, and you're now taking that away from them. It's fair enough, do as you wish, but you're going to get spun off and be involved in an enormous crash. As speaking of which, the 143 Logitech Altus, after missing quite a large braking point, obviously has a stop and go penalty, which was predictable.
That says stop and hold. Now, how long is that stop and hold for? That's
10 seconds.
Okay, so it is, and I love the description in the incident report filed by Valkyrie. Didn't brake and broke our car.
Yeah.
Like, to the point, and you can tell the frustration with that.
This is where I'm the one that's not allowed to report other people within our team, because I enter full on 110% sarcasm mode.
Okay.
No, it's not. I don't get too. I do get a bit angry, but it's almost just like, oh, he forgot completely where the corner was.
Yeah. No. On another point, I'm actually. Can I be very candid with you guys?
Oh dear.
Okay, here we go. I'm scared.
Scared of what?
Because I sent the question to Valkyrie after they got the really good round of Red Bull Ring. They're dead.
Oh, you cursed them. You cursed them.
So that's the thing. I killed people with Morris kind of indirectly. Now I'm scared it might happen to Williams.
Oh boy.
Who else could be cursed on this grid? You want to try it out with someone?
Seb Hawkins is never going to respond to a message
He's
from
never
Lorenzo.
going to respond to Discord anymore.
Never going to respond. But by the way, we were focusing on GT for a little bit because we focused on prototype so much at the start. I can tell you that Williams is back in the lead through this cycle of pit stops by virtue of Paddy Wolf jumping back behind the wheel of the Team Redline machine. He is now about 8 seconds down the road. The lap times are in favor of Williams Esports, not by much, but ever so slightly. Through the traffic, I think it's helping as well. Paddy Wolf, last time with that victory, has now tied Gianni Vecchio as the most winningest driver in SCO history.
Absolutely hate that word.
What would you prefer here, Lewis?
Has the most wins, because winningest just is not a word. I know it is a word, but it's just not a word.
It is a word.
It's ugly. It's ugly.
Such a horrible word.
Now that I know you don't like it, I'm going to make sure.
Yeah, I know it's going to be used a lot. That's fine. Yeah, no, it is what it is. You wouldn't say he's the podiumist driver.
No, you wouldn't. That's for sure.
It's just a stupid thing to say.
No, I agree.
But one thing I will say, by the way, about those top two, remember as well that yes, of course, Paddy Wolf took over, but it is the tyres. Remember that the Red Line car started this race with a triple stint on those tyres. Williams Esports doing doubles, so Williams Esports are on the second stint of those tyres. Arthur LaHook behind the wheel. Once this stint finishes, I'm going to assume that Arthur LaHook is going to get out of the car, but that is an assumption rather than anything else. And then it will be another double stint.
I think you're triple now.
You think you're triple?
I think he has to. Let's take a look at the conditions.
I think he needs to.
Yeah, it's dipped below 30 degrees. We're almost at 630. I think if you don't triple, you are really making life easy for Redline. Because that's, what, 20-odd seconds per tire change added to the pit stop?
Yep.
Yeah, I think you can't. I think you have to triple now.
Yeah.
I always hate having to change strategy mid-race, but this is why these guys are very, very good.
And that's why they have strategists behind the scenes. We always talk about the growing nature of sim racing. It's not just the drivers, it's those that support behind, and I think we might see a bit of an example of that as once more Pearsons and T3. They were bump drafting, I'm almost 100% sure, the last time we looked at them.
Most likely try to cut off as much time as they can possibly cut, and even then, like I said, bump drafting and then LMP is not surprising. Seeing bump drafting in GT is not surprising as long as you're not Lando Norris and Max Verstappen.
There we go.
There you go.
That's a good view of the rear end of a Dallara.
That was a hard hit as well. Christ.
Yeah, and again, even though these prototypes are tanks, is it
Yeah.
worth the risk of damaging that front splitter? Because you need front downforce at a place like this.
And the rear diffuser as well on the car
yeah.
ahead.
Well,
you know, these kind of things.
You don't care about the rear diffuser of the car in front. Let's be honest, Lewis.
That's fair enough, but you know you've got it's all reciprocation, isn't it? You know, if you're pushing them, you kind of want them to push you, but you know, if you're going to start smashing their rear end, they're going to start smashing yours. So it's all swings and roundabouts, mate.
Plus, if you give anybody some damage, how much optional repair is going to be? 0.1 seconds? Oh my god, 0.1 seconds. That is going to make a lifetime difference in the race.
The sarcasm is just dripping from Lorenzo.
I think I can understand bump drafting a bit more in the prototypes because, as we were discussing at Daytona, is that the front and rear of the prototype is fairly flat. It's fairly straight from left to right, a little bit wobbly, but it's fairly rectangular if you look at the profile of the car from up top. When you start getting into some of the GTs, that's where things become a bit more tricky. For example, the rear end of the Lambo is quite straight, front end less so. Rear end of the Porsche, no, not really. And those kind of things, they do make a difference. Not a major difference, because as long as you're doing it right, it's fine. But those kind of things, they do make a slight difference. And if you hit it at a slight angle, you can pitch the car and cause a monumental crash.
What's the longest stint that you've ever done in an endurance race, Lorenzo? At one
5
time.
hour? At one time, 5 hours straight at Le Mans.
Le Mans not the worst because there's a lot of time to relax. What about you, Lewis?
4.
For where?
And it was here.
Oh, at Spa?
It was here in the wet as well, and it sucked so bad.
I can imagine.
It was right in the middle of the night. My two teammates, one of them was English, one of them was Dutch, and I was the one that was the night boy. So I went from 2 to 6 o'clock in the morning racing an LMP1 around here in the pouring rain in a 24-hour race. It was horrible.
Yeah. I think I know what 24-hour race you're talking about,
Yep.
Lewis.
Well,
I think you do.
And the other thing is rain requires a lot more concentration to, avoid making any mistakes, finding your way through. Now, if I told you that you were going to do a 10-hour stint at Daytona.
10 hour and a quarter.
Was it 10 and a quarter?
It was 10 and a quarter.
Oh.
10 and a quarter. It was supposed to be 12 hours.
Of course, we are talking about the man we're watching on board with right
Go
now.
Van Keeney.
Go Van Keeney, who 10 and a quarter hours is a pretty Herculean feat. And it's not like he was running at the back of the field.
No.
He was fighting for class honors.
It was leading.
Yeah. And was one of the fastest there, like throughout the entire. He did drop it himself though, but
That's true.
After getting straight back in the car, which is just rough. But I think it's got to be said with Go Van Keeney is that, let's be honest, from a lot of the sim race side of things, doesn't really earn too much respect, shall we say. Is a known quantity in the sim racing world from a lot of the drivers. They know what they're getting when they go toe-to-toe with Go Van Keeney. But I think a lot of people did look at that and go, do you know what, I do respect that. Because that is, to be honest, quite frankly, that's ridiculous.
It is. No, it is. I mean, it was insane. And I think Daytona is underappreciated at times for its technicality. I'm not saying it's a Nordschleife. I'm not saying it's
Second best track in the world.
the best track in the world. Second best is, of course,
No,
Road Atlanta.
Daytona's not the best track.
No. I'm saying the Nordschleife is.
Yeah, is it?
Don't worry. Nordschleife,
Is it?
Road Atlanta, and then you can have Bathurst.
Yeah.
Lorenzo?
Well, okay, no, as Go Van Keeney's going to pull out and get past Triton in that BMW, I think. He's got the line and slots in front as Movano comes down the inside. The point that I want to make is that it is more technical than people give it credit for. Even the infield, which is, 3 hairpins and a couple of kinks, to be fast at Daytona requires precision. And to be precise for 10 hours with prototypes coming through and, scaring you into just scaring you every single lap, basically, it's not an easy thing. It is not an easy thing. And it really is something where Le Mans, we say 5 hours at Le Mans is fairly easy, right? And I'd agree. Le Mans is not the hardest track to do long stints at. I don't think Daytona is that easy.
I think here's the thing. I can say when I did the 24, my max length was 3. I did 5 stints. Yeah, I did 5 stints. So it's right about 3 hours and 30 minutes in the prototype sorts. With the DD wheel that I never used before. Oh, go ahead.
What has happened to the core sim racing 132? Because I've just had a look at pit lane, and it is a sorry sight. I mean, it is.
Race Control mentioned it.
Yeah, let's go take a look at the replay. So out of La Source, looks okay. Oh, it's going to be an incident with lap traffic, isn't it? It is going to be an incident with Simsa Esports. Come on!
Come on, dude!
Oh!
That is unacceptable. I am starting to get quite frustrated with some of these prototypes in Eau Rouge.
Oh my god!
That is unacceptable.
I will say that core rejoining that, like that's a rejoin where it's just kind of like he has absolutely no control there. That is pretty foul.
And flashing the light, I don't understand. Yeah, okay. If there's an unsafe rejoin that you can't blame the driver for, it's that
that's
one.
not. Yeah.
That is again unacceptable.
It's shocking. Yeah, that's pretty foul. Like I say, that's one where I suspect it's going to be a somewhat harsh penalty going the way of Gustus Grimbergus. Like I say, it's down to the prototypes to lap safely. Now, we did see the incident with the Yazheat Richard Mille car, which you can say, yes, there was air between them, fair enough, but also it was a little bit too much risky. But the thing is, he's at the point when the Yazheat did it and going around the outside, in reality, in truth, that was Josh Ladd taking the major risk there and was the one that paid the price for taking that risk. In that scenario, Gustus Grimbergus is not actually taking much of a risk, because if there's one car that's going to go off, it's always going to be the outside car, which is essentially saying, in classic Senna terms, I'm going for the apex, and it's up to you whether we have a crash or not, which, when it comes to prototype versus GT, is simply unacceptable.
You know what's more appalling to me? I know Gus is a great guy, great attitude and all, but you're a real life driver. You're driving an ELMS, a prototype, specifically prototypes. You're not battling for position or anything. The time loss is gonna be, you're gonna lose a second. What is a second? Nothing. You can gain back that on the last lap. Third, and this is what I, as a prototype driver, I don't use. I hate it when other people use it. Just because you're blinking the headlights, it's not the signal of get out of my way.
Yeah.
This triggers me so badly that it's like I'm shocked. He never had the corner in the first place.
He's not even close. He's in a different postcode. I mean, let's jump on board with him and just watch here. I'm with you. I'm shocked that someone who's got the real world experience would put himself in that situation, because I'm lost.
Like even on board, right? Running out of the source, you can kind of get the vibe when riding on board, running down the hill. You can kind of get the feeling, right? I'm probably not going to catch that Porsche until the apex. So what we're going to do is we're going to back off. We're going to save a little bit of fuel, nice little itty bit of fuel, and carry the speed up over the top rather than dealing with it last minute. It was such an entitled run to the inside of the corner, being like, basically, I've got the apex. If I was a GT, I would expect to see those kind of things if I was taking part in just a regular official race, right? Because you know how, especially prototype drivers are in the standard official races here on iRacing. Sometimes they can be pretty entitled, not all of them, but some of them can just be like that and create scenarios in that sense. You kind of expect to see it in a league, in a series like this. nah, we're better than that.
Yeah, I mean, that should be the expectation, right? This is meant to be, if not the top, but one of the top endurance series in iRacing, and maybe across of sim racing as well. That is not great. And to confirm, Alan Terzic, I've seen a question in the chat, is there live streaming? Yes, there is.
Alan.
We will definitely, I have no doubt, there will be a penalty coming down for that one. I'll repeat my words. Unacceptable. There is...
Yeah.
That is the type of penalty where, or the incident where, and again, I not trying to put words into the mouth of race control here, but you look at that and you maybe have to step back and think, are we being harsh enough with some of these moves that people aren't getting discouraged from being absolutely insane? Because it's not like, of course, what you have in the real world, where either the fear of God is placed in... You would never do that in the real world, Lewis, because Eau Rouge is such a high commitment, high speed corner. You know if things go wrong, you might be in serious trouble. Yeah,
and that's the thing with sim racing. It's one of the beautiful things of sim racing is that you can have the biggest crash you've ever seen, and the most injury you might have is you might have lost a little bit of skin from your hands, or, to be honest, at worst, the wheels ripped out of your hand. It genuinely might hurt a thumb even more. So that's as bad as it's going to get. You're still going to be alive, etc., etc. Those kind of things, though, those kind of crashes, they do cause very, very serious issues in real life. And it's kind of like you say, it asks the question to race control. And again, I do not want to be putting words in their mouth and etc. So it's obviously they know what they're doing. But it's at times like that where you look at instances like that, maybe this is a bit harsh, but you'd almost be in a sense of either final warning, i.e. here's a big penalty, and that is your last warning. The next even little instant you're out, or just a straight up park and go.
Yeah. No, I
agree.
We're not trying to. We're not trying to put the words into race control, and they've got the toughest job out of us all. We get to just talk. We get to talk smack. We get to talk fun. They're the ones which have to deal with abuse from drivers and have to ultimately dictate the standards of the series, so they definitely do not have it easy. And poor core sim racing, I mean, 2 cars inside the top 4, they locked out row 2 on this grid. That 132, to quote Marius Gollenbeck, they've just been a magnet today. 5 different incidents that have been protested, let alone incidents. Those are just the ones, Lorenzo, that have been reported to race control today.
And I'm not even surprised with those 5, to be very honest with you.
I will say I do like the protest, which is just, I don't even really need to say anything here.
Wait, is that actually what got put down?
It's how it starts. It does go into a little bit of detail, but the first sentence is I don't really need to say anything here. And to be fair, I completely agree. As long as the time code's right, you send that in and just be like, look, we can see what happens here. Because basically what that is them saying is that was so stupid that words don't even need to describe it.
Words cannot describe it as well. I mean, it's
and you know what's going, just wrap it up on my part. And you know what's worse is that I can see other LMPs doing the same behavior, not doing that thing that Simpson did, but basically overtaking GTs as they go into the corner, like at the very entry of the corner, which is for me is very dangerous as well.
Stop and hold.
Is it a stop and hold?
What it says.
We'll get confirmation as to how long the stop and hold is, but yes, it is stop and hold. And it wasn't just for them, there was a drive-through for the 13, so like we said, race control is on the issue. 20-second stop and hold is the word, so the longest stop and hold that we have seen so far today. At least, though, let's focus a bit more as to what's happening out on track as we jump on board with the number 78 machine tucked up behind a side-by-side battle down in towards Lecombe. Pure Sims will get through. Delta Sport might concede one more as well. There goes the 78 getting up into 7th position. When it rains, it pours. Delta Sport down 1, Delta Sport down 2. Though it should be noted, I do believe Delta Sport is on slightly more worn rubber. They're on at least the 2nd stint on the tires. The 78 has just done a driver change and taken fresh rubber, but Daniel Croft doing decently on his own double stint so far. Lots of...
This is,
Go ahead.
this is where things get a bit tricky, by the way, going through traffic with, or going through battling with other people, is you don't actually know where the other guy's tyres are. You just know that they're on the track with you, and if you've got tyres, like fresh tyres on, brand new for this stint, you don't know if this person that you're battling with is on third stint, second stint, or brand new tyres as well. And that honestly does make a difference on how you fight people.
And this is where, again, the extra resources starts to come into play. Having people that can give you the update as to the strategy, or if you're skilled at multitasking, which, let's be honest, most people are not, being able to follow the strategy with the various tools that people have. Looks as though the 25, by the way, has come down to pit lane. That was Fraser Williamson handing that SRC Movano car over to the number 25. And I saw a comment about the Delta Sport. All I said is he lost 2 positions. I don't know. I didn't make it sound like it was the end of the world. He just lost 2 positions. I'd even mention
You did jinx them.
That's Lorenzo.
Yeah, but you also were saying they were doing really well earlier. Now they've dropped 2 positions. They're not out of the race.
They're not out of the race. You're right. I was saying, but again,
it wasn't a full end.
Best finish this season. 18th spot.
Look, they're running inside the top 10.
What about me cursing people or killing people with words now?
Who do you want to curse next?
We could try it out, see if it actually exists.
Oh, it exists. Oh, it is.
Yeah, no.
Scientific
we don't
facts.
actually need to. we've seen enough. Again, I still don't believe in the commentators. Guys only believe in bad driving. You know me. I will say though, Delta Sport running inside the top 10. Obviously, we are still very early days in this race. Realistically, I say early days. We've completed nearly 3 hours of the running here at Spa. They're in a good spot. They can't lose sight of that. It's about not kind of letting it get to you, not sort of thinking about how it's going to be post-race. It's just about doing the race that is ahead of you and just focusing on your own strategy. If you come out with it with a top 10, come out with it with a top 10. Come out with it with 15th, so be it. Just roll with it.
Couple of good fights in prototype still going on. Pure Sims, of course, now in the top 5 and starting to pull away bit by bit from the T3 number 78. Still plenty of intrigue in the GT3. And at one point, Lorenzo, I did wonder for Sven Haase, was it just going to be him that had the pace, or would his teammates be able to match the performance and extend the advantage? Well, we've had the answer. Hendrik Cruz, 15 seconds clear of Nicholas Laubisch.
Yeah, which is insane to think about, putting the same pace as Sven been putting the entire race, and the gap just widens. And I'm not going to say this is a dismerit to Laubisch and Nesov. They're putting really good laps, nearly with the trying to be on the same pace as the Lamborghini, but something is just clicking on the side of Bila Racing Aeronix. But then again, I'm just going to refrain from myself because I really want to be on the bad side of Frank Bila as well.
How many people can Lorenzo get on the bad side of in one broadcast? Let's find out.
I did like how swift that was moving to. They're doing really, they're doing really average. They're doing all right.
They're doing okay, but let's keep it at that.
They are being chased down by the BS competition car and the Team 75 car. It's only now 4 and a bit seconds. At one point, that was a 7-8 second gap between second and third. Not sure if Laubisch's pace is fine. I just wonder if maybe some bad luck with traffic, some other factors coming into play there. Of course, Sim Racing in 5th. They're about 5 seconds back from this grouping, battling for the final step of the podium. Govan Keeney holding off Daniel Pastor in the Williams Esports. Oh, Chill Blast, not Chili Blast. It always amuses me when we have Radio Show Limited doing some of the commentary for the races, Lewis, and
They say Chili Blast.
he says, John Hindhaugh says Chili Blast every time.
I mean, Chili Blast sounds actually, on a nice hot summer's day like what we would have here at Spa. A Chili Blast sounds great.
Sounds like a nice IPA or something, I don't know.
Yeah. However, definitely Chill Blast. But let's be honest, I wouldn't exactly rip into Heineken about that because the amount of this stuff that I get wrong with other teams.
Yeah, oh no.
Fair enough. Yeah, roll with it. Don't read out their sponsors, just the team name. It's fine.
You were saying Transskolen at one point today, don't? So yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's Transos. Don't worry, I called it Transkolen for a while until David Haynes pointed out live on air that I was missing like 3 entire syllables. Oh, words. Letters.
What was it that you were calling Kubrzezinski?
Oh, let's not.
Yeah, there you go. There we go.
To be fair, that's the first time I've ever had to commentate on him.
Yeah, sorry, mate. I mean, I don't even know who this other guy is in the commentary booth who does.
Who?
Lorenzo, obviously.
Oh, okay. The man.
Wait, but hold up. I did have to say Kuba Brzezinski multiple times when I was commentating on that other sim. So I do know his name.
Were you in that race, the 24 hours of Spa that I was talking about earlier, that I was alluding to? Because I know TDR did have a car in that season, but I don't know if it was in that round.
Yeah, we did have a GT.
Oh, yeah, it was a Ferrari, wasn't it?
Yeah.
How many people did Lorenzo murder in that race?
I don't know, but I crashed so hard at one point that I broke the server.
Oh, nicely done, Lewis.
I thought I was going to be out of the race, but I crashed so hard that a red flag came out.
Wow.
And we were just like, keep quiet, don't say anything.
Yeah, it's like the race was kind of funny. I think I drove 2 stints and I didn't kill anybody, most impressively. But I wasn't the fastest because we didn't have a proper setup.
Nice. I did tell you the story at Silverstone. You know Ed Trevelyan-Johnson?
Yes.
Oh.
So he had his full name, or rather missing one of the middle names. By the way, he is my team boss now, so this is funny. At Silverstone,
don't get in trouble with him.
His full name. Oh, he already knows about this.
Okay.
His full name in our faculty, I'm going with it, but rolling with it. It was Edmund Trevelyan Johnson, but it was too long, so it was Edmund Trevelyan Johnson. It missed the last letter, which I thought was a bit pretentious. And so, whilst lapping at Silverstone, purely based on the fact that he had a really, really long name, I thought it was a good idea to dive it down the inside into Cops, like right on the apex. I went full Gusta Scrimbergus on this poor lad.
Oh, wow.
And I every time I came around to lap him, I made it as awkward as is humanly possible. He is my team boss now, though, so that's fine, right?
Yeah. No wonder he doesn't like you.
Yeah, I know.
It's
bad, isn't it?
Couple of replays. Let's start with something that happened to the Impulse Racing. That's banging doors with private label Team Hype and
oof.
Oh. Now,
okay, that was bad.
Yeah, that was bad, and I like that it's Phil Kraus because I'm able to dig into Phil. He's not making life easy for the Impulse car there. He could have swung out wide, given a bit more space.
I love Phil, but that is bad.
Yeah, that second angle was pretty bad. We'll jump on board and get one final look. Look-see-loo here.
I'm like, contact on a straight is pretty bad, but this is 2 people kind of just misjudging it. From his angle, it actually doesn't look as bad.
Yes,
but it's pretty bad.
Can you remind them this is not Indy cars at the Spa?
I thought you were going to say yeah, never mind. I won't get into that.
No. I really don't want to get into Spa because that was a bad race for me being ranked out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Believe that the pit cycle is open for your prototype contenders. We're watching the Williams Esports GT machine, but the prototype is into the lane, hopefully with no drama this time around. Question really is, will it be a triple stint on the tires? Arthur LeHook is still in the car, not up on the jack, so indication would be he'll be rolling in a couple of seconds' time. He's up on the jacks. He's not only going for a double stint.
Double.
He's staying in the car again.
Oof.
Hashtag commitment.
Long start to the day. Fair enough. Respect that. Definitely going for. By the time he jumps out of the car, it'll be around about 4 hours.
Well,
I guess fair enough.
I think you have to be tripling at this point in the race now.
But yeah, it's the doubles. The doubles. I'm not so sure if I were them, but like I say, sometimes rather than trying to react to everyone else, run your own strategy. Commit to what you're doing and focus inwards on yourself as a team. That's what they're doing right now. They're not necessarily worrying about what Redline's doing, not worrying about Urano or T3, whatever. They don't care. Just run your own strategy.
Yeah. Well, he's out of pit lane. Still in third. That's the gulf that these two at the front have managed to build on the rest of the field. And while we take a look at the pit stop cycle underway, I think we're going to take a look at a couple of replays here that involve the P1 Esports Ferrari. It's had a couple of moments. Now, I don't know how big these moments are, if it involves some more prototype traffic, as Redline will come down and pit. Paddy Wolf will just take fuel on board his P217 before rolling back out onto the track. So here is the 111. What happens here for Mads Johansson? Oh, loops it by himself on the entry to the corner. Sends someone scampering for the hills. Might have been the Movano car. And then manages to lose it again, trying to get back up to speed. Then he has a second moment. So clearly this car is just not handling very well now. The Ferrari has always been a interesting car to drive. And oh, we've seen that before. Deja vu and boom indeed.
Yeah, that I've seen that before from two different Ferraris. Well, this one and another one. We've not been going for too long, so clearly there's a bit of instability, shall we say, in the Ferrari setup. But that is suboptimal.
Good use of the word suboptimal. Gap, by the way, for the lead is now 14 seconds. Of course, it was a 24-second delta in the pit stop time itself, so these two different strategies will converge at some point in the race. That's the word I was looking for. It will be David Haynes, Lorenzo Bonder, and Will Chadwick to see exactly how this race is going to end. I tell you what, let's see if we can get an Apple update. It is not Fabio Basucci has taken over from Gael Valero. Here is our Apple update. Oh, that apple is being eaten. That apple is getting worked on right now.
I wonder if Gael knows he's on the broadcast now, and he's gonna actually just reach into the apple, grab that apple. Come on, Gael, you know you want to do it. You want to do it. You can do it, Gael.
Can't request the poor lads.
He's on Pablo's Discord. Therefore, they probably know they're watching the broadcast. So come on, Gael, do it.
Come on, we'll stick on him until we get.
This is incredible scenes.
And the thing that I find interesting here is he's got the triple monitor with the extra one for information, but he's not sitting in the rig. He is sitting at his desk.
Has a separate computer for...
Yeah,
well, why not?
Or maybe it's one computer with just... no, it's got to be a separate one because modern NVIDIA graphics cards only allow you 4 outputs.
Yeah, there's a non-screen at the top.
Come on, Gael.
You're
watching the broadcast. You're watching the broadcast.
We're not getting it. We're not going to get treated to such thing. I mean, I don't know if I've been enthralled by some odd things on the broadcast. Mostly was the legendary Connect 4 that BS Competition and Williams were playing last year on the build-up to the delayed.
I thought you were talking about what did we play live on Connery Maddox stream?
I thought it was Connect 4.
Yes, no, I was going to say, I thought you were going to say us playing Connect 4.
I mean, I know that we were watching BS Competition and Williams play it as well. I think we did have our own little game, but we were watching. It was on Twitter as well. It was the slowest game of Connect 4. I think it genuinely was like one move every 10 to 15 minutes. It was bad.
It was not speedy.
No, it did take a while. But then again, we had 5 hours to fill, so...
comment from Race Control, by the way.
I was going to say...
I do love this. The state of that apple is comparable with a good number of the cars out there. Chewed out. He's not wrong. Race Control is not wrong with that one.
Oh, boy.
We've waited long enough.
Control.
Yeah, we've waited.
It doesn't seem bothered by the apple.
No, he doesn't even...
I'm going to leave it.
It's like he doesn't even know he's on live television.
Disappointed.
Disappointed. Massive disappointment. I'm gonna have to talk to his teammates though. I have one of his teammates on my WhatsApp.
This feels like the final season of Game of Thrones all over again. Such an anticlimax.
That was more of a disappointment, let's be honest.
Yeah, it's still an anticlimax, isn't it?
Really quickly. I know he's down, ready to be interviewed, but just add a salt injury. Private label team got penalized.
Oh, they did.
No surprise.
And what's just happened to Daniel Ferguson? I'm seeing him stopped, and he's back on pit lane. Another one bites the dust then.
Ugh.
Well. Oh, and this is a big one. We'll get the replay in a second. I have it queued up here. I was just watching out of the corner of my eye. Let's see, it's with the Orion team. That doesn't look like it will be a factor. Oh, it is. Oh, it is.
Oh, no.
And watch here. Watch as he hits the tire wall and gets flipped up and over. 10 out of 10 on the landing, at least.
10? I'd say it was an 8. It was
Only an 8?
It wasn't a nice flat landing.
Fair enough.
No, I need to look on the replay again just to look at the angle. He does the flip.
It's the bounce afterwards. It's zero. Yeah, it's just not as good execution.
So
That's
the question I have for you guys is, do you blame the LMP2 car at all? Now,
yeah, I think so.
He might be a bit aggressive in trying to cut back over. Okay, you're right. The landing is not perfect, but still.
Yeah, the landing.
It's good.
The execution landing about an 8 too.
I think so. We can kind of see it from here. Oh, yeah, okay. It's really it's actually
I don't
less
think I blame
easy.
the LMP. I don't think I blame the LMP.
Yeah, no. Seeing it from that angle, I think it's less obvious which way.
Let's see if this gives us a better angle. I think that first angle that we actually had was perfect. Oh, I don't know.
I do think. You know what? You know what? I think I probably want to look on the replay on my local side, but I do think the traction control just makes the rear end of the LMP kick a little bit towards the side, and that kick actually made the car go bouncy towards the wall. But I want to look it from my end.
It really, really is. Those are the ones that take race control a long time because it's not clear, right? Take for example, like the Gustus Grimberg's one from earlier. Like that honestly doesn't take race control that long to deal with because it's not the actual incident that's the problem. They can see who's at fault and that it's pretty bad. It's about adjudicating which is the correct incident to head their way. Those ones are difficult because once you start to assign blame, then you have to decide the penalty as well. And honestly, on that, it's really, really tricky. I'd still say it's a little bit more on the prototype shoulders, but it's not obvious.
Well, I tell you what. We have a King of Chins standing by. He joins us in the broadcast booth right now. Josh, you got a copy?
I do.
So, how's the race been going so far? Of course, we just saw the incident that you guys had with the Impulse number 56 that's seen you guys have a drive-through penalty. But, I mean, other than that, it was chaos on the start. And from there, been working your way slowly forward.
Yeah, we kind of missed it on the setup. We don't really have any speed until about the last 30 liters of the tank, and just been kind of trying to ride around and survive, and been hit 5 times on the straightaway by other people just minding their own business, and got hit there again. And then I don't agree with the ruling that we turned in too early because the 56 was locking up, but you know, it's Stewart's decision, and I'll respect that. So you know, it's just been trying to survive. It's kind of been the way the season's gone. We made some steps forward in the setup for sure, but just missing that last little bit of speed at the start of the run to really kind of kick things off.
And in terms then of the plan for the rest of the race, you guys are down on pit lane right now. I'd assume maybe fuel only. Who else is going to be jumping behind? Oh, no, that's the penalty, excuse me. That was the drive-through. Who else will be jumping into that car? Will we see Tommy Milner after his outing at Daytona make an appearance today?
Tommy is on child duty this week. I think he needed some rest from doing a 24-hour. It'll be Connor in the car later on. So Connor wasn't too happy with the setup earlier this week, but I think we made some steps so that we're in the right direction. So I think points are definitely on the table, and just kind of survive and ride from here on out.
And for, I mean, a couple more races left this season, but looking forward, of course, Lionheart will pick up again at the start of March. I know you have some conflicts with your work schedule, but what's on the agenda for the rest of the year?
Well, definitely more SEO and IVRA. The rest of the year is a little kind of in a toss-up of what's going to go on, what, if any new series come around, if ISOWC comes back, things like that. Not really any set-in-stone plans, and the work schedule is kind of all over the place right now. I just got off of work maybe 4 or 5 hours ago, so
oh wow,
I'm ready to go to bed. We got my quad done there, so I can go to bed after this.
Gotcha, and that always makes things interesting. And final question before we let you go. Of course, lots of effort went into qualifying for the series, and I know, hearing from Phil, he didn't necessarily expect how much time and effort was going to be needed to get up to the level. Give yourself a bit of a review of the season so far.
It's not been bad. There's definitely been some weeks with not enough preparation, but I think since Daytona, really, it's been we've taken a step more towards the right direction. We still have some issues with the car, especially early in the run now, but the speed really picks up at the end of the run, so it's kind of trying to translate that over to the full stint. And I mean, even on double stint tires, we were getting the speed, but we're also getting some pretty crazy tire wear on the doubles, and we can't do triples because of it. So we're almost in a good spot on setup where I think we could, be closer to at least top 10 without a mistake. So, it's weird too, because a lot of these races have played out weird with people getting penalties or having weird failures happen, and they end up racing against us. And we're like, okay, well, we don't really have the speed to compete, and we may end up ahead of them for 3-4 laps. And we're like, okay, well, we're not as bad as we thought, but it's not great.
Well, good luck on the rest of the race. I know you'll probably not be watching. You'll be getting some much-needed shut-eye. But thanks for joining us, Josh, and looking forward to seeing you over the rest of the season and the rest of the year here on RaceSpotTV.
Yep, thanks to you guys, and thanks to SEO putting on the series.
That was the King of Chins in the number 4 private label Team Hype car. And I tell you what, while we were chatting to him, guys, we missed it.
Did he eat the apple?
More of it is gone.
Oh, for goodness sake.
It's like he knows when
It's
we're
terrible. Yeah.
Yeah.
The weeping angel, mate.
I know, I'm so sad right now.
Yeah. I wonder if he knows now that
No.
we're showing him again.
I think this is the ploy. I think he will avoid.
He will wait
Yeah.
to eat
Whilst he
the apple
waits.
until we're not showing him.
Yeah, which is fair enough.
It's gonna be sneaky. Okay, I can do that.
Bila into the pits, by the way, from the lead of this class in GT.
I think he needs to go another step, by the way. I think he needs to have apples eaten in, like, one with most of it eaten, and that's what it starts
I
as.
see.
And then you keep, like, putting ones with less eaten.
Yeah, so you I see the reverse progress.
Yeah, exactly. I think that would be, that's the way to go.
Trickery, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
I think that'd be good.
And going back to the incident that we just saw, Lorenzo, with the Orion car and the Pure Sims, which one was it? The 116. You were saying you don't think it's the LMP's fault this time.
Yeah, I know it's been discussed also on the paddock about this specifically, but here's the thing: the 116 just kind of tracks out a little bit, and the 15 just goes basically into, I would say, the very limit where you can actually get the grip out on the car and come back on the track. And when it comes back on the track, the rear end just veers off a little bit, like it does a natural movement of just gripping itself back on the track. But when it does that, it basically shoves the 116 Pure Sims out into the wall, and it does have a little bit of an overlap on the 116 already. So I would say it's a normal racing incident, but it could be justified of being on the LMP, but I don't think it's on the LMP.
Race Control will have their view. Paddock has got their view as well. What is Gaio Valero doing?
Clearly playing some sort of...
Is he play? I think he's playing a FPS game for being way too fast on the
I don't-
A and D buttons.
It's not WAS and D.
Yeah, he's not on. He's on the Z and X buttons. I'm pretty sure.
Nice one. Well corrected.
I know. Well, I've been in America
was
now
angry.
for 10 years, so
He was angry. He's playing one of those music.
he's smiling. He's smiling.
He knows.
He knows.
He knows.
He knows. Eat the apple, Guile. Eat. Come on.
Yes!
Oh, this is the content we live for on RaceSpotTV.
Thank you.
I like how he teased it a little bit there as well. See, look at the tease. Look at the tease. I respect that. Whilst, oh god, carry on.
No, I was gonna say if you ever wanted to know what RaceSpotTV is about, this is it apparently.
It's poor guy. I mean, it's just this is manufactured entertainment at its finest.
I mean, come on. We all know that wrestling is scripted. Oh wow, look at this. He's giving us the full Apple update right now.
This is like a
The
chase
full
cam on an Apple. the full swing man, mate.
Oh,
Oh, he's leaving it. Oh, no.
and now he's
There we
flipped.
go.
Oh, he's flipped it around. Thank you,
We've
Gael.
We've
Thank
still
you.
got to work out what the games were, but by the way,
True.
BS Competition have pitted.
Okay, well-
after they just got passed by SimRC.
Are we really focusing on the race right
No.
now instead of the race of eating the apple? You see what I did there?
Yeah, no, fair enough. I am picking up what you're putting down.
It was very punny of me.
Yeah, very good.
Urano's still out there, by the way. I'm hesitant to try and work backwards in terms of strategy right now because we're so early on that you never know how many laps down the GT cars will end up on the leaders, but
Oh, people in chat, Osu. Yes, that was the music rhythm game thing that I was thinking of. I couldn't-
Oh,
I'll be honest, I have never heard of this.
I heard about this.
Yeah, no, I was trying to work it out for ages, but yes, I think it was. There you go.
Osu. I have to go take a
Osu.
look at this now.
It's
Osu.
like a music rhythm game. You move the mouse around, you press
Yeah.
the button. It's it looks real hard.
Yeah, and look at how he was mashing the keyboard, huh?
Yeah.
Imagine doing that on a touchscreen monitor. It's even harder.
Yes, no. See, this is the thing, though, is that people that play Osu properly, don't they use an iPad? I thought they used an iPad or tablets. Other tablets are
Okay,
available,
so sorry, I'm going to cut this very interesting conversation off because someone has suggested that Metal Gear Rising is in the stack. We've only got 20 minutes here, Lewis, before we say goodbye. Oh, he's eating the apple again.
Is
Oh,
that
mate.
the apple again?
So
Okay.
Yeah, I can't.
Oh.
I can just see red, and it's sort of.
So no,
like-
he's got Forza Horizon, and that's the original
Yeah.
Forza Horizon.
Yeah,
Below
yeah.
that,
Right, that's the red one.
that's the pink one.
The pink,
There's
yeah,
a pink
red
one.
You're making a core mistake here.
No, yeah, that is true. Although it is, yes, red tomorrow. But yeah, fair enough.
But he does have Forza 2. Man,
I think that's Forza 3.
It
I think that's Forza
is-
3.
Yeah, he has Forza 3 or 4.
He's loving this attention.
I think the top one might be Metal Gear Rising, but I have the casings, but I would have to grab my boxes, put all the Xbox games that I have out, and then say it properly.
Yeah, I just want to know what that the one that we don't know is, and of course there's one that is pointed away, so we can't
Yeah.
even actually know what it was. Yeah, we need answers to these very important questions.
The one that's backwards is obviously a very embarrassing game.
Yes, no,
No,
clearly.
I
Obviously.
can confirm it's not Metal Gear Rising. Actually, the casing is right behind me, and the casing is blue.
Oh,
That's Vendaval,
Ow.
who at least didn't have a drive-through penalty to start this race off, but Delta Sport was passing them on the inside of Curva Paul Frere, and the Vendaval BMW just pushes out wide. Been an entertaining race so far, not just because we've been blabbering on about all sorts of things, not even related to the race itself. There have been some crazy racing action, some interesting championship implications as well. And if you were curious what the gap was in the prototype, we'll focus back in on Paddy Wolf and Arthur LeHook. Now up to almost 10 seconds, Paddy Wolf is putting on a masterclass now.
and this is where like the strategy becomes a bit interesting with the commitment. So, with the Williams Esports, I think they're still in the region of aiming for triple stints later on. But like I say, like they would have had a strategy coming into this, right? Of just running the doubles right now. Whether this actually works out for them, though, is honestly one of those things that we will not know for about another 100 laps. It'll come a bit more clear a bit later on, but it's kind of one of those things
Paddy.
that might look like it's going one way and then the other. And yeah, that was a bit. That was very much like the Yaz Heat Richard Mille car.
Yeah.
Remember when I said that the LMPs were doing that on the corner entry? That was precisely that what I was talking about.
I'm not a fan. I mean, he's leading now by 9.5 seconds. Do you really want to throw it away just like that?
But if he lifts and stays behind, he might lose half a second to a second. You'd say, yes, that's how it goes in traffic, though. You know, as we know, traffic giveth, traffic taketh. It is what it is. But that gap is only 9.5 seconds.
It is. And again,
you
they're
do that 5-6 times, and now it's within reach.
And they're on contra strategies as well, right? So, like,
yeah.
it's one of those situations where I get it. Don't get me wrong. I also don't like it. I also pucker myself up and like I just assume the worst is going to happen. Every time you do it, it's like a flip of a coin. Every single time you do it, it is a flip of a coin, whether it's going to work or whether it's not. And percentage chance does tell you that the flip of the coin is always 50-50. So when you restart, when you do it another time, it's 50-50. It's 50. It's always 50-50. But eventually, if it's always heads, eventually one time it's going to be tails. Even though it's 50-50 every time, one time it is going to land on tails, and that is when it goes wrong. That's when it hits the fan, as they like to say.
And it will. And it will.
Well, we're still in the middle of the GT cycle. Team 75, they look like they may be able to go longest of all in the top 3. Williams Esports is up there as well, along with Core, PGZ Assistance. Those are the 4 cars yet to have come down and pitted. Let's give you an update, though, quickly as to how the live point situation looks in your prototype class. It's close. It's still 11 points that separates the top 3. Richard Mille is not out of the equation completely either. They would need a lot of misfortune to befall the top 3 with how things are running. But Williams Esports would jump to the front. Consistency for them has been paramount. Second in both of the opening 2 races. Their first non-podium finish, 4th in the 6 hours of the Red Bull Ring. While for Team Redline, it was 3rd to kick things off, 16th in round number 2, and then finally that win in the Styrian Mountains. And they are on the up and up. They are on the ascendancy, and we've seen their strength across other platforms in that VCO Esports Racing World Cup as well, where we got to see Luke Crane have a bit of a man crush on Enzo Benito. And it's not just him. Matthew Sadicus Trivet has a man crush on the man that he calls Enzo Burrito.
I mean, to be fair, I'm quite glad that we didn't get an interview with the likes of people like Gianmarco Fiducci, because he is an attractive young man. I'm pretty sure Luke Crane would have been all over. He loved Lorenzo Benito. We'll go with Lorenzo, shall we?
Wow.
Well,
Lorenzo Burrito.
Well, here's the thing.
Mythical driver.
It's not surprising for him to take a liking on Enzo Benito because he's handsome.
He was in love with the hair as well, although Enzo Benito does have some fine hair.
He's a looker. He's all good.
You know, I'm just saying handsome as this is a very bad pun of sorts, because this is actually a Portuguese-like pun. Bonito means handsome in Portuguese.
Oh, does it?
It does.
Wow. That is fitting.
So
he's all right.
It's kind of funny.
So how?
He's not bad. He's not a bad driver, is he?
He's not bad.
He's not.
Although I did get told, not off by Redline or anything, but I did yell at the top of my voice, that is not the wisest move that Enzo Benito has ever made in his career.
That was not wise. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I also did yell Arca brakes.
Yes, that was glorious.
Which
was your career highlight.
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to throw that into showreel.
Yeah. Oh, wow. And maybe some future broadcasts as well.
Just yelling out of the way. Well, it's because in a series that I take part in, run by one Mr. Oscar Hardwick, OISIM, there is if you don't brake for an instant ahead, it's an ARCA penalty.
I like it. I like
So I
it.
was like, yeah, fair enough. How it fits. If the shoe fits.
If the shoe fits. Wow. Oh, wow. By the way, in terms of pit stops, they are done for the GT class. And the gap for third has ballooned upwards. BS Competition now trail Team 75 Bernard by SimRC by 4 seconds on the road. And the Zebra is only 2 seconds clear of PGZ Motorsports and Govan Keeney. They may come under fire very, very shortly. Let's give you the live update of points in GT, because look at this. 2 points is the difference between Biela Racing Team Euronics and BS Competition. Of course, might swing more in the favor of Biela, who have currently on track for the perfect weekend. The bonus point for qualifying on pole, 25 of course for the victory. And if BS Competition gets reeled on in by the Lamborghinis, then the Porsches and the BMWs that are chasing it down, that gap might just open up very slightly. Urano's not out of the mix as well. It would be their second consecutive second place finish. PGZ Assistance there, keeping things interesting. Team 75, they're up there as well. And this shows you, Lorenzo, how difficult it's been this season for GT teams to be consistent.
Yeah. I think the best example might be BS Competition, right? One Sebring totally underperformed on Coda. I think they were supposed to get 8th place. They got 14th place because they had the penalty because of qualifying. I think they pressed S on qualifying. Then managed to get 3rd in the 3rd round, basically. It was a third place. Yeah, they got 3rd place despite the drive-through at the very final laps from Vasilios because of the incident points. So if we're talking about consistency, they are the most consistent team. But even then, this up and down swing is keeping this season very interesting for the GT perspective.
It's been fun, and we have more fun from Race Control that has come down. Team 179 penalized for an issue with the Black Star Racing Lamborghini, the 177. They've gotten a drive-through penalty. The Orion race team number 15 has been penalized with a stop and hold for that incident with Pure Sims Esports. Lorenzo Bondo was wrong.
That is
Like
not
I said,
the first time anyone's ever said that.
and nor will be the last.
Yeah, no.
But I mean, it's like drivers, it's like opinions. Everybody has an opinion. I have my opinion. Of course, it might differ, but then again, that's why I'm a commentator. I'm not a race marshal.
Yes, no, that is true.
The thing is, in an instant like that, I think we can all see it from both sides, because it's the less clarity there is with blame. In an instant like that, it's kind of like I said, we can all kind of understand. Okay, that person did that wrong. That person did that wrong. Is it more a racing incident, or does there need to be some blame apportioned one way or the other? And that's how Race Control have seen it. But I'm sure even they can see it from both sides, and even the drivers can as well. It's the lack of clarity on those that make those ones really, really difficult. It's not, let's say it's not super obvious, and that's why we have differing opinions on it. I'm pretty 50-50 on it. I really don't know. You could watch it 100 times and then change angle to seeing it from the TV camera that the one from the inside of No Name. You see it from that angle, and suddenly you've got a different opinion. I actually had a really interesting conversation with Eduardo Freitas about this.
Oh, look at you name dropping.
Yeah. About he was doing the adjudication of, I think, FIA GT or whatever it was 20 years ago, and it was at Oschersleben, and he said there was from the TV camera it looked as if one car moved over on the other because of where the TV camera was moving and tracking them coming into the corner. And he said it took them ages to figure out what actually happened, because then they saw it from a CCTV camera that was dead on, straight onto into the corner. It was into the banked hairpin, like turn 4 at Oschersleben. And from the CCTV camera, you can see that, in fact, from that angle, you can see that very clearly that it's the other car that changed line. And had they apportioned blame based on the TV camera, it would have been to the wrong person.
And that's one of the beauties of sim racing, right? Is that you can get these chase angles, these helicopter angles for any incident that you're never going to really have for everything that happens in the real world, right? It's just that flexibility to peer into incidents with that little extra detail. And I am curious to kind of go back to that conversation with Eduardo. What did he think was the main differences, or the benefits rather, I should say, of doing race stewarding in the sim versus in the real world?
It's just the freedom. It's the freedom of being able to see it from any angle. It did take them a little while to get used to it, I will say that, because it is a little bit bizarre to be able to go and see it from any angle. But it's like having the information there and then, straight up, wherever you want to see it. I want to see that incident again from a completely different angle where there never would have been a camera. And honestly, it means that you can pick apart incidents with perfect precision. Although, it does mean that the calls are sometimes a little bit harder because it's kind of, you don't have anything to fall back on. You can't be like, oh, I couldn't see it from that angle.
Right.
It's just like... Well,
it means you have to make a decision.
Everywhere. It has to be, and the decision has to be 100% perfect, which they do get right quite a lot, but still.
Yes. And that's why when I've done stewarding in the past, I've always had an odd number of people in the decision committee, or whatever you want to call it, so that you have to get 100% agreement, and usually you'll have 2 versus 1. You'll never really have 3 different opinions in most cases, unless it's a bizarro incident. But if you have 3 different opinions, you can all 2 different opinions, and one person's the odd man out. You try and convince them. You try and show different angles that convince them, right? And that's one of the things that I think we have the flexibility to do. Not so flexible for the 57. This is for something that happened almost 20-odd laps ago, I think. For the T3 Miniti number 178 car. Chance Skolin leaving no space, and unfortunately for the number 57, it is a drive-through penalty. I think we're above double-digit penalties now.
Oh, I think we might have that a little while ago. Race Control have been very busy in the opening 3 hours and 20 minutes of this race, and I do get the feeling that they are going to be fairly busy over the next, what, I'm going to say 4 hours?
4 hours and 36 minutes is what it's predicted for me.
Same.
There we go. So it does look as though we are going to hit the 230 lap number, and hashtag blame race control. They're the ones who told us we wouldn't.
But it does seem that you're only going to hit it really by around about 5-6 minutes then.
True.
It's a very fine margin.
It's tight. It is tight. Although, let's be honest, everyone, you would have to have basically what that is that's essentially what 3 laps, right? Which means that you've got to have the leaders of the race lose 3 laps, go for time, which even then it would still be the 230 lap, whatever. This is going on a complete tangent, by the way, so sorry.
You mean we haven't been doing
have
that all day so far?
But the thing is, you'd have to have that for all of the, which, let's be honest, not type is going to suddenly lose 3 laps out of nowhere. So, unless we get rain. Rain.
They turn it on right now. They could cause chaos.
Yeah. Man can dream.
Man can dream indeed. Well, we are winding down here in this first portion of the broadcast. Myself, Arjuna Kenkipati, and Lewis McLeod will step aside in a couple of moments' time. We will leave you in the very capable hands of our international broadcast team, with David Haynes, joined by Lorenzo Bonder and Will Chadwick to the checkered flag, or bit by bit working our way towards the halfway marker of this race, and a race that might just turn the championship on its head, both in the prototype and in the GT classes, in a season in GT which has been marred by inconsistency for not 1, not 2, but all of your major championship protagonists. It is Biela Racing Team Euronics that has finally figured out qualifying, and from pole position they have converted that starting spot into a 17.5-second advantage over Urano Esports. The championship leaders coming into this race do sit in 4th. They'll need a little bit of luck for things to go their way. Also, do not count out Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, who are now only about 1.7 seconds back from second position. Good race for them as well. In the prototypes, well, we've got the split strategies that are playing fun. You've got Team Redline versus Williams, the two major rivals for this race win. They are separated by 7 seconds on track, but on very different strategies. Arthur LaHook chasing down Patrick Wolf. LaHook has been in that car since the start of this race. Will surely have to get out after maybe a double, maybe a triple. You'll find out here on RaceSpotTV. Don't count out Joop de Ligt either, though. He's about 11 seconds back from Arthur LaHook in second. If anything goes wrong for Redline for Williams, and maybe another red machine is going to be in the mix. Lorenzo, before we head into a fan immersion, I'm going to pick your brain for a prediction here.
Oh, no.
Because you will be Mystic Lorenzo if this goes wrong, or you'll just be Killer Lorenzo.
Okay, you probably know the likelihood of me being Lorenzo Bonder, killing people with boards, number 2022, is very likely to be more true than the other thing, right?
Maybe. So let's start with prototype. Let's start with the prototypes. Williams versus Redline. I think those are the two major players. Which strategy do you think is going to come out on top?
Redlines.
Okay, so you think 2 in a row for Redline. You think they'll take control of this championship with about 12 hours of action left once the checkered flag flies. What about in the GTs? You think Bila going to just continue to run away with this? I think I mean, can't. It's going to take a miracle for anyone to try and overhaul them.
I think so. I want to say it might be Bila's race to lose, but I'm going something else. I'm actually going to go with Urano right here.
You really?
Mm-hmm.
You just don't want to curse Bila. I see it.
Yeah, I really don't want to get in a legendary Audi driver's bedside. Oh, by the way, move for 4th position as PGZ Motorsports move up 1 spot.
PGZ.
Sorry,
There
Pablo. Don't ban me from chat.
Vasilios Justice, excuse me, gets past in that 189. He's been quick. Don't get us wrong, but
Yeah.
sliding backwards in the second stint on the tires. Well, it is time for at least myself to bid you adieu. We have plenty more racing to come. We're not even at the halfway point of the race here. We're going to jump on board with the 150. We'll jump around with the Williams Esports Chill Blast car with Daniel Pastor behind the wheel. Don't go anywhere. It will be David Haynes, William Chadwick, and Lorenzo Bonder taking you through to the checkered flag. What a fun start to this 1,000 miles of Spa that it's been. On behalf of Lewis McLeod and myself, we say goodbye to you, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on RaceSpotTV.
And welcome back. Thank you to Arjuna Kankapati and Lewis McGlade. First segment of commentary here on RaceSpotTV. Sports Car Open, 1,000 miles of Spa. David Haynes here with you now, with William Chadwick and Lorenzo Bonda sticking around the Ironman stints. Right on board there. It was a good battle in GT between PGZ, Williams Esports Chill Blast and BS Competition. Daniel Pasta, who we're on board with, managing to get forward up into 5th place. And now looking forward towards the Lamborghini. Lorenzo, what did I say?
You said 1,000 miles.
Is it not?
1,000 kilometers. I mean, if you're going for the Vanessa Carlton song, I totally would sap that answer. You know, if I could fall into that sky and go like Terry Crews mode, I would totally accept that. But unfortunately, it is not 1,000 miles.
I like the idea
Totally
of
is,
having,
bro. This is a 7-kilometer track. 230 by 7 is 1,610, which is 1,000 miles.
Well, they
It's how
did.
far Vanessa Carlton would walk, and same for the Proclaimers.
Sure. Okay, you might have a point. It is 1,000 miles. Okay, I'm gonna see myself out. You guys have a really good broadcast.
2 Indy 500s back to back, which I'd pay to see. Regardless, it is endurance racing here at Spa, and a good GT battle going on. One of the things I noticed while we're in our little break between commentary segments there, is just how strong the effect of the traffic can be dicing in between the GT car. Will, thoughts there?
Yeah, I think that one of these races, you know, you really have to, after we get split up, after the first like hour period, it's really about traffic management and losing as little time as possible. There's little things you can do. I mean, for example, back a few weeks ago when we were at Daytona, turn, I think 2 on the layout, the hairpin, that I think it's the International Horseshoe, I believe. It's very easy just to brake at the same point as a P2 if they come up your inside there. But you know, if you can just brake a bit earlier, aim for the exits, you're losing a lot less time. And looking towards this race, losing as little time as possible in traffic is really going to help you, especially within the GTs as they always get absolutely sent from miles back by the LMP2s, desperately trying to lose as little time as possible.
Spoken like a true GT driver. Good to see. 102 laps in, we've still got a good battle amongst these GT drivers here. All of them on the second stint of the tyres, and that sort of starts to show a little bit. My goodness, was there some real reactions to the handwork on board with Daniel Pasta in the BMW there. Further up the road with 01 illuminated on the board, Hendrik Kreuser leads the way in the Lamborghini. Too wide through Lufania they go. Track temp is cooling off as we get later into this race. It's going to finish in the darkness. Pure Sims at Radeon, actually. Just seen that happen. They've found the barriers. Always a big incident when you lose control through Eau Rouge and Radeon. There are no small incidents at that part of the track. Same can often be said for Blanchimont. And if Hugo Lewis, our new director, I forgot to shout him out as well. Arjuna Kankapati directing the first segment. Hugo Lewis joining us now behind the scenes. Always immaculate work from him. There was the track conditions. Cooling off now to 26 Celsius, and the track will get even cooler. Here we go to a replay. And this is what happened to Michael Evdoka at the top of the hill. Big impact with the wall. Is this the same one that did some gymnastics earlier, this time finishing on its lid?
I don't think so. I believe it's 2 separate cars. I believe the car that had gymnastics earlier was the Daniel Ferguson car.
Yeah, the 116.
So, not having a good day for Pure Sims, and that is a big crash, which is, yeah, they'll be out of the race with that, or even if they get back going, they're going to be many laps out.
And it's not going to get going by itself without any assistance when it's on its lid like a turtle.
No, lengthy toe from that part of the track. You know, you've just come past the start-finish straight, so I don't know, probably like a 3 to 4 minute toe. So, yeah, the race is unfortunately over. But I'm not quite sure. Did he get in the back of the car ahead, or did he just kind of lose it himself in the dirty air?
It did feel like there was a closing speed differential coming towards Rouge and Radion there, and I didn't see any contact, but anytime you've got to, you know, adjust your speed or adjust your line, here, it can cause a spin like that or to lose the rear. If he was barreling in and then the car was slow on the apex and he had to try to avoid, that could have caused it to Petr Jagodzinski. Triton Racing. Oh, no hint of bump draft there. Hint of a big lift and coast. This car ended up maybe a couple laps askew from everyone else's fuel strategy a couple stints ago.
I think looking at the field strategy here, it's very easy to, because you've got quite a lot of straights and braking zones, and it's relatively easy to keep up. The replay here. Let's have a look.
So yeah, we've got a prototype car diving through, causes a difference in speed. It checks up SRC, and then Pure Sims are hoping to carry as much speed as possible up to the top of the hill and down the Kemmel Straight. Sees them just close in on the Porsche 911. Here's another view of it. Prototype quite easily past Pure Sims. Coming down the inside there, and it's this speed difference right here.
I think one thing you have to do in that situation is anticipate the P2 slowing down the car ahead of you, and it was just a bit too late to react there. Realistically, I think that, you know, it's very hard to at such a high speed corner where you're like really on the edge round Eau Rouge, especially in a GT car. It's not like when you come to something like F3 or F1 where you're really like stuck and glued to the floor and it hardly becomes a corner anymore. In a GT, it is still a properly challenging corner. And you can't just jump on the brakes in that situation, or you're going to end up in the barrier. So you just kind of have to maybe slow it down a bit sooner, because, I mean, as you saw there, it does not end pretty if you make a small amount of contact.
Most GT cars right now on the second stint of their tyres too. We saw from some of the onboards how twitchy and sort of on the knife edge quite a few of these cars are. It's the kind of situation where it becomes even more difficult. So it's Fabio Bazouk, PGZ Assistance, up in front. Again, another Lamborghini Huracan as we ride into it with Triton Racing and Petr Jagodzinski. What is the fuel difference? Approximately 2 laps, the fuel difference that Triton Racing are missing. So I feel like if they are going to get back on the right side of that bubble, this will help them. That is a bit of bump drafting down the Kemmel Straight, and then a very nice lift and coast for the BMW.
Yeah, it helps to, you know, everything across the lap, you know, just like delaying, getting on the power, just rolling off the throttle a bit sooner, all helps towards your fuel saving target. All these drives, I imagine, will have a precise number about exactly how many litres they are using per lap. None of these guys will be using gallons. It's just too inaccurate for the kind of amounts of fuel saving you want to do, and they'll be able to hit that number every lap, and also see how, if they use a little bit more on a lap, how that affects them and how much more they need to save. It's a little bit of maths in your head, but the programs that you can use, such as CAPS and other softwares, can really help.
TRL.
Or TRL, yeah. You got me there, yeah. JRT is what I should say. That's what I said earlier for like no reason. I still don't know why.
Yeah, before we went on air, I was having a discussion here with William Chadwick, and he said, "Do you use the TRL timing?" And I said, "I've never heard of that. Do you mean JRT?" I was like, "None of those letters are right, but it is a 3-letter acronym."
The Redline car, and often we abbreviate Redline as TRL, Team Redline.
Cool that. Just on the fuel saving though, having watched a little bit of IndyCar and listening to the communications between the real world engineers and drivers, most IndyCar teams are measuring fuel consumption in litres per lap on road courses and on ovals, and I don't know if that's just a quirk of the way the Dallara chassis measure things, or if that's just sort of a European influence on the way they go about their things. Lorenzo, being a lap certain race, not a time certain race, does that open up the strategy for the GTs a little bit? Because we are so used to seeing these races that are a round number of hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, whatnot, and the GT cars always just trying to hit the top of that hour. And this race, being a lap number of laps, is not going to be an even nice round number of hours. Does that give them a bit more freedom to not worry about the fuel consumption potentially?
Well, we have to take from the perspective they're cutting down their stints. From what I recall, I think it's 12.5 stints that or pit stop that they have to do in the LMPs. And interestingly enough, English, such a complicated alphabet or language, is that the GTs are going a little bit over the hour. I saw some of the first pit stops going with 1 hour and 5 or 6 into the race, so it does open the strategy a little bit, maybe for under fueling, maybe the final pit stop, or at some point of the race, if you really want to try to cut that down and maybe go for an undercut. As we're seeing the AC Pirelli, which faced many issues in this race so far in pit lane, maybe for their service. But it does open up a little bit of the strategy. I don't know if you're gonna be able to fight with Bila on strategy alone. You might have to use other resources or wait for other resources to happen to be able to be close to Bila or even overtake Bila.
I do think looking at the field strategy side, I mean, I know obviously we're looking at the LMP2s hitting that 2:30 lap mark, but I'm pretty sure it is dependent on the GT3's pace to how many laps they do. So I don't think it's quite certain for the GT3 field, if I am correct, because it's telling me they're going to do at this moment in time. This does not factor in pit stop. I believe it's saying about 2:08 laps, but that'll probably come down to about 2:05 maybe by the time we finish this race.
True. An interesting way to look at it. Yes, it's laps certain, but only for our overall class. The GTs will do a smaller number of laps, and how many that is sort of relative to the pace between GTs and the prototypes, and also where the GT leader is compared to the overall leader right at the end of the race there. Battles in GT is what we keep our eyes on. Williams Esports, who we rode on board with not so long ago, and their battle against one PGZ Lambo, and then inset Ilya Gutsinski Triton Racing against the other PGZ Lamborghini.
Actually, now I'm quite curious. This more of a question to Will, since you won the Roar to Daytona, the top split that we covered on RaceSpot, and you are, especially as you do racing other leagues, with GT4 being one of the tier cars, like mid-tier cars that gets overtaken by GT3s and things like that. When you go to your strategy, do you know how many laps, or do you and the guys at Team Forzilla know how many laps will be at least in average towards the end of the race that the GT4s are going to do on a given track?
From myself, just looking at it, I kind of look at, I mean, especially in GT4, you need to look at your stint length. So the fuel is restricted in the Neo that I run in, which you also have to look at. Obviously, the GT3s here today are running full tanks of fuel. Maybe only, I think, a couple of cars have 1% off, but we're looking at an hour for all these cars. But when you're looking more towards the GT4 side of things, we're looking at 50 minutes flat out. And over a six-hour race, you need to be looking at, or you do 7 stints, so like 52.5 minutes. So instead of maybe looking towards the end of the race, especially in a timed race, and one where you're not necessarily sure of how many laps it's going to go, you're aiming for your target to be so that you do this amount of stints. You don't want to be panicking at the end of the stint thinking, oh no, if I don't save this amount of fuel, we're gonna have to do an extra stop, which is obviously like a really long time in terms of like how much time you lose. Like if you have to put in 10 liters and you're going through the pit lane, it's such an inconvenience. So you never really want to be, if you can avoid splash and dash, you want to be avoiding it as best as possible. But I think with looking at the stint lengths that these GT3s are doing today, maybe upwards as 27 laps, maybe even 28, depending on how much emphasis you're really putting on fuel saving. Looking at like obviously the laps being around the 2:18 mark, it is potential that maybe they could save a stint if they're really focusing on it. But as I think Arjuna talked about right at the start of the race, you have to start fuel saving at the start. You can't just commit to it halfway through the race. So they will already be on that strategy now if they are doing it.
Yeah, looking up and down, I do not see anyone who's done 28 laps to a stint in this GT field. What the pit lane delta is, though, often has a pretty big effect on whether cutting out a stop is valuable and how much penalty that is. Okay, as that's Black Star Racing with pretty loose rear end through the end of the Camel Straight. So at Lacombe before Malmedy, that is a car that is looking quite tough to drive the 177. We are round at my point on the Grand Prix pit lane, where the speed limit's also been raised of late. The good old bad old days of doing 60 kilometers an hour for the almost a kilometer and something. Yeah, the basically a kilometer of the full endurance pit lane. So that cuts the pit lane transit time down from 60 seconds to about 20 on this layout. Marcus Hamilton out of that aforementioned truncated and sped up pit lane, back out into the race. The 25 service did he take?
30 seconds in the box, so 50 seconds in the line, which sounds like, yeah, that's a really quick stop actually, from my calculations. When I had a little look at the LMP2 stops, without tyres, you're looking at a bit between 51 and 54 seconds, so maybe he's took a little bit less fuel, maybe he's come into the box with a couple litres extra, potentially, you know, maybe failing to go just an extra lap, so he might come into the box with like 3 litres, let's say, so that can shorten time a bit, but 50 seconds is a quick stop. I think something that, you know, I think we touched on at Daytona, at least in the Friday night preview a few weeks ago, is pit lane optimization is a real thing that all these drivers are looking at, you know, making sure that, so there's a grace period in iRacing where you have basically you can speed into the pit lane but bring it down relatively quickly to the pit lane speed. So let's say you can theoretically cross the line at like 120, but if you get it down to 80 quick enough, 100 kilometers an hour, you can get away with that, and you obviously gain time. And also looking at pulling away from the box, making sure that's optimized, and also even not using the pit limiter. I imagine most drivers in this race won't be using the pit limiter just to get that little extra advantage. You know, to someone it may look like 0.2 of a second. I don't know what the actual advantage is, but everyone is going to be looking at optimizing the route through the pit lane as much as possible. And that's why you tend to see drivers miss the box sometimes, because they're just trying to get right on the money on the braking into the box. That's something that's often maybe missed out sometimes.
So we've had some battles in class in GT. Now it's time for the prototypes to shine, it seems. They are lighting up a little bit of my timing screen. We had Delta Sport versus Virtual Drivers LDLC. But then a bit further up the road is T3 Motorsports by Manizzi and Tronsaskolan. It's going to be side by side on the Camel Straight at the moment. 4th place belongs to T3 Manizzi, and they are on the defense as they then cede that spot to Tronsaskolan. Very, very cleanly and easily done there. I don't think there was too much fight going on. Tyre life looking similar, fuel life looking similar, so strong stint there from Tronsaskolan to be moving up the fields at this point in the race. Lorenzo.
Hello, I do have news of some penalties going on around the track that is going to inflict some changes on the LMPs on the podium, though, because the Urano, the number 90 car that is driven right now by Yip the Lick, just got a black flag from a a drive-through penalty for making contact with the 131. Just gonna see over here with the core, the other coursing racing car. Core is just not having one of those days, aren't they? The 90 goes into the inside of turn number 12, misses the apex, and he has his time.
Yeah, so that's not ideal for Urano there. I know I was speaking to you beforehand. He wanted me to be very nice to him, but that's not a good start to our commentary stint. So, you know, thankfully it's not a stop and go, it's a drive through, but it is still really frustrating, costing what we reckon about 20 seconds.
Well, it was on the graphic right there, 17.3 seconds from pit in to pit out, which is pretty rapid, and then the actual delta is often a little bit less than that, given pit exit is a couple hundred meters up the road from where pit entry is. You don't get held for 17 seconds in a void. You get spat out pit lane a bit further down the road, so total delta there probably only 15 seconds or so. Not what you need if you're trying to hunt down the leaders, because they've gone from obviously being 15 or so seconds away from the lead to now being quite a bit further. Only 1.8 between Redline and Williams Esports Fanatec for that lead. Urano, after that penalty, still in third. Again, the timing and where they are in this fight and their chances of a win slightly diminished by that. They did get that penalty and serve it pretty rapidly, I think, just get that out the way.
We've also got to look at the fact that we're still not really past the halfway point of this race yet. So, although it's a bit of a blow for Urano there, I don't think it's, a lot of things could happen. You're looking towards the Team Redline and Williams fight. That's starting to come ever closer if we talk about it now. But an important thing to note is they are off strategy, I believe. So remember that I think Team Redline did a triple stint in the first hour and Williams did a double. So I believe, probably looking at the delta, that Williams are on new tyres, or newer tyres, I should say.
But there's a but on this though. This gap of strategies though, I don't know how hurtful it might be to Williams towards the end point of the race. Because if they keep going with this double stint, I don't know how badly it's gonna damage them in terms of average pace. I'm not gonna say average pace, but average time loss towards Redline, who's actually gonna be triple stinting. So I do think at some point, maybe during the late portion with the final pit stops going, that they need to triple stint the car. They have to.
Here's Arthur Leherk, and he's obviously closed down the gap to the leading prototype. What was a couple seconds, was then a second and a half, is now targeting distance, potentially. Where can a move be made? Typically the Kemmel Straight seems to be where a lot of the moves are happening, a lot of the passes happening there. Huge effect of the slipstream uphill from the fast exit of Radion. Might be just thinking at this point, be in the right place to get a good drive off the source and see if he can get past shortly. Through the final chicane they go, with Leherk again just taking the late apexes, trying to square the car off well, to then be coiled up like a viper ready to strike almost when you sort of compromise your exit from one corner to set up the entry from the next. Is this the right distance back? It's half a second at the minute, but then it'll close down all the way past the old pit lane, up the hill. Commitment for the prototypes, light, bunch of downforce on board, 3/10, closing down the Kemmel Straight. No hit of defense yet, no moves from Patrick Wolf, and Arthur Leherk easily to the inside, gets to breeze back onto the racing line, and Williams back to the lead at Spa.
Something to note there is that was very, very well timed by Arthur Leherk, because you've got to take into appreciation that obviously if you catch too soon at like a Rouge, he's not going to be it's going to compromise his pass. Obviously Patrick didn't really defend too much there in the Redline car. They're on different strategies. You've got to think about your own race. However, in order to get that move done into the braking cleanly and make sure you've got a really nice run in order to have that overspeed to get it done cleanly, like like the Williams driver did there, you know, there's a bit of planning going on there, because obviously these drivers have drove these cars a lot. They really understand how powerful the slipstream is, because obviously, you know, the slipstream in these LMP cars is going to be more powerful than the GT3s due to the more aerodynamic devices, so more drag, meaning that if you in the tow, you're going to have a greater advantage by, you know, losing some of that drag, and you know, just kind of lining it up really well to get that move done, so they can go on with their strategy and see if the double stinting is going to work. But I do imagine they will start to triple stint soon, as we look at the track temp, which is now down to 25 degrees.
Yeah, always cooling off. Shadows getting noticeably a little bit longer, despite being 8 PM. They're not the longest shadows I've ever seen. Being moderately equatorial myself, not used to really long or really short days, but apparently it happens in other places.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the sunset is. If anyone has some info on that, that'd be really good. But I'm sure we're approaching it now. The sun's getting lower in the sky, and soon the dynamic of this race will change as we fall into darkness. How will people adapt? You know, you're going to lose some of your references. You're maybe going to gain a few new ones. But it definitely is a different challenge as nightfall comes over the Bar de Francorchamps circuit.
In GT, Core Sim Racing in their Porsche 911 GT3R, now being targeted by BS Competition. I think Has BS Competition car been fading just a little bit? Yeah, they were with PGZ Motorsport and Williams Esports Chill Blast 4th, 5th and 6th. They now dropped behind Core, so this is a gain for Maxim Ramstein in the last handful of laps. See if he breaks that toe, and if in fact the Core Porsche is able to move that just a couple seconds further up the road to get into the slipstream and battle with Williams and PGZ. That's the movement that's happening in this relatively compact GT field, not a whole lot of spread, and the leader in class is on the lane right now. Again, early to the lane, very askew in the box as Cruiser makes way for Sven Haase. That is 10, 15 degrees of angle. Does that actually slow down the pit stops sometimes?
I think it's something you'd expect to
approach.
Well, yeah, I think it's something you expect to see in something like in other sims that may be available, where you can't necessarily drive through people in the pit lane, or maybe even a crowded pit lane, for example. But yeah, a slightly weird approach, I'd say.
It's the opposite angle to what F1 teams are doing now, where they skew in the opposite direction, so the drivers can just drive straight into the box, and on the exit doesn't matter so much, because the nailing the entry and getting the stopping marks perfect for all the mechanics to hit with the guns is more important. But it's not just refueling and driver change, it's a tyre change underway right now for the leaders. They had a handy little lead, but obviously are at a fuel deficit to everyone else in their class, expecting, I mean, for example, Core and Williams Esports, who we're looking at, expecting those drivers to still have 3 or 4 more laps of fuel left on board before we see them pit, plus 2-minute laps around here, so there's still another potentially 10 minutes before you see the rest of the field going through and completing their stops here. Looking good for Core, and I'm saying that between 3rd and 8th in GT is only a handful of seconds to separate them, so that is really hotly contested and does put a lot of weight onto positively nailing the strategy and all the little bits.
Looking at the lane time there for Sven Haas and the BD Ronix car, that's quite slow, I think. So it makes me wonder that with that skew angle on the box, did they actually miss the box initially? Not sure. It's not going to matter. It might not matter in the grand scheme of things, but I was looking more towards 29 seconds. Sorry, 1 minute 29 being the higher pit stop time on my estimates. More looking around maybe 1:27. It's not like a massive difference, but I'd say that's quite a long lane time personally.
Well, the pit box time is about what you would expect for a full tank of fuel and 4 tyres. And then we saw a car do a drive-through where the drive-through time was 17 seconds. Well, the additional, the lane time minus box time was 20 seconds there. If you factor in 3 seconds for needing to go from 80 k's an hour to a stop and from a stop to 80 k's an hour, which in 3 seconds is actually pretty good, works out about what I would have expected. A couple more of those GTs that are shorter on the fuel, like you can see BS Competition in their pit stop. And we have private label Team Hype, who we had a word with in the earlier segment of the broadcast. They're also on the pit lane. The PS Competition, I think around about here is the time you start to see a lot more driver changes in GT. A lot of those cars are coming up to their tyre changes. Driver changes are normally paired with the tyre changes. We're just before the halfway point of this race. So not surprised to see a couple more driver changes potentially happen in GT across the next 10 to 15 minutes of that pit window.
I'd be extremely surprised to see anyone get in a car with old tyres. It is a recipe for disaster, believe you me. You know, you don't want to be getting you don't want to be sending
fine. I'm just
Lorenzo. Have you done it maybe? I've done it once and I spun many a time.
I've done it twice. And I've done it once in the best track to do that, Suzuka. I regretted it.
I mean, because it you know, as the tyres wear across your stints, you get a feeling for how the car is sort of driving, and you can kind of adapt your driving style to that. That's why it's kind of often odd if you go for maybe a longer stint where you end up getting those tyres to such an old stage, you know, a low percentage of tread depth left. And then switching on to new ones, it's quite a shock. You're like, oh my word, all of a sudden I have grip. But yeah, moving on to old tyres as a new driver in car, especially seeing that some drivers may be jumping in here, such as like they may be jumping out, doing a little bit of testing to get themselves prepared to get into the car. Would be quite a shock if someone was to do that.
So Prototype leader on the pit lane right now. It's a title that they gained only just a couple laps ago, as we saw when they put the move on Team Redline. And that's looking like a driver change, isn't it? I don't feel like I said Mike Partington earlier on. Plenty of rear wheels spinning as they go full service, fuel and tyres. Just making sure that the steering wheel is going to be pointed for a speedy exit. And your safety car driver, who's not going to get much work in the rest of this race, is also hyped and ready to go there. He has got 1,000-yard stare. Someone check that safety car driver is actually alive and we don't have a weekend at Bernie's situation in the driver's seat of that Porsche 911 GT3. But back out into the race goes Williams Esports Fanatec. A couple other cars for the pit lane, and I get the feeling like this could be the inlap for Team Redline, who have gotten their lead marker back.
Yeah, I mean, just a note on Williams though, that was their first driver change of the race. So, you know, our Leclerc there has gone for nearly 4 hours, which is a really good stint, especially at such a high level. So, you know, switching on to the first driver change of the race, you may expect Mike Partington to go to the end, potentially. Maybe, depending on what their strategy is.
Pretty monster effort if that's what they go for, but of course that would be well within the minimum drive time requirements. We do see very often in the 6-hour races that if it suits the tyre strategy, you know, one driver might do 3 hours, hand to another driver to do the remaining 3. Stretching that just a little bit further here to try to cut what's functionally an 8-hour race equally in half with just the one driver change. But again, it could be doable. Looking at Williams Esports, are they gonna resume the lead of the race when T3 Motorsports by Maniti and SRC Movano Corsa Giallo pit. That'll still be a couple laps away. It's mighty busy in the small picture in the bottom of your screen though, with a lot of prototypes and GTs lining up their pit phases right now. It's one of the things that just seems to happen every 2 hours, is the orbit of prototypes and GTs aligns in the same part of the sky.
Side by side, maybe? Side by side.
It's going to be Williams just ahead of Red Line as both of them rejoin the race, having completed their phase of the pit stops. I think that's going to just sort of the tyre undercut and the fact that Williams had a tiny bit of an advantage as well. Right, with them here though, SLC Movano Corsigialo lead the race, but only by a couple of seconds, and are a little off phase here to T3 Motorsport by Maniti pitting in. So first, second and third within 3 seconds for the minute.
It's interesting how the Movano Giallo team is trying to bring themselves into the fight. It's kind of like they're the odd man out. They're still a long ways out, in my honest opinion, because of this off-cycle strategy, but it does keep things interesting for Williams. Oh my god, Williams nearly had an issue, massive issue with Impulse Racing at Pujon. Oh, Mike Partington must be thinking the gods right now.
Impulse, as you can see, around trying to get going again. What happened for their Lamborghini, and what happened for your, do we call them net race leading potentially? Number 5 Williams Esports Fanatec will wind back the replay machine. Take a look into Pujon, offline for Impulse, and that Lamborghini rotates, and there is exactly a prototype width to the inside. Mike Partington is going to have a little Lambo kiss down the side of that car, but I don't see that there was any damage. Oh, so close. Take a look from Mike Partington's perspective. Second SRC car gets down the inside of Impulse. They get onto some of the dirty stuff around the outside.
I've got to say, that is a scary moment. I mean, I've ran very little LMP2s, but that is a really scary moment. It's really weird how the Impulse car dropped it there. I mean, looking towards a battle we have here. I'm quite sure.
Private label team Hype, we saw their pit stop not long ago. Orion Race Team are back out as well, and that's the battle. 13th, 14th in class. Ryan have the inside as they go through Rivage, Brussels, whatever you want to call it. Both of them bearing down on the GT car, both of them picking up a whole lot of curb. Now side by side here, almost a little bit of contact. Look at that, private label team Hype trying to box him in. Orion not really having any of it. And Molna Peter says, I'm still here, buddy, but I think it's
I like
kind
that.
of... private label team Hype are kind of allowed to hold their line there. But it is
I like
a little
that
cheeky
strategy.
at this point in the race.
Yeah, it's something you can do. It's a bit scummy, but I like the mentality of it. You know, he's seen that back marker coming up. He's gone, well, I'm not moving. I don't have to move. I'm fine. And he just forces him to back out of the position. You can't just run through a GT3. So, yeah, I like that type of move. Obviously, a little bit of side-by-side contact there, but smart, clever. I like it.
If I can get a replay, did they make contact on the first, whenever that the number 4 made the overtake, whenever Kraus made the overtake? Because it looks like there's a small, yeah, something like it.
Rivage. There was definitely a nice little shoulder bump after that as well.
Yeah, because I think the small dink, if you want to say, between Kraus and Peter right there, kind of made the number 15 to lose maybe some balance or maybe some momentum outside of Brussels, and then and lose touch. Let's look on the replay. Ooh. Yeah, some contact. Knew it.
I
There's
love
a
that.
shoulder bump.
Yeah, I see a little bit of that. But yeah, no, a bit of weird contact there. It's very weird. You can, and it happens. It's quite rare, but you can like perfectly interlock wheel. I think it's the same with LMPs and GTs. You can like interlock. If maybe someone's front wheel interlocked with your right rear, it'll spawn traction control to come in, and then you'll be like, oh, what just happened? Like it'll really like knock your speed, and it's something that happens maybe once every 20 races, but it's, you know, that's probably what happened there, I imagine.
You love to see it when it doesn't end in tears, when that sort of, you know, little argy-bargy, ends poorly. Then you think, was that necessary? And are we going to see the same again, maybe? T3 Bumaniti Purple and Delta Sport? Yeah, on the same strategy here. This is a battle that we might have had a little earlier. Definitely Delta Sport have a fair share of excitement in the relative box. Half a second, maybe expanding a little bit through this sector of the track as well.
And it's funny when we say like we like some RG barges as long as they don't end in tears, given the fact that I think this race, for some drivers, you can basically pour yourself a whiskey and rye the way it has gone from start until now.
I think you're always walking on a very, very thin line between like aggressive racing and catastrophe, especially in these higher splits, not so true, but higher level events of competition. There's a lot of drivers here who are exceptionally high in the I rating scale, and yeah, you kind of think that sometimes some people's impressions are the higher skill level in terms of I rating that you may get, you may see drivers being more cautious. But you also tend to see them caring more about tiny time losses. I mean, I can tell you from experience, losing 0.2 of a second probably means nothing. But when you're in that driver's seat and you lose 0.2 due to an LMP or just to another competitor, you get very frustrated because you're always constantly trying to be as fast as possible.
Yeah, or be like what happened. This is interesting. So yesterday, the driver of the PGZ right now in the motorsport car, which is Anjana Muthan, which is a Twitch streamer, which is Kirk and Pablo, were basically betting 50 subs for whoever got into P4 on their race, because we were battling for P3, I think, P3 or P4, and basically Anjan was P3 and lost P3 because of a dive of an LMP2, and had to give Pablo 50 subs. So sometimes the dives in traffic, given traffic taketh, can be quite rewarding, despite some of the dives can be somewhat sketchy, like we saw some of them in this race.
I think if you look at across it, and this is how you'll see a lot of LMP2 drivers think across the course of a long event, is if you save on average even like 1/10 of a second across every car you pass, when that comes to the end of the race, you have amassed a very, very large amount of time, because you're constantly in traffic. You know, the calmest points of these races is when they start, because you've got a little bit of clean air. It's almost like you're in a single class race, but then swiftly followed by the most chaotic part, where you get the LMP2s crossing the entirety of the GT3 field at the first time they come around. So, you know, looking at like gaining 1/10 every time you pass a car or something like that, or just being slightly more aggressive, that's the mentality you're looking at here, and it does matter in the grand scheme of things.
Triton Racing ahead of PGZ Assistance. We saw them in the opposite order. A little bit of bump drafting, a little bit of fuel saving not long ago. But now both of them have cycled through pit lane. We've still got Peter Jagodzinski for Triton. I feel like that is a new driver for PGZ. Fabio Bazzucchelli, or is he in the other car?
No, Fabio. This guy out back in the car now.
Yeah.
So they have just swapped around a little bit, battling over about the same positions. I was about to say the same bit of track. And I'm not sure Gail Valero was on the track there. Safest thing to do though sometimes is just take that off track when there's a bunch of prototypes around and you don't want to roll the dice with your life on that particular occasion. The shoe is on the other foot with regards to fuel saving and the lifting and coasting between these two teams this time around though. I've also been watching that sort of up front in the prototypes, and older tyres for SRC Movano Corsa Giallo compared to Williams Esports and Team Redline, but SRC Movano have not rolled over and given up that race lead just yet. In fact, there are times that they've been able to extend it just a little bit. So it is first, second and third battling in prototype, fourth and fifth battling, your top five, all plenty to chew on, and some battles in GT for good measure as well. This is what your top three in prototype look like, as they have to duck and dive and weave amongst the traffic. It's cost quite a bit of time to SRC Movano as well though, because they've gone from second and a half up to absolutely nothing through the traffic. And, well, yeah, actually, Williams have gotten themselves in front, back into the lead as well through all of that. Missed quite how that one happened, but a compromised run onto the Kemmel Straight is very, very costly.
Yeah, it was just down into Lacombe, just a simple overspeed pass, ran the outside on the brakes, done simple. Quite a nice move from the Williams car there.
Interesting to mention that we are on lap 123. They're on the 14th lap of the stint. If Marcus wants to play the field game, if he pits on lap 130, 130, 150, 170, 190 to 10, that is basically 5 pit stops to go, and he has to do 20 laps on each stint. And he would need a final lap to go on the 230 to close out the race. So I know it's a long shot, but the 25 is not out of the fight.
I think we'll get a clearer picture as we come towards the final stints. You know, looking at how many laps they can do, how many laps they are going to do on field. Sometimes it's not easy to hit your field target, especially with everything going on around you, and you know, you really have to stay focused on the sole objective if that is your aim.
And the track and air cooling too.
Yes.
That'll have an...
yeah.
Well, you think of it as like a little effect, but as for whether or not they can hit certain field targets, it seems to, of late, have an even larger effect. It used to be the track cooling off, you know, gave you more grip, let you get the throttle open earlier, let you carry the throttle deeper into the braking zones, and that would increase your fuel consumption per lap a little bit. But now also it seems the air density is playing quite a significant effect there as well.
The cars will definitely start to use more fuel as we go in later on into this race and into the night aspect of this 1,000-mile race. Redline's still struggling to get past, but as you said, SRC Movano Corsa Movano Giallo are, you know, not rolling over here, but they do seem to start to cost Dominic Hoffman in the Redline car time here.
Yeah, I think that is starting to be potentially a bit of a problem for Team Redline. They're on the same fuel strategy and tyre strategy as Williams Esports. They need to stick with them at this point, and the presence of Marcus Hamilton there is maybe starting to drive just a little bit of a wedge. Patience will start to run out for a Redline prototype Dominic Hoffman here if he doesn't get around shortly, because he was right with Williams. Now look at it, there's a second and a half between them and growing.
However, looking towards this next lap, one of the things that was helping SRC Movano Giallo was that they had a toe off Williams, but saying that, they still are within the range, so I don't think this is going to be easy again for Team Redline to pass the Movano car here. Might be another lap stuck behind.
Clean run for them out of La Source down towards Eau Rouge and Radion. Where did all of that time go for Red Line? A couple cars further back now. They're just trying to space it out to try to get a good run, and Hamilton gets a bit closer to Partington. There's your top 3 in prototype as they run at the moment. Seems like they've got a sector all to themselves. What that means is that all the traffic is somewhere else, and when they catch it, they'll catch 10 cars at once though. Nothing good is free.
A calm in the storm of GT3 traffic for these LMP2 drivers.
But there's as many storms as ever. It just means they're in a different part of the ocean, and eventually you'll sail there.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I've got to imagine that. Did you say that this Movano Corso Giallo car was on a different tyre strategy? Are they on older tyres at this point?
I think they're reaching the end of their second stint, whereas we're midway through the first stint for the number 5 that leads and the number 70 currently in third. There is the famous. This is a webcam that must have had 15 minutes of airtime already today. Getting a little bit more. El Valero. And
we had breakthroughs though.
The fuel.
I can say there were breakthroughs in the camera. Now there is a game being set up vertically to cover for the Apple, so the Apple can actually get the spotlight.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that there's definitely been a move around there. Oh, and I do say the SRC Movano Giallo car is pitting. So as you said, it was very near to the end of their stint.
They are running some short stints here. They've gone 17, 17, and now 17. So they are not going to do any 20-lap stints just because Lorenzo Bonda asked. They're sort of short fueling it a little bit and short pitting it a little bit.
Yeah, don't listen to Lorenzo. What does he know?
I hope we get like a backlit softbox for that Apple at some point. That's the kind of star power it's commanding. The teammates, though, just a couple positions further up the road, sandwiched between BS Competition and Core Porsche's been on a bit of a tear, I think, as the weather's cooled off. In fact, they're going to look down the inside of La Source. All the moves have been happening at the end of the Kemmel Straight, so give the fans around turn 1 a little bit of action. And have to defend, maybe, and really affect your run here. Let's core up another spot. Prototype around the outside. Will that slipstream potentially help Core hold on to their freshly gotten gains? I think it will.
Yeah, it's a core strategy here. I suppose it depends what the goal is for these drivers at the minute. So are they looking at fuel saving? Are they looking at keeping position? I imagine that are we like midway through the stint here with these cars? I think we're roughly around there, getting towards the halfway point of the stint, maybe more towards the start. So you're not looking at like getting a bit of track position before the pit stops come around. So yeah, I think, you know, PGZ, Motorsport, or Z, actually, sorry, apologies. PGZ Motorsport, you know, just accepting that the core car obviously has a little bit more pace at the moment, and accepting just trying to follow them and keep with them and maybe save a bit of fuel in the meantime as well.
I'm a Z believer normally, but saying Z just rolls off the tongue a little easier. Otherwise, what is it? It's not Ped Jed Z. It's PGZ.
I think
there's another circumstance where I say Z instead of Z, and I'm trying to remember what it is right now, and it'll come to me at some point. But there are occasionally circumstances where pronunciation just fits better.
Zebra?
Yeah, I was going to say.
No, not in a word, but when you're saying acronyms.
Now I'm curious. Do you call the Z4 the Z4 or the Z4?
Z4.
I agree.
Okay.
Also because it's German. Auf Deutsch sagt man Z. So Z rolls with the same kind of slow in English.
I must briefly touch on the famous apple. So that apple is famous, right? But surely that apple is never the same apple. So it must change. So once one apple is done with, we have a new apple.
I was telling you right before we got on air, I've never seen anyone else eat an apple that slowly in, 1,000 bites. You and I, both people who, 6 bites probably enough to get most of the apple, but I've worked out why. You can't go, finishing off an apple, because then it's no longer an apple, it's a core, and he's not a core sim racing driver.
I like that segue. That was a good one. That was really good. But still thinking of the point of the apple. Obviously it's going to change, and we've seen the apple make appearances before. And is it the same? Who is the famous? Who is famous
Doctor in that shot? No, because an apple a day is keeping him away.
Oh, dearie me.
Well, that's what you get when you are with David. Well, take it this way: at least you're not with Chaz or Peter Mackay.
Oh, Peter Mackay. Oh,
I like no. Here's the thing: I like Peter Mackay. I love him. I love him to death, man. One of my favorite commentators. But there are some puns that it's kind of like, and he kind of knows it, but he throws it regardless. It's like you're crossing the line because you're saying way too much.
I think you've got to look at his endless book of interesting facts. I wish I could come up with many a fact about these drivers and where their native town was that they grew up in, and what specific food comes from that region. But I have zero facts on that aspect. And Peter will do, for sure. I'm sure if he's watching this broadcast, he'll be able to reel off some facts at the top of his head, that maybe about Gale Valera, or maybe even the type of apple and where it came from, potentially.
Okay, well, narrow it down. It's a red apple, right?
Yeah, but it could come from many a different place, Where's it grown? I'm sure Peter Mackay could tell you that.
Probably in an orchard.
But the thing he wants to know, what kind of apple is it, aside being a red one, what type of apple specifically is the apple?
Is it more of a tart one? Is it a sweeter one? Is it does... it's looked pretty crunchy.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we talked about, before we got on air here, was the fact that you thought you could sink a banana in one bite. And I am still baffled by that point.
It was maybe a slightly tongue-in-cheek joke. Thanks for airing me out.
Jesus, Will.
You clearly didn't think about it too hard, but that's fine. I'd be quite happy if you dropped that.
We'll move on from that, but I think thinking about vegetables and fruit themselves, I mean, what's the next big thing? Obviously, the apple's going to have its day. Do we then move on to a carrot?
I've been eating quite a few avocados. Made myself a little bit of homemade guacamole the other day, which, in my own very, very biased opinion, was freaking delicious. So I reckon, have an avocado between stints.
I feel like that's quite posh. I feel like we're reaching a higher tier of vegetables / what is it? A fruit or a vegetable? What even is it?
Avocados are absolutely a fruit.
Yeah,
a little bit of touch there between prototype leader and T3 Venezia, one of their Lamborghinis. And with that pit stop, we can get back on a fruit, vegetable, tomato discussion. Potato. With that pit stop from SRC that was about on SRC Movano, about on cue, it has unleashed Team Redline to stay with Williams Esports, and if they're doing it on the same tyre strategy but slightly offset fuel strategy, this is another one of those endurance racing cases where you don't actually want to be the lead car.
It depends on the fuel strategy. I would quite happily be the... See, it's also personal preference as well, because if you think you can dictate the pace to extend the gap over your rivals, it's sometimes a very nice thing being the leading car, because you control how fast you're going, you control almost the race. If you think you're the faster driver and you want to make sure you extend that gap to Yas, Heat, or transfer score or something like that, can dictate that a bit more. But then if you're thinking more about fuel strategy, then you're definitely wanting to be the second place car. I mean, something, for example, that when we had the Raw a few weeks ago, I was very much content on being the second place car at all points in time, because my entire goal for the race was fuel strategy. But again, it depends what they're kind of thinking here. And it's interesting to see. I think Redline are looking at fuel personally, but it's hard to tell sometimes from when you're not within the cockpit.
I find myself so often just staring at these shift lights going, did they sort of roll down a little bit into the corner or not? And sort of maybe second guessing it a little too hard. What is very plain to see sometimes with the onboards is when drivers are using the clutch to roll a long way into the corners with a big lift and coast. The slightly more subtle fuel saving can be harder to pick up on and tougher to distinguish from the baseline of just the driver's regular style. Last lap was mighty good for Dominic Hoffman, 201.2. I think put him only within a couple tenths of the fastest lap of the race. He was the right distance back to pick up a good slipstream, good run through the traffic, and conditions are favourable to some quick lap times right now too.
I think it's expected. I think moving on to the latter part of this race, and when we're getting these track conditions coming down, we're absolutely going to see the lap times tumble, and also the benefit of the slipstream, like you say, is going to greatly help him. But now he will be starting to, once you've caught them so much, you can only go that fast. You are dictated by the car ahead of you. So, if Williams aren't to pick up the pace here, then you could see Redline maybe getting a bit impatient and starting to think, right, I want to get past here and try and extend this gap. But
now that was the clutch that time.
Yeah, for sure, they are safe. You can see that with the onboard footage. You just watch them dropping back and then gaining a bit. Obviously, when you clutch in and dive a bit longer, you can brake a bit later because you've dropped a little bit more speed. So you don't lose that much time in the essence, and it's very easy around here to keep within touch. As you can see, you can be 5, 6, 7 tenths slower, and you can still keep with the car ahead, unless traffic. That would be the only thing I'd see splitting them up if there was a significant pace advantage between them.
On the pit lane right now, Yas Heat, Rashad Mill, Ross Woodford. So I'm starting my new theory that for races like this, that pace car driver actually had a heart attack after the formation lap, and race controller just propping him up, making it look like he's alive.
Are we starting a committee to maybe get this pace car driver some compensation potentially?
It's the shades, man. I mean, it's those sunnies, them sunglasses. It's just suspicious about his well-being.
But it's Benny.
Benny.
But it's Benny. Benny's always been like that. Always been like this.
I think he's got a very. He's very determined and brave, sitting there in the pit lane and being so.
Yeah. He's focused.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm always concerned why he's not wearing a helmet. I just feel like he should be wearing a helmet.
I agree.
Defensive line from your leader, a little bit of a weave. They weren't under any pressure of being passed a lap ago, and again, rolling it a long way into the braking zone at the end of the Kemmel Straight for Hoffman, who will save.
One interesting fact for me is that the 32, when it came down to the lane, it did 18 laps, not 19 laps like some of the cars were doing. I'm I'm starting to wonder if 18 laps is going to be the new standard moving forward with these faster time, not faster times, but of course faster times because we have a colder track and the fuel burn is high enough as it is, because it is the highest fuel burn average per season, per lap in the season.
Is that just because it's the longest lap of the season?
Yeah, it is the longest, the slowest, air quotes, and the highest fuel burn, so it makes all sense.
So quite a few cars in their dashes and their displays. Someone's around. That looked like Team 75 Bernhard to me, because it was a Porsche, it was a GT, and it had a white nose in the background there. But I'm not sure. The Ford GTE had you could switch the steering wheel information to tell you liters per 100 kilometers. Was the correct car. Did they get some help? No, they were just off the third line, gravel, and then have just, ouch, caught the tyre barrier, the edge of the car, spun them the other way from third place in class. That is not only a bit of time lost, but that's some pretty hefty damage to several corners of the car.
I'd be surprised if
they've stayed out. Jamie Moon has stayed out after that. They've already lost 2 spots in the Easy Sports Shield Blast and BS competition. Oh. Anyway, even with that EcoBoost V6, the Ford GT GTE would most times in racing conditions average somewhere around 50 litres per 100 kilometres.
I think that's more of a road car turn in my book. It's like a European road car turn. Like you've got, obviously, I think across like England and America, you're looking at miles per gallon. But most of the European countries use litres per 100 kilometres, and I think it's slightly a strange term to use for a race car. But obviously, I can't say anything bad about the Ford GTE, as it is the greatest GTE car of all time, and I have zero bias.
I don't like sand because it's coarse and it gets everywhere. But yeah, I'm with you. Most cars in the dash or in the information, if they give you something about your fuel consumption, it is typically litres per lap or gallons per lap, because in a racing situation, that's the more useful metric. I know for ovals and maybe road courses, the IR18 gives you that as like a litres per lap kind of thing. It is unique, and that's why it stands out to me that Ford gave litres per 100 kilometres, because then you have a direct comparison to what your road car typically does, where underneath 10 litres per 100 kilometres would be pretty good in most circumstances, or less depending on your car.
Yeah, I don't know how I'd work that out, to be honest. I'd be sat there looking at that reading thinking, I have no idea how far I'm driving. I'm just doing lap on lap. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. But a lot of these cars these days have cyclable dashes. I have a little switch on my wheel. I'm sure a lot of them do. Ooh, we see a move for the lead here. Redline's hit their fuel target and they're off. Interesting. Right.
I'm not sure that Redline are off as much as Williams have just realised, the last 5 laps have been giving Redline something for free. I think both of them had a pretty hefty lift down that straight, but I only saw it from the long shot on the TV. I'll find out at some point, but that is a change for your overall lead, and the strategy's not too dissimilar between these two cars. That this is a pretty fair fight for the lead of this race, the way that they run at the minute.
I don't think there was a lift there. They seem to reach the same top speed. But what is notable is that Williams were saving in front of Redline, so we weren't seeing the absolute pace there. And I think that maybe the choice here is from Dominic Hoffman, is that he wants to now elevate the pace of the race a bit. Although they have got a very commanding lead over the third, fourth, and fifth place car.
So the speed trap record for Williams Esports was 3:05. They got to 290 before they started breathing out of the throttle that time around. down the Camel Straight. So we will see. If you're Hoffman now, you want to put a second between yourself and that other prototype. In the traffic, a little bit of an opportunity here. Whether it quite falls that way, you never know. But he's giving himself the chance, the opportunity. Partington is absolutely going to get past the Yellow Lamborghini before Eau Rouge Radion, and that will happen quite easily. That looks like the race-leading car too. They are not having quite as much of the exciting day that our prototypes are for their lead battle. 20 seconds in the pocket for Biela Racing Euronics 145. Still got to manage that. This is replay. Poor Beleaguered, and you still got the rear wing damage on the car there for 75 Bernhard, and they lose another spot, this time to Core. You see the two Porsches side by side. You can see what the rear wing is meant to be shaped like. They've stayed out, and yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how quickly that rear wing could be repaired. The Team 75 SimRC, they are in a world of hurt since that incident we saw just a couple of laps ago. Elsewhere in prototype, Tronsaskolen and Urano. Tell you what, Sebastian Schmallenbach is never afraid of speaking what's on his mind. I wonder what he thinks here as around the outside his driver goes.
Nice move.
Into third.
Yeah, really nice move there. Something to note as well, Redline have given up now. Well, not given up, but they've decided we're not fuel saving anymore. There was no fuel saving down the Camel Straight there into Lecombe, and they are really sitting on the edge of getting that gap second up from the Williams car. But yeah, no. Top speed then was 291, I believe. So I don't believe there was a lift on the previous lap.
Okay, a good slipstream must be worth a hell of a lot in these cars then. I mean, the thing is, a 5 kilometre difference from the slipstream doesn't ever sound that much. But when you see it with your eyes, it looks like a lot. So 12, 13 kilometres an hour. Okay, Williams Esports pit. That's the end of the gain, another 19 lap stint. That's what they've been doing. This is about on schedule and expecting Redline next lap. Unless they go a lap further, that'd be a surprise and would put credit to that they were fuel saving at points in the stint we just saw. Should be a quick one here. Should be fuel only. Partington only got in last stop 40 minutes or so ago. His tyres only went on last stop about 40 minutes ago, and they're joined a little bit further down the lane by Urano and Tronsaskolen. They were battling each other. Now they pit together on the same lap as well. Partington out, and this out lap will be pretty important, I think.
Yeah, looking towards the stop there. It looked a little bit longer than I expect. Interesting to see what lane time Redline have. And, you know, even a few tenths of a second here, talking again about pit line optimization, could leave them having that gap in order to be able to break it out of the tow window, I suppose. Nice livery, that. I really like that livery. What do you guys think?
It's relatively minimalist, but I think that suits the shape of the prototype cars. They're already a very race car shaped race car. Even in all black carbon, I think prototype cars typically look pretty good. You don't need to work too hard. I'm not saying that any of the GT3 cars are ugly, but they're a lot closer to a road going shape. These prototypes are already pretty aggressive with full beam rear wing and the narrow cockpit of the prototypes.
Yeah, no.
Redline are going another lap, so they're aiming for 20. That changes things up front.
As Lorenzo was speaking about earlier, you know, sort of thinking about the 20, 20, 20, 20 in terms of the laps that were left, and you could do maybe 5 to the end. They are comfortably within that. You know, we're what, lap 137 for the Redline car now? So, you know, they're comfortably able to do 5 stints to the end. They won't be able to do 4, but, you know, making sure of that. And also maybe they're thinking about, can we go flat out to the end now? You know, thinking about 5 stints, you know, at 19 or 18 maybe even. as the temperatures come down and fuel consumption rises. You know, that they'll really just be targeting to run out of fuel right at that line, and you know, they're definitely within the 5 stints now towards the end of the race.
Triton and EGZ at it again, 110 and 119.
Battle here. I mean, obviously we've got Redline coming into the pit soon, but you know, we're not too long off expecting maybe the GTs to start to pit. Obviously they're going a little bit longer than the hour, but you know, within 10 minutes time you could see some GT teams starting to think about pitting, especially I think that the teams that are more like just targeting the on hour each time. I believe that's what we're doing, as we do see Redline now come into the pit lane
after 20 laps. So instead of pitting 1 lap after Williams, this time around they're 2 laps after, as they've extended that 1 extra lap. Don't think it's gonna... I think at this point with the fuel only stops, running along lighter is preferable to that outlap with the full tank of fuel. So I think you're in an overcut phase here until you get to the next tyre change, where that stop then becomes an undercut. But the fuel only stops, running longer, I think is the way to make up a little bit of time. They'll be hoping to come out probably with 2 or 3 seconds to Williams. And that would give them that breathing space to have broken the draft way, but it's never facts until it's facts. And there goes Redline right at the end of the pit lane. I think that's looking pretty good for them. I think that's about what they would have hoped for, is to have just a couple more seconds on traffic. Your leading dealer car, and that's private label team Hype in class. Won't hold them up through Eau Rouge Radeon. Good pit stop phase, I reckon, for Redline, having gone that lap longer and put in some pretty quick laps beforehand as well. They've got time to Williams, who are almost a half a Kemmel straight away.
They've put in a really good stint there, and obviously they've managed to break that now. And as I said, with them being so, you know, comfortable with the 5 stints remaining, and also knowing that they're not going to make 4, they can now, you know, really push the car to the end, I believe, in order to maintain that advantage over the Williams car, potentially, if they've got more speed. But we've still got just under 100 laps to go, what, 92 laps to go, and there's plenty of things that can happen in this endurance race yet.
Well, for one, it's going to get dark, and doesn't that always give an opportunity for a change in the complexion of the race when things race into the night?
For sure, it's going to be interesting.
4.5 seconds then Redline to Williams, so even more than I was initially anticipating might be Redline's advantage.
I expect it to be right about 3 seconds like you estimated initially.
Because it was, what, a second when Williams pitted, and then Redline went 2 laps longer, and I was thinking, well, that weight of fuel makes a huge difference to your lap time, so maybe that overcut, there'll be a second faster a lap, and it'll be 3 seconds, but no, it's 4.5, basically.
But even looking towards the pit stop, like I had a watch of them going through the lane and how they optimized it, and they didn't use the pit limiter. Like I said, I expected most people wouldn't, but they didn't really optimize the entry too much. You know, they didn't push it too hard. They were making sure they got down to speed before the line. So, you know, it wasn't particularly like an amazing lane time or anything. I think it was just overall very nicely executed by the Redline car and Dominic Hoffman.
There's your track conditions, 2 degrees Celsius in both categories than it was a little earlier. So the air cooling off, track also cooling off. Not sure the air has gonna cool too much between now and the end of the race. Track temperature could still drop a couple further. Simulated time of year is the 5th of June.
hang on.
Yep. I initially got a bit excited because I misread the date format as the 6th of May. And I was like, oh, we're racing on my birthday, but that's not correct.
At least we know your birthday now, so we can target that in the future to maybe surprising you. You never know.
I'm trying to remember. Are you? I think Taurus.
I believe so.
Man. Well, I do know I do know the May zodiac signs. I just know the May one because I'm a Gemini. For me, it's gonna be cool because mine is on the 9th of May. I get rewarded with watching the 500 as on my birthday.
Nice.
Nice.
I have to say, while it's on my mind, I don't think any model of car that's been named after any of those zodiac signs has been any good. Okay, the Ford Taurus sold pretty well for its tiny window in the sun. I don't think it was exciting while it did it. I think there was a Holden Gemini, which was a rebadged Toyota or something.
Probably a Vauxhall if it's Holden, but it depends obviously when it was built. You know, if you look at something like a Vauxhall Insignia, that's basically what a Holden, whatever they call them. They're basically the same car.
There's no Ferrari Pisces out there being, you know, exciting. Oh, huge excursion for Yaz Heat there. On the exit of Lafanya, through the gravel.
But as I previously stated, any Ford car ever made is the best in my opinion, and I have no.
Is there a Ford Scorpio?
If there was, I'm not quite sure, but I do know that it will have been an exceptionally good car. And obviously, as stated,
totally not biased, right?
No, I've got zero bias, Lorenzo, as you should know.
Zero bias. Yeah.
Not a Ford sports driver.
Yeah, totally not a member of the Fordzilla family. Yeah,
No. Definitely never happened.
But now I'm curious. All right. I was actually trying to look for cars that were named after stars, vehicles, and celestial bodies. I didn't know the Celica is actually named after star or planet or celestial body.
It's a great car.
Is this Celica?
I'd say Celica.
Is this is this Celica or Celica?
I've Celica, but I think Americans especially can be more prone to pronouncing it Celica.
Yeah, which is a weird name to go for. Not a weird name.
Pronunciation is just call it Toyota Silly Car.
It was a legendary rally car, though. You know, the Celica itself is in like a car that you maybe drive every day. Being front-wheel drive is a bit disappointing. However, the GT4, I believe they called it, was four-wheel drive, and that would be very, very fun. Go to daily.
Well, this is interesting. I did not know the Nissan had made the Pulsar, because the Pulsar is a neutron star that emits electromagnetic radiation from its poles. Which
is far more exciting than any Nissan Pulsar ever actually was.
True.
I just did have a look at what all the star signs were and try to think of if any other cars have been named after them. I don't think anyone's had the guts to name their car after cancer. Just don't think that it's sell well.
No, I don't think that. I don't think
that car's really in the market. Almost every car is named, you know, really optimistically and aspirationally. That
Citroen Picasso.
Yeah. Don't think cancer is quite gonna inspire what marketing departments are always aiming for. The tale of woe kind of continues a little bit for Team 75 Bernhard. You get a good look occasionally at that rear angle. The angle of the rear wing is ouchy. Straight line speed is going to be hurting pretty significantly. Last lap at 2:17.7 though in this slipstream here. which I would say means they're probably missing about a second a lap in performance with that damage, which is less than you would have initially imagined when you saw them hit two separate walls with different corners. Started with a big tag on the rear left that then spun them around and into the other wall. So
you definitely expect a large amount of damage. I think they've come off very lightly. However, something to not forget is that they are very, very content here to sit in the slipstream of the PGZ car, because they gain an advantage from that. If they were in clean air, I guarantee that their lap times would be slower. Ooh, big drift there. Looking at a replay here. Oh, how many times have we seen that? Nicely saved though from the Team Hype car, LMP2, the number 4. But yeah, no. Looking at the... He does look like he's struggling with the car, I'm not going to lie. But then again, this is what happens when you get damage on the car. That's the E3 by Maniti car, red, coming out the pit lane.
what the hell was the styling on the second generation Ford Scorpio? That's one for any of our viewers who can chuck it a little Google. No wonder they discontinued that model over the years.
Oh, you saw the hideous body. You know what the worst? Oh, you know what the worst thing is? Is that they actually made a Cosworth version of the Scorpio.
Hang on, I have no, the great car. But yeah, I
dude,
mean...
they discontinued it in '98. You don't got to be still hyped about it. Is that before
Well,
you were born?
there's yeah, there's a point of your bias where you just have to go and stop and think about the cars of your brand. I know you're a Ford driver, but there are some cars about Ford that you need just to stop and say,
I'd simply just have to disagree
I
with
can
you
do
there.
that. I can, man.
I will say though, I cannot wait for the new Mustang GT3 and GT4. Not to forget, there will be a new GT4 released in 2023, in time for that competition. So replacing the current gen, and also then new GT3 in time for 2024. Late 2023.
Did you have to start that with a date and a location, like all press releases do?
Well, as you can see, yeah, I've got a release from Ford of what I need to talk about in this stream. I'm joking, I don't. but yeah, I'm excited for it, and hopefully some of them come to iRacing.
RaceSpot doesn't need to pay you then if Ford are. GT3, or just, well, that's the specification of the cars, racing in the category just called GT in Sports Car Open Endurance Series. Their pit stop window is well and truly open here. Talking about race cars that are coming along, every now and again I remember that there is going to be a Ferrari hypercar, and I feel like this timeline we're living in isn't so bad.
I'm so excited.
That's really holding me together till 2023.
I just think it's great to see.
I'm not even going to cheer for Ferrari in hypercar that much. I'm just excited that they'll be part of it and everything that means. Like, everyone else who committed to that category of racing is like, yes, Ferrari are in. When we win, people will actually be watching. Sven Haase will be glad that several hundred people are watching as he rejoins the race. We're in the lead again, a little early on the phase. Just a couple laps compared to everyone else, but give it time, they will cycle back through into the lead in the Biolini.
It's plain sailing for them at the minute.
Just a Ferrari factory effort just legitimizes any kind of motorsports. Like, if they were testing an advanced shopping cart around Fiorano, every other shopping cart manufacturer would be like, yes, Ferrari are entering our market segment. People are going to pay attention.
I think it's a good thing. It's what's come from this. Sorry, Lorenzo, to cut you out again, but I think it's a good thing that's come from the cost cap in F1, because it means that Ferrari are now like, we were spending this much money a year on F1, and now we have all this money free, and then they can go and do more of that, support more feeder series, and also, you know, other series across the world.
Now, both the competitiveness in F1 and then a whole bunch of other categories around the world that managed to pick up some of that money that is no longer just being shoveled into a furnace at the rate of hundreds of millions of dollars a year. Endeval and Blackstar Racing. Remember, we saw some adventurous stuff from the Blackstar Racing car not long ago. And they are going to get a position up into 13th.
Go on, Lorenzo. Please continue with your statement.
Now for the 200th time in the span of 5 minutes. This is all gone to shambles. Oh god. I thought Davis was actually gonna get hyped for the Ford Mustang Gen 3 car, supercar, instead of the Ferrari, but then again, beggars can be choosers.
Yeah, I mean, that looks pretty good. It's BS and one of the PGZs, which is going to get a driver change. Govind Keeney getting into 114. And Barneveld for BS competition. Is this a little... Didn't both of these cars change tyres last stint? This is, Are we doing driver changes without tyre changes again? Are we back in that wacko world?
I feel sorry for who's stepping in that car.
That's what it is at PGZ, and I feel like that's what it might have been at BS there, so...
Really didn't look like it took a tyre change, did it? I mean...
No, definitely not, because the car remains flat on the ground when it's fueling, and then goes up in the air for the tyre change, and then drops down and basically immediately evacuates the pit stall. So when they just flat roll out, you're like, oh, didn't take any tyres. And that's also backed up by the timing of the pit stop. Remember, you can go to RaceSpotTV/timing, and that information's there. That's also pinned at the top of the YouTube chat for those of you who don't like typing and prefer just clicking.
I don't blame them. I'm exactly like that. But yeah, one thing to note there is that was a single stint, as you say, for a driver there. That was Anjan. I don't know. So I'm very sorry in advance. Amusta? I don't know. Maybe one of you can butcher it as well. But they can call him Skirt. What was that, Lorenzo?
You can call him Skirt.
Ah, right. Okay. Skirt then. Well, they only did a single stint, so it's interesting to see. Maybe they thought that the pace wasn't high enough and to get Govan back in the car. We've certainly seen over the past month Govan getting back in cars in order to keep them going as fast as possible. But yeah, an interesting one there. But I'm sure they've got a reason to their slight amount of madness.
One thing's for sure, we know Govind wasn't taking a nap while he was out of the car.
Yeah, this race significantly shorter than his 24-hour effort only a few weeks ago.
Yet more GT pit callers. Urano Esports have gone fuel only in their 191. Triton Racing. Are they also... Tell me they are not. I'm pretty sure it was Peter Jagodzinski in that car before it came into pit lane.
Yeah,
and now
driver swapped.
Dominic Blair. Is everyone doing that?
Looks like it is going to be. The standard moving forward.
It's the hip thing to do.
Apparently
fuel
so.
And a driver. Tires overrated. As we race yet further into the darkness.
I'm still amazed about the time of day that it is here in Spa, and the fact the sun still has not set. I mean, we've passed 9 p.m. at night here, 8 minutes past as we speak, and we have still got daylight with just under 3 hours of this race to go.
Yeah, I've not been inside of the Arctic Circle during summer to experience anything like that. Longest day I've ever seen is right in the middle of summer in Indianapolis, which has both daylight saving and is very far west in its time zone. The sun kind of rises at 5:30 and sets at midnight, based on how much they hate abiding by solar noon.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as we see them cycling through, the pit stops here, in GT3 still. It's interesting to
I'm dying to see what happens for this 175 though, because they had that pretty big shunt. We're nursing a lot of damage. They're on pit lane right now. You can see him in the middle there, behind Core, in front of one of the BMWs. I just don't think they're going to get to repair a whole lot. And while they're stationary and we get a good look at them, you can see a bit of damage to the front left there that I don't think was immediately obvious to me while the car was in motion. So they obviously didn't want to pit out a cycle to make any repairs happen, and that was kind of validated when they weren't losing 10 seconds a lap. They were kind of losing a second or so. It's fuel only. It doesn't give you an opportunity really to fix anything.
They won't have fixed
Jamie
anything.
Moon's not a no hit limiter kind of guy. He's a bounce between first and second kind of guy. Those are your schools of thought. So that looks just about the same as when it went in. And in fact, I kind of just noticed more damage to it than I thought there initially was. So this is rough for these guys. Were third before that incident. They were only third at the time of that incident.
Well, obviously they had those two contacts at the wall, which is where you got front and rear damage, because they had the first, well, they went into the gravel, got that tag on the rear left, and then went spearing into the outside wall. And I mean, if they don't have any reason to pit, you know, to get that damage off, they're just trying to play damage limitation now from that incident. If they can make sure that they just like lose as little time as possible. Obviously you're going to lose time because of the damage, but there's nothing they can do about it now, so they're just trying to gain as much amount of points as possible while losing as little as possible through damage repairs.
They're bump drafting in the prototypes here. Private label Team Hype helping Yazheet Pirelli along.
I want to retouch on this bump drafting point. I mentioned it just before we went live on air, and I often see how
Measure your words carefully.
Oh, I know you have a strong feeling about bump drafting, but I must say it is very easy to do, especially in GT cars. I know we saw it come to blows in. I think it was the Raw with the touring cars. There was a bit of an issue with the Hyundai being particularly loose on the rear end, but in GTs and prototypes, you know, as long as you're not like whacking someone, which most people will be, you know, not wanting to do, because then that means you can get a 4x, of course, which, you know, thinking about incident limits, keeping them down, people don't really want to get. You know, I feel like it's quite easy, and it's pretty sensible, at least in the virtual world.
Seeing what the MX-5 Cup cars get up to, my teammates have decided that is not bump drafting. They have termed it slam drafting, which sounds exciting and new.
I think it
slam
depends.
drafting in these cars, I think.
I think it depends on the amount you're willing to commit to the hit. You know, some drivers are braver than others, I must say. You know, at Daytona, you can, you know, especially on the, like, if we're not on the banking, we're just on the straight, you can properly hit someone and give them a rather sizable speed boost, but could be some perfect position here. Ooh. maybe not. No, bump drafting.
And that's your
like I
overall
said.
leader immediately behind, flashing the headlights like, guys? Oh, sorry, not overall leader, second. That gap between Redline and Williams Esports. Now that I look at it again, it's been there all the time in the top left, but my attention's been a little bit elsewhere. Remember, we called that out. It's 4.5, now it's 7.5 seconds. There's a bit of traffic. Does not appear to be helping Mike Partington a whole lot. A couple laps, he's hit the headlight flasher button to say, well, in the words of Sebastian Vettel, I think it's blue flags, blue flags, blue flags. Doesn't want to be held up. He needs to get a little bit closer if he's going to expect them to jump out of his way. But he's making sure they know that he's there.
Well, something to note as well is, like, unlike F1, for anyone that more of our less regular viewers that maybe watch F1, that the blue flag rule is different. So in F1 you are required to move out the way and yield, whereas in endurance racing you are required. Oh my!
Oh, Williams!
And that is a
the gravel. Not Vendeval, Triton, I think it was there. They tried to go around the outside, tiny bit of contact made, and to spun your second place prototype into the gravel. Big time loss. I don't think there's going to be a huge lot of damage for the number 5 there.
I don't believe so.
No, just a small hit. Just a small hit, but looking back and forth at the replay over here on my local side, as we're gonna take a look at the replay what happened with the number 5 in a little bit, but it's tricky. I don't know if I would blame the GT way too much.
I'm just having a look at it.
Now, problem for Pure Sims LMP2. This is what happened. Trying to follow around. Yeah, just a bit of a tap.
The problem is the GTs do not have the same amount of downforce, and they're always going to tend to push out a bit more, especially on double stinted tyres. So it just means that as an LMP driver, you just have to try and give a little bit more room, because these GTs can't just hold to the line as well as maybe these LMP2s can.
Partington's given him a BMW's width.
Yeah.
And not a whole lot more there. You can see the line that the BMW ends up on means that Partington would have needed to have used up the track limits to stay safe. But again, when he's committed to trying to go round the outside, he's probably expecting to have to need to use all of that space. So, yeah.
It's a hard one to call. But
while we were queuing that up, there was a contact between a GT and Pure Sims LMP2. This is another look. Oh.
Here's the thing. I know it's that traffic thing. You know, you try to be on the inside. You can use a little bit of the entry of Stavolo, and there's a small patch of curve that you can kind of use it without losing too much grip. I think if you use that, the car eventually is gonna veer to the outside, and Mike just thought the Piotr's gonna use that, but didn't think that the car would veer too much towards this way. Thus got think to the on the right hand side and spun. And I think somewhere in the UK, Sam Hawkins is not pleased with me because I did send him questions, and the other car I sent questions is actually out of the race already.
Again, it's the curse of Lorenzo Bodnar, killing people with words, as we've spoken.
Lorenzo, what?
Oh, sorry, I can't say words. You know that. I'm a commentator.
He thinks Leo Bodnar is short for your name.
Oh. I would say it properly. I'm terrible at saying things.
Bonder, but
yeah.
Some people say Bonders. I don't care.
Well, you
My
clearly
name
do.
has been butchered time and time again. No, I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, I mean, as you said, I think GTs are always trying to lose as little time as possible. And the LMPs are always going to cut them close. It's just one of the... For me, it's a racing incident. But, yeah, it's just one of those things. As we see another replay...
what happened to
This is what I
Maxime?
thought. So you've got SLC Milano GT. They get a much bigger helping of the wall that SimRC found. And I think the suspension was cooked. I don't think it even wanted to turn left. There's a couple of prototypes coming through. Door was ajar from the first prototype navigating it, and then I think I've only seen it twice now, and neither of them were angles that quite elucidated as much as I would have hoped. I think they had the right to try to take the apex there. The second prototype was maybe not close enough.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's one of those ones where, I mean, there's a point that you kind of, in these multi-class races, you kind of have to sometimes drive off your mirror and just be aware that you may have to make a last-minute correction in order to keep the car alive. And although that maybe sometimes these LMP210s are a bit brave and a bit out there, you also have to take it from the perspective that, you know, you have to finish the race to get within a chance of winning it. So you have to be a bit driving on the mirror sometimes in that sense.
I think Lorenzo was going to pick up what we've seen for the number 1 car. The defending champions not having a good day of it after just 6 laps. They've been back on pit lane for 8.5 minutes of repairs.
I can tell what happened. They basically spun by themselves on lap 140, going to lap 141 on no name corner. I think what happened, Brian just caught way too much curbing on the entry to no name corner, and the car just spun around, hit hard the tire barrier, and the left hand side that was already damaged got way more damage. Luckily for them, they don't have any other LMPs in the field running, so they're gonna get 15th place regardless of what happens.
I was just looking at that, thinking that they're going to get at least a point, I think, at this point. So, I mean, it's somewhat of an effort. You know, it required. You know, obviously they decided to keep on going to try and gain any of these casualties that we've had from this race, which we could still have more. You never know. You know, with how this race is going, nightfall coming soon. Go on.
Well, you know, you set yourself for disaster, right?
Oh, what? Because I'm gonna go on.
If something happens in the remaining laps, it's not gonna be on David or me, right?
It's gonna be on me now.
Yeah,
It's gonna be me. Well, I mean, I've never cursed anyone yet, so I think we'll roll the dice on this one.
What do you think about this, David?
There's no shortcuts to success in this business. Can't be thinking you got all that power so quickly.
Exactly. Would we say it's success? Do we class it as a success as killing someone with words, or would we class it as a failure? Depends how you want to view it.
I view it as a success.
Now all the team owners which you've cursed are now going to know.
Yeah, because then people will remember me by something specific. Regardless if it is my good commentary, if it is good or not, if it's terrible, it's me killing people with words. Therefore, I'm already iconic.
Yeah, you have a legacy behind you.
Yeah.
Enzo's the kind of guy to think, okay, how big of a crime do I need to commit to get a Wikipedia article? He's reading up those notability guidelines and going, you know, what will cut the mustard? Headlights just come on, by the way, for everyone. I noticed it there. Prototypes always have the lower section of the headlights on, but the upper high beams come on, and for some of the different GT marks, you might notice it more clearly. So officially dark enough for full headlights on lap 153 at 2:30. 10th, 11th, 12th in GT, all going down the Kemmel straight, and the change there as T3 red goes ahead of Impulse.
Which GT3 do we think has the best light arrangement? I always think it's a Lambo. I think the Lambo.
I'm fond of the fact that you can customize whether you want the off-roading light bar or not.
I mean, compared to the other cars, you know, we're looking at the Porsche here. I think the Porsche is quite a weak contender compared to the Lambo. Like, realistically, if you're in that Lambo, especially at somewhere like the Nürburgring 24 Hour, where it's very dark at all points in time, you know, you're going to have a small advantage in the Lambo because you're lighting up the track like it's like a Christmas tree. I don't know if that's the right way to say it, but I've said it anyway.
Yeah, no, if you're in the Lamborghini, the future is so bright you've got to wear shades at night. It's got lights on lights on lights. Nothing wrong really with the Porsche lights. It's got 4 or 5 elements within each circle. It's compound bulbs and everything in there, but it is all placed within one circle on the front. BMW has, it's rather interesting, sort of combination endurance, fog light, corner light, apex light headlights that's very purpose built compared to just whacking on a 12 volt light bar, which is kind of what the bit in the nose looks like for the Lamborghinis.
We also have a Ferrari in this field, don't we? Have we seen the Ferrari's headlight arrangement? I'm trying to find one almost.
Well, we have the P1 Esports and the Apex Tech Racing. They're still around the track.
Satellite Racing are the ones that I see first. I quite like the Ferrari's arrangements. It's not quite as bold as the Lamborghini, but I feel like we've got a nice, even spreading of lights. I believe. I don't know. I feel like each light arrangement is quite unique to the car.
At some points the Ferraris kind of resemble like a spider with 6 eyes. It's Williams Esports to the pit lane. 1 point race leaders now running in second and having lost quite a bit of time in this stint with a trip through the gravel. Find themselves further adrift of the lead than they would have liked. Mike Partington looks like will stay. It's definitely into sort of triple stinting tyres in these kind of cars phase of the race, isn't it? If it was ever really double stints is the way to go, surely it's triples now.
Surely for the Williams car they'll be doing that now. Although we said 5 to the end, I mean it's now going to be 4 to the end, so that, you know, back when they last changed tyres, I don't believe, would it be 2 triples? Did they change tyres with 6 stints to go? The LMP2 leaders? I'm not sure, I'm just trying to have a look. I think so.
They're just going into the third stint.
Okay.
Your headlights. There's Vendaval Sim Racing and Satellite GT3. So stand by, that Ferrari kind of looks like spider eyes.
I think that could be quite intimidating. You know, not a lot of people don't like spiders, so if you've got a spider behind you, you're going to run very far. But maybe that's a disadvantage as well. Vendaval may be running away here, in the sense that they're getting quite scared of the spider Ferrari that is behind them. That might be a disadvantage for Satellite.
But Ferrari spells spider a little differently.
Ah, yeah. Lorenzo, I feel like you must have a comment on this.
Sorry, I've been away, just trying to talk some stuff with my teammates about racing. But yes, if you're gonna say Ferrari with the spider, you have to make the gesture, make it Italian.
I think
otherwise it's not Italian.
I think having gestures so that you could maybe sit in your cockpit and then we could see maybe someone do a gesture out the window. That would be not any rude gestures. I think would be quite a good feature to iRace.
I remember the Dubai 24 Hours. I think it was just when Peter was actually commentating. I think it was on his stint, and there was I'm Italian. My Italian passport is gonna get revoked after this. I remember there was an Italian driver, I think inside of a car, I think he got overtaken by a faster car or something like that, and he blinked the headlights. The driver, he goes on by. He just, gently shows up the flipping finger towards the other driver, and it gets caught by the gyro cam inside the car, live on broadcast.
SLC Movano Gallo go through to second. Good run for them up over to Radion. Straight through the slipstream of Williams Esports. Clean and pretty much textbook as far as changes of position go. A red line from the lead of that class are on the lane right now. And second and third are yet to even navigate Puon, so I think retain their pretty nifty lead that they've got in the 70 at the moment.
Of course, one of the downsides here, just looking at the pit stop for Redline, is that because we've got a shorter pit lane, that means we've got Scher's pit boxes, which means that there is currently a GT car sat in the Redline pit box, which doesn't make it easy to spot your braking, as you can see there.
This is what the Porsche LMDH is going to look like. I've made that joke before. In fact, I made it before you... I made that joke, and then I think it was 5 hours later was when Porsche actually revealed it on track. The LMDH did not look like a 911 sat in a Dallara. Although it is on the Dallara chassis, isn't it?
I don't know, to be honest. Peter Mackay will know. Guarantee it.
Oh, because it's a Porsche.
Yes.
The LMDH?
Yeah.
I think so. I think it is a Dallara chassis that is going to be made different for both BMW and Porsche. It's going to be different for each car.
I'll do my best Peter Mackay here. Actually, one of the interesting things about the 944 was that it was... Did you know this, David? It was the first Porsche to have a front-engine 4-cylinder. Of course, from the 1989 model year, it was available with a 6-speed, which was a significant improvement from the earlier 5-speed gearbox. I can't do his accent, but that is exactly the kind of thing he would say.
I think that was a beautiful and faithful impression.
I'm probably going to clip this after this broadcast is done. If somebody from the chat could actually clip this, I would appreciate.
I loved every second of that. I thought it was fantastic.
At least it is. At least it isn't Peter Mackay singing "Toxic." Is it "Toxic" or "Baby One More Time" on broadcast? I think it's
what would be really offensive
broadcast.
is if I'd given him a Glasgow accent. That would have probably been unforgivable.
Oh, that would have been very. That would be an offense.
I think it depends if you can correctly imitate that accent or not, because even
Manidi swap here.
Yeah, that's
very tidy. Almost like they might have had some communication behind the scenes for that one too.
Newly formed T3 by Maniti as of the past few weeks.
Yeah.
Third out in actually, probably, isn't it? Actually, I'm not sure.
They got announced just before Daytona.
Yes, yeah.
But just a quick correction on the Porsche, and I have to thank Pedro Moses because I know him. He's actually one of the engineers. He does some engineering for IMSA as well. The Dallara is going to be responsible for the Cadillac BMW LMDH, and the Porsche is going to be assembled by Multimatic, which is by Penske.
Yeah. Okay.
I keep looking at the lap relative here, David. I'm starting to see that it's gonna take a miracle. It has to be something like a complete disaster or a full-on botch to Sven and the Mila Racing Team Rodix to lose this race.
Sven, you know where to find him. Should anything happen?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think
it shouldn't be
Lorenzo
hard.
Bonda didn't have to say that, and he did.
I think looking at the gap that there is between the Urano esports car and Bila Euronics, considering that I believe Bila are still taking shorter pit stops, you can correct me on that if I'm wrong, David. However, I think the Urano car has a slight little bit more pace at this stage of the race. Potentially the Porsche starting to work, or Porsche starting to work better in these colder temperatures.
Keep an eye on. Was pretty well 20 seconds even between first and second in GT not that long ago. It's now 19.5, 19.6.
See, I'm no cursing people.
I don't think there's much trend, really, in that gap between first and second. Bila, I mean, don't need much more than 20 seconds. Urano not able to make a whole world of progress. I'm just... one day I want Peter Mackay to do his impression of me. I'm dying to know what I sound like.
We could get Peter Mackay.
Aren't we
in for an interview.
commentating? Hold up. Aren't we commentating another league race in a few weeks? Us three together. Or that is already gone.
Me? Oh, I don't know. Oh, you mean with Peter?
Nah, me, David, and Peter, because we did some broadcasts together, us three. I'm curious. I'm actually gonna look at the schedule later.
Certainly one to look out for. Legendary trio. Accents galore.
It's called commentating, David. We went broadcasting.
I only just got that. I was so confused at the start, and then I understood it. I'm going to see who's going to be getting what driver swaps.
Yeah, David, we're commentating next week. I think.
It'll be a big weekend then.
Yeah.
We're on board here with the TX3 LDLC-OL car, which is not the best name in the field, and I don't like it, but you know, only for pronunciation reasons. I'm sure they're very nice people.
Was never going to get down the inside at the end of the Camel Straight there, but what he did do is maybe force a little error out of what I think is one of the Orion cars in front of him as they battle over 10th and 11th. And again, I don't think that nose is going to get down the inside of Rivage there, but it does not stop him from looking. I want to guess this is pronounced like Marcel Hubert.
I'd probably say that's around correct.
It is correct. That's the correct pronunciation right there.
Ooh, getting slowed up by the SimRC GT3 there. Team 75 Bernard. Oi! Oh, I thought he'd made that stick then. I was kind of impressed with that one then. But yeah, he's just showing his nose, letting the driver ahead know he's there. Oh, I think we've had an incident, have we, for PGZ Motorsport? Get a replay of that.
Two cars are PGZ Motorsport and PGZ Assistance, and it was Motorsport running ahead of Assistance. Both of them were in the top 10 up until recently. Now Assistance ahead, and in fact both of the PGZs you can see these PGZs you can see in shot here, separated by the prototype battle we had our eyes on. Gael Valero is now in front of Govind Keeney, and then Triton Racing Dominic Blyer behind.
I think I love the naming of the PGZ cars, but at this moment in time, they are the wrong way round, because Assistance should surely be assisting Motorsport, not overtaking. But that is for everyone's own interpretation, I believe.
My motivation would be reduced if I was showing up at work to drive the car that was called B Team Assistant Pack Mule.
I mean,
There you
yeah.
go.
As we
A
see
move there, by the way, as TX3 did get in front. The consistent lunging and nose pointing rewarded.
They
The
got a
top 10
drive
now.
through though.
So they did.
Yeah, just going really quickly. They got a drive through for a very late pass on the Vila Racing Sporonics leading GT3 car.
Looking like
They had
technical
to
problems
take
or something
severe money
else
actions.
for Alex Bennett as he just drove off track and parked it. This is the spin that happened a little while ago for Govind Keeney as he found just a millimetre of grass on turn-in. That was enough to loop him around, losing some spots. There goes assistance.
Yeah, even, just I think they must have just caught a little bit of grass there because it's very unusual to see a car go like that. So very unlucky because it is very, very easy as you try and maximise these track limits as much as possible to just clip a tiny pixel of grass, which means that you unfortunately end up pointing in not quite the wrong direction, but horizontal.
It's just a perpendicular to the direction of travel. Just the tiniest sliver. Itsy bitsy teeny weeny tyre on the grass spinny Govind Keeney.
Oh, Dave.
Again, doesn't appear to have done any damage though. Car
No.
carriers on. Now, difference to the headlights between the two cars, and what that tells me is that they're running a different setup, at least in some aspect, car to car, because whether you have the endurance lights or not is set in the setup. When you load a setup onto the car, it can change depending on whether or not it had that enabled. It's not an identical setup car to car.
I think, your setup can change between drivers, and obviously you want to tailor the car to feel the best for the drivers that are driving the car. Some drivers prefer a looser car, some drivers prefer a car with more understeer, and it comes down to personal preference at the end of the day. And I think that's probably where this has come from. Or maybe they've just changed the lights. Potentially they're running the same setup, and someone just said, I don't like the big endurance lights, and someone said, I really like the big endurance lights.
I'd take it because it's free.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, why wouldn't... I think it should be the other way around. Because if you are a PGZ assistance car, surely you want to distract everyone as much as possible. So,
But then, but there's a problem. Would you sacrifice being the better car in the standings just because you want to provide hashtag content for the car that on paper is supposed to be the superior car, but it's not?
I think hashtag content is always a primary objective in the PGZ community and also Twitch streams. So
True. I just say this because so far in this championship, the one who's provided us with the most hashtag content or hashtag prime time content has been Gail Valero from the Assistance team.
Hear me out on this. Apple a day keeps
Go
the
ahead.
light bar away.
David, the amount
Okay.
of things you come up with is getting very good. I'm getting rather impressed by your ability to come up with quick chimes. Well, yeah, or rhymes and chimes. The talent.
I don't know.
We could be seeing
Will we
a pass
see a
here.
swap? I'm thinking team orders could be on the cards. You've got to be careful how you do it though, because Triton Racing are right there, and I'm sure opportunists. So what we are going to get is Motorsport assistance does not allow Dominic Blair to get close enough. I would have thought the swap could have been on the cards if Triton Racing weren't that close. That's almost a chess move, isn't it? You know, your queen prevents them from putting the king into a certain spot.
Well, as being a uncultured teenager, I would know nothing about chess, but I think they were definitely influenced there by the fact that Triton Racing was so close, and you're not really wanting to compromise another car just for the other car's benefit at this point. However, it'll definitely be on their minds. Although 15 minutes maybe to stop.
Not a checkmate kind of situation. And it didn't end the game, but it forced what your opponent could do.
Forced the hand, yeah, no. I agree with that one for sure. So yeah, the gap ahead here for PG Assistance is what it's opening up to 10 seconds. I do believe it's slightly creeping up to the Core Sim Racing 131 car, who's had fair share of issues in this race, but they persist on, and our GT field is still quite together. One point I was to touch on earlier is obviously we saw the Urano 90 car have that drive-through, and by our reckoning now, they would be with Williams Esports if they'd not had that.
Yeah, the time pit in to pit out was 17 seconds, and that was about delta of 15 to 17. Of course, instead of that penalty, they couldn't have predicted Williams were going to go for a spin at the far end of the circuit. Gravel. What about this time down the Kemmel Straight? Add a prototype to the mix too. It is bump draft, but no swap.
Lorenzo, do you have some updates on penalties for us?
Yeah, I do. I do got fresh out of the print over here. So the Pure Sims number 16 LMP got a 10-second drive-through penalty. Well, it's Pure 10-second drive-through. I think it is 10-second stop and hold penalty because they made contact with the SRC Mavon Corsa GT. We saw that on the exit of Course Pro Frere, which launched the GT car to the outside portion of the track during a dive on the entry of the turn. Not surprised to see at all a 10-second penalty being issued to the number 16 car, which they've just gone from bad to worse. They got a disconnect, came back. Now this as to add assault to injury. And we still have 2/3 of the grid still running. We have 33 out of 50, and we still have 9 time to go.
Thank you for that. Right.
Kind of brutal in the stakes. When you look at it like that.
I do think this race has calmed down a lot, though. I mean, considering what we had earlier on, especially in the first half of this commentary stint, I suppose you could say. I mean, for like Arjuna and co. It's calmed down as we've got towards the nightfall of this race, and we've seen definitely less incidents than we were seeing.
Reach a point here where you can start counting backwards on a lot of this strategy for the GTs and the prototypes. They are cutting 26 laps to a stint ordinarily. We are lap 61 to go, but they are lapping just a little bit slower than the prototype. So we'll very shortly reach a point where GTs can stop and then get home on only one more stop after that. A lot of them are in fact, I'd say almost everyone in GT that I can see is in a 2 more stops to get home situation at the moment. 52 laps to go if GTs with the overall class. Way to look at it.
I think looking at it from my side, you can see that I think that the Beely Euronics car's on 148, just starting 149 laps, and we're looking at about 207 laps, 206 laps in the race. So still we're looking at, if they were to pit now, they'd have to do a bit of fuel saving, but as long as they're pitting on the hour, and if not a little bit past that, they should be clear to get 2 stops again with a splash and dash as the final stop.
Long ago, we had 3 cars to get in prototype. That's all fanned out for the moment. Is Richard Mille going to be able to close Urano a little bit, potentially for 3rd in that class though? GT, you've got 3 flying in formation for 6th, 7th and 8th position at the moment. Further back from them, 11th and 12th, you've got Impulse and T3 in close company. You got DC Sim Protostar and Blackstar Racing in close company, so call that a constellation of stars. Vendaval, Sim Racing White and 5-star Motorsport. You've got to have star in their name, apparently.
I think if
You've got Satellite Racing too.
I think the outer space theme is a good way to go, because it provides wonder, hope, maybe a bit of special qualities, like star qualities, as you could say.
Star power?
Maybe.
I got a feeling like patience is running out for Triton Racing here. There's some positioning towards the end of the straight, like maybe I can get a 2-for-1 special and try to pass one or both of these cars. When the pace is relatively even to what you're capable of yourself, rolling around with the slipstream and not being held up, not losing time, you're happy to stay there. I think Triton are hoping for more.
Another thing to note that I touched on a few laps ago was that the gap was nearing 10 seconds to the 131 call sim racing car, but as you can see now, down to 6.5 seconds. So whatever pace that the assistance car is doing, it is clearly enough to catch cars ahead. And not to forget, the core are also close to BS competition. So, working together as a team and not squabbling over position here is definitely allowing them to catch the cars ahead and hopefully improve all of their chances of getting a better position and point scoring in this race.
Now I got something that is catching my eye, and thank you to Jeff for it, is the Richard Mille Yassin car is flying around the track. I know it's a lighter car and it's about to go into the pit lane, but the gap they had to the Urano car was longer than 2 seconds. It's nearly now on the verge of 2 seconds.
I just yawned and it cramped my jaw. Getting too old, man.
By the way, a cool thing to mention that if we weren't talking about this, I'm not gonna forgive myself, but to think that if I had told you 168 laps ago we would see 3 different brands in the top 3 of GTs, I would call you crazy. But P1, 2, and 3 are from the 3 different brands. We got a Lamborghini, got a Porsche, and we got a BMW in the top 3.
Because of or in spite of some of the apoplectic wailing that we had in the week leading up to this race about that balance of performance.
Because of the balance of performance of sorts. The BMW is it's basically the third wheel, but partially intended, of the 4 cars that we have on the grid for the GT3s. The faster one is going to be the Lamborghini. I thought the Lamborghini was going to be the car to go in this race. Porsche, I'm quite surprised to see a heavy pace around the track, but it was going to be good. The Ferraris, I think, haven't been explored to the best of its capabilities, but in VRS, in the Sprint Series, it was one of the car of choices because it was really good around the track, even though it was killing the tires quite quickly. But the M4, it wasn't the best performing car. It wasn't chosen often.
I think it's testament to the BOP. I think the BOP is pretty decent here this round for these cars. I think that maybe the Lamborghini has a small advantage over the rest. However, yeah, I think the job that the organisers have done to try and balance this as best they can has been a decent one.
Lap after lap of team formation flying in GT. In prototype, this is the gap between 3rd and 4th. Urano to Yazid Rashad Mil. It has closed up. It's down to just 4/10 at the moment. The 32 Yazid car is going to have to pit probably at the end of this lap. They dive it super deep into the chicane and then dive it into pit in. Goodbye Yazid. But they definitely did a good job right at the end of that stint of maximising that point where the car is light on its feet, light on the fuel. Make a bit of gains at a potential podium. Would not rule out the chance of a podium for Yazid. Got any watches, William?
Sorry?
Got any watches?
Watches?
Yeah, any you got a big collection of Omegas and Rolexes?
I wouldn't say I've quite reached the point in my life where I appreciate the qualities and intricacies of a watch. I would more say that I am very focused on getting myself a set of better pedals at this moment in time, and that is probably a top priority over maybe a collection of fine technical achievements.
I've got one watch. It's not any of those fancy brands.
Oh, are we playing? Who's got more watches now?
None of them are fancy.
My dad, I believe my dad owns like a Amiga Michael Schumacher edition.
Pretty. Yeah, that's nice.
It's an alright, yeah.
Bad.
Pretty decent one. Which is weird because he never liked Michael Schumacher. So I've no idea why he got that watch.
Such a good watch then.
Yeah, it must have been a really good watch for him to get that. I think he was always he always liked Nigel Mansell. He was a big Red 5 fan back in the day.
Nigel Mansell had such an interesting career. You always forget how long he was in F1 and like maybe coulda, shoulda, woulda won.
He won a title.
Yeah, no, but he was in F1 for like ages before he eventually got that one title and was like, all right, cool, all right, phew, I can take F1 off.
I think he was definitely one of the most talented drivers across his tenure in F1 because, you know, he was never the most physically fit driver, was he? He always seemed to be quite worn out at the end of the races. Obviously, there's that famous clip of him pushing the car across the line and collapsing in the heat and stuff like that. But, you know, remember that the season that he actually won the title, he was then sacked and didn't have a drive. Or he was sacked before he'd won the title, and it was just like the way that it panned out that he managed to actually win it while not having a contract for the following year. I believe he was the only ever driver to hold the Formula One World Championship and also the IndyCar Championship at the same time. Because
I guess the timing might have just not fell quite right for Jacques.
maybe not. I don't know. I feel like
No.
Jacques Villeneuve was one of those drivers that was so.
Wasn't he the 95 Indy champion and the 97 F1 champ? I think there was a year.
I believe he was definitely the 97 F1 champion. Yeah.
I think 96 was his first year in F1 and he was teammates with Damon. If I'm right.
Well, the quirk of the reason that Nigel was able to have both at the same time is because of the IndyCar season finished beforehand. But if you were to say that the IndyCar season was to finish beforehand and then you were to get the F1 title, you would have like a month of not being the current champion. Do you understand that logic? We've seen a lot of, as you said before, formation flying. However, as noted, that Triton have seemed to have dropped off the back here of the PGZ assistants and motorsport cars. But the catching off has come down a bit. You know, they've only really got potential to give or take in the last few laps. So, you know, they're going to need a little higher pace to try and close that gap to core sim racing, and then also get a bit closer to the likes of BS and Williams. But it's definitely doable here. I think for them. I think the pace of that car as the night is falling is definitely increasing, I believe. But be the judge of that one maybe.
Gonna ring my little pit stop window bell because I think it's about time. It's now that point of the race again where the GT pit stops start to line up with the prototype pit stops once again. Your leader in GT, I think, on the final lap of their stint at the moment. Vila Racing Team are going to be due on pit lane. And then a couple laps later, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 laps later, most of the other drivers and cars from the GT division. Same time, virtual drivers by LDLC from Prototype are going to pit in, and there'll be a few that'll follow them in the next small number of laps too. Busy in that GP pit lane.
One thing to note there is I was obviously saying the gap was 6.3 seconds, and I think I might have done a little bit of cursing with words, because then swiftly after at Huon, I believe, the 131 spun. That now brings this effective fight for 6th into an effective fight for 5th.
Kieran Harrison was maybe struggling with the pace more than you were expecting earlier. It's gone wide, it's got nasty airtime off the curb. He's held it. And just a little slide for the rejoin too, so that'll cost you some time. That'll also put a pretty big dent in your confidence through some of the fast corners, and this is a track loaded with fast corners, so I just wonder if they've reached a point where that car was struggling for core. I've seen them sort of, work their way up through the field. Lap times were kind of struggling to this PGZ train that was catching them. Well, that really made much shorter work.
It'd be interesting to see if they actually
Look at the Williams car.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see if they actually had a moment in order to cause that, because if you're running out that far, whether it's a lapse in concentration, you really shouldn't be getting out that far. You should be backing out a bit by the time you get there. But if they'd had a snap earlier on in the corner and that's forced them wide, then that's a lot more understandable in that sense. I believe Vila are into the lane, or have they had an issue?
No, it was about on time for pit stop for 145.
Yeah, sorry, I just couldn't quite see if they were in the line or not.
Sven Haase was going to swap it back to Hendrik Kreuzer for this next stint. So I think Sven just did a double and now handing it back.
Yeah, I think Hendrik might seal the deal for the car. I'm wondering how much the front end damage of your car is going to affect them on the long run, because he actually spun in a very weird fashion, hitting nose first the bump that he has on the exit of Wuhan, because on the exit of Wuhan you kind of have a small climb, a small incline, and he hit nose first. I think a little bit for the bottom end of the splitter, and I don't know how much it's going to affect in terms of balance, being a drag.
I doubt that the curb's given much damage, to be honest. With how iRacing damage model tends to work, I'd be actually amazed if it had given damage, because you tend to only see damage happen from contact with a wall, or if you're in an LMP, contact with a rough curb, maybe on the underside, giving you floor damage. But I'm not quite so sure you'd get that in a GTE car.
It's just sort of the far side of the curb there. The track drops away a little bit and it kind of acts like a ramp rather than a weapon of any kind. If you get damage, I think it sort of ramped him a little bit. Just a Spinbergus right on board with. Something in his eye.
A good thing that that I've noticed, at least from the time that I've spent in sim racing now, and like as I've started to develop and do more sim racing in real life, is that in real life I never had a lot of the, when you get kids in karting, they tend to want to make sure that they keep their head very straight and level, because if you start to tilt your head, you may start to disorientate yourself a little bit without knowing. But the lack of actual movement in sim racing means that I never had the problem with that, but now I've developed a severe amount of leaning into corners, almost to like get myself in a focused rhythm. But it is not good for real life racing, and it's something that you kind of want to try and avoid. But you'll see a lot of sim racers who tilt their head kind of to get into a rhythm almost. Williams Esports in the pit lane for the LMP2 car along with Urano. Interesting to see what the tyre strategy is here. I believe we said that they were on the third stint last time out, so I believe we'd expect them to go up here for tyres.
I think so. Looks like Mike Partington's going to stay for Williams, but that was a driver change for Urano almost certainly.
Yes, Williams taking
also
tyres.
pitting. Well, the brands of drinker available. Gustas Grinbergus is making sure he's staying fresh.
Good old chug there. That's quite an impressive volume of soft drink brand consumed.
I love iced coffee. I drink so much iced coffee.
Never had coffee. Never had tea. Don't like hot drinks. And I know obviously iced... Yeah. I'm an English person that has not drunk tea. I know.
Yeah. How come you're English?
Don't ask me. I'm Northern English as well, which would probably suggest that I should drink more tea.
Which is more mind-boggling of sorts.
Yeah.
I'm quite appalled, but understandable. David, what kind of iced coffee do you drink?
Like triple shot?
Triple shot? I prefer go for the mocha. If I drink the nice cold one, the mocha.
That's kind of unnecessary. If I want chalky milk, I'll have chalky milk. Oh, getting aggressive right now. Triton Racing.
Good amount of flashing there. But I'd say that these I believe that's through pit stop cycle potentially that's happened, or is that a different Triton Racing car than the one that we had following the Motorsport and assistant cars earlier?
Well, it's got to be the same. He's gone through his pit stop. PGZ Motorsport have taken their pit stop. They're reunited together here in 12 and 13.
Oh, right. Sorry, I was just looking at the number boards that was on the car and getting a bit disorientated. Ooh.
Don't lean your head so much then.
No, exactly. There you go. But that car looking rather loose on the outlap here. Or the I don't actually think this is outlap.
Yeah, it is. It's outlap on new tyres for both these cars.
Right. Okay. So
And
yeah.
they've come out just behind this T3 Motorsport Maniti car, Tim Matska, who's 3 laps into his second stint on the tyres. So you'd expect that it'd be the goal for Gavin Keeney and Dominic Blyer to get these tyres in and get moving quickly. Probably feel like they can be quicker than Maniti. Committed run through Blanchimont there. And you had your prototype overall leader pitting. Oh, that's a driver change, right? Paddy Wolf getting in.
Oh, love Patrick. What a legend. Ran the Jimmy Broadbent race this year with Paddy. Very, very nice guy. Also a very, very fast. A very fast LMP2 driver, and also any form of prototype.
Basically, I remember the days that when I think I was driving HPDs in the old ESS, he used to slap me. Well, he was, I think, an LMP1 driver back in the day, and he used to slap everybody around the track.
Well, I mean, I think that the evolution of prototype. Oh, got a move for position there, actually. Make sure we don't miss
they've
that.
both managed to get past T3 Maniti there, so a good slipstream from PGZ Motorsport. And just like through the last stint, Triton Racing following along with them.
I think I was going to retouch on my point there, but I have completely forgot what I was actually talking about. So yeah, that's not useful. But this is not the. So we're still waiting on pit stop. So this is the effective battle for looking at 5th now, after the pit stop cycle has come to a close.
Well, there's 2 cars on the lane right now. They'll help shuffle that back. I think these guys are going to end up in front of Impulse Racing, but not in front of Williams Esports. Shield Blast. Their stop is done. Pastor, I think, got back in there. So yeah, I think this will be 5th or 6th.
I think because we saw the core car have the incident, that meaning that. But then surely core have come into the lane. So have they maybe took tyres with 2 stints to go here. We've not seen. No, I lied. The core are just at the back of this train, so they're behind the T3 by Maniti red car, so they're well within the fight. All this, they effectively 5th position here in this race.
Yeah, that's all 4 of them lined up down the Kemmel Straight there. Did it seem like we had quite a long kind of twilight in this one? It feels like...
It still feels like we're not properly. We aren't properly dark yet, and it's amazing as we're now past 10 past. I know obviously this is how sunrise and sunset works, but here in the RaceSpot commentary booth, we are still amazed that it is 10:12 p.m. at night here at Spa-de-Francorchamps in the 5th of June. And we've still not reached full nightfall. The air temperature 21 and the track is now 23, so I imagine if we've not had it, we are going to see it this stint round now with having the new fastest laps of the race being set by the likes of Patrick Wolf or Marcus Hamilton, or maybe even Ross Woodford or Mike Partington. As this should be, as they're on new tyres now, when they get onto the lower fuel, this should be the fastest point of their race, as I don't believe they'll be taking tyres again towards the end.
By calculation, I just saw an hour 50 to go in this race. So both classes, that's kind of all right. Let's get these tires to the end from here. So tire changes quite a lot of the recent GT stops, including your leaders Biela, Urano in second net. Prototypes too from your prototype leader Team Redline, pitted 2 laps ago for some tyres. Williams Esports Fanatec. Still, no, sorry, they're back into net third, aren't they? They took tyres, but Yaz Heat in second didn't, so that gap could then close back up. Different tyre strategies between second and third.
Right, so we see this GT battle that we've been watching for the good part of, I don't know, probably an hour now, almost. It is still ongoing, and obviously we've got the gaps at the front of both classes being rather large at this point in time. I'm unsure of whether the Yas Heat car has pitted. Surely it has not.
Yes.
It has pitted.
The RM32 has.
Wow, right, okay, so they've obviously gambled potentially on tyre strategy. Or, saying that, Williams have took tyres potentially, I think, which has caused them to drop behind the Yas Heat car. So we could be seeing a battle for second sometime soon if I am correct with that assumption. Which will be interesting. But as we said, the fight for the leads here has been dulled down a little bit by the fact that the gaps are quite large. But we've definitely got some really important spots to still figure out with the clock ticking down on this race. Or laps, I should say.
Difference in height between the Lamborghini and the BMW almost borders on comedy.
Like that meme, like the giga large BMW coming over the hill at a track in the French regions that also tends to host a race that lasts 1,440 minutes.
Yeah, that town that Sebastian Bourdais is from.
Yeah, that one. Oh, there you go. So that's the assistance car, which has retained its advantage. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
That was a risky manoeuvre there by the motorsports car, but it seems to have chucked its assistance teammates in the firing line of the Triton racing car.
Oh no.
Gonna go for a move potentially here.
Yeah, Dominic Blair's on the charge and not sure who to give their slipstream to in the 114 from Gervin Keeney. Obviously would want to keep their teammate Fabio Basiltri's just gotten in the fight here. Dominic Blair knows when to strike and the iron was hot. Now he's going to defend pretty severely, driving a wedge between both PGZ Lamborghinis. And what is, as you pointed out now, a battle for fifth since the delays too. Team 75 Bernhardt and Core and some others. I looked at the retirements and quite a bit of the wounded are from the GT class. It's 15 prototypes running and 18 GTs running. We started with 30 GTs and 21 prototypes. So I guess class to class it's as a percentage even retirements.
Well, as we said, we had a larger attritional period at the start of this 1,000 mile event here at Spa this afternoon, or morning, depending on where you are based in the world, or even night. But yeah, the attrition been somewhat lessened in the past few hours. Obviously, you've got less cars circulating on the track. And also the fact that people have started to calm down a bit. But don't be fooled, as it will likely pick up towards the end of the race as everyone scrambles to get the last few tenths of a second before we close out this event.
Maxim Ramstein, one to watch in the 131, just back there as well. It's now his turn to try to range up on T3.
I think we could definitely see this become a, what would it be, a 5-way fight, 4th, especially if we were to see some, my brain. Yeah, some closing up and some battling in these groups ahead. Yeah, no, I was surprised by the fact that Govan decided that he wanted to sacrifice the assistance car. So potentially, if he'd not done that and sat behind, we could have seen them maybe still having flying in formation. But as it stands, the Triton car is in a Zeta sandwich, as I think it should be correctly called.
Okay. Let's check in then with the 119, riding on board with Fabio Bazuk. Mr. Apple himself, PGZ assistance himself. One Polish Triton away from his teammates. Short commentary break. We'll remain uninterrupted here with the Sports Car Open 1000 miles of Spa. Exciting battle. Very, very close all the way still in GT especially. productive couple of laps there for Fabio Bazuki in the PGZ Assistants. Meanwhile, in the prototype class, cracking a little scrap here, Simsa Esports versus Private Label Team Hype. Whatever we saw Gustav Skrinbergis have a little sip of during his pit stop is working some wonders right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the prototype class, we've got a few gaps that have closed up across the field, and yeah, no, as you said, that soft drink of choice, many others are available, has clearly helped him pick up the pace here as we see them pass the second place Urano Esports GT3 car.
Yeah, I'm sort of still not gonna let him get away after the incident he had with the core car at the Rouge Radion complex. I'm not gonna let him get away because that was egregiously bad. I hope he can bounce back, and I think he knows he did something wrong, and hopefully he can apologize and things settled in a very, very polite manner towards the teams. But anyway, good recovery from Augustus. We still see the battle in fifth for fifth place between China and the PGZ cars, and it's funny to think that despite seeing this battle in the LMPs, this was actually a very common battle going to the ISO WC that they did in Indy cars.
Private Label Team Hype.
Both Skrinbergis and Conrad were part of it.
It's become a 5-way battle for 5th in GT4 as well. Closed up amongst the apparently inseparable trio of the PGZs and Triton. And Core Sim Racing just behind them. And towing that T3 Motorsports Maniti. Remember, we saw basically all three of the cars at the front get around T3 Motorsports Maniti not so long ago, and I was worried they were going to sort of fade compared to the pace of those three. They're just hanging tough with Core. Core are pressing up. It is 5 ways for 5th.
Well, yeah, as I touched on earlier, is although you may have a pace deficit to the cars ahead, if you can just keep within that slipstream area, you're gonna be able to hang on, and as you can quite clearly see that from the T3 Maniti car here. I mean, maybe their pace was higher than maybe we give them credit for. However, they're definitely starting to stick with this battle for 5th here, and it'll definitely put them in a better spot to capitalise on any mistakes that these cars may make.
T3 might have to worry about their fuel saving. No, they're probably okay. But they are going to have slightly longer stops to get to the end here. Just thinking about the fuel drop remaining, which starts to matter once you get down towards the final pit stop.
I think we've got much more of a fuel strategy going on in LMP2 at the moment. I think that the GT3s are, pretty much all of them, I think have got no issue with making it to the end. Obviously, you're going to have the differences on how much fuel they take on board for that last stop. However, I think in LMP, it's still up in the air slightly. I mean, the battle for second, I think anyone between 5th and 2nd could get that 2nd place potentially. And I think that's all dependent on how the race pans out with... what are we on? Less than 50 laps to go now. 44 remaining for the LMP2 cars.
So it is. Esports can close up for 2nd. Rado in 4th. Tonsa Skull and 5th at the minute. Simsa trying to create a bit of space there, and it's not happening for them just yet. And picture in picture, Core look closer every single lap to me to getting into that, and maybe breaking up some of the PGZ dominance?
Well, I think we're absolutely going to see some moves coming very soon. I would not be surprised to see Triton Racing make the move here, and we see a sort of defensive line from PGZ Motorsports, kind of just making them say, you know, hey, don't think about passing me, because it ain't going to happen. I will make your life hell. So, yeah, they're really trying to hold down the fort for this 5th and 6th place, PGZ, but it is interesting again saying that will they start to fight each other, or will they remain in formation? Because obviously we saw the motorsport car overtake the assistance car at the lane, but then obviously the assistants, as we were on break with fan immersion, did a pretty monumental move past 2 cars down into Lacombe and Lacombe, I should say, and yeah, they retook that 5th place.
Triton have driven this wedge between the teammates before, though. Quite clear they're being dissuaded from doing that again. It's still racing, so they could get in there and try. Core, close to they. Still looming as a threat. 5 cars. All in this little GT fight. After 187 laps, if you don't mind.
Yeah, well, not 187 for the GT3 cars. I imagine it's around about. Yeah, 168 is what the Beely Euronics Lambo is on at the moment. And we've just seen this group of cars start the 168th lap of, well, as I said earlier, probably about 207, if not 206. Oh, that was nearly way too close for comfort there. A bit of poor connection could have caused a controversial incident.
I keep wondering how the point standings are looking like with this ongoing situation, especially in GT, because it's blowing out of proportion as we see the Aussie pitting right now.
Yep, second on track. That prototype can hit the lane.
I think speaking about the point situation, one thing that we've not mentioned much is the fact that, let's not forget that BS Competition started this race in, they were outside the top 10, I'll tell you that. I think they may have been like 13th, 14th area. And they've really made a great effort to recover from their poor qualifying in order to get themselves back up, scoring a decent amount of points considering where Beeler are in the championship at this moment in time. And I believe that will... I don't know the point situation entirely, but I wouldn't be surprised to see BS Competition retaining the championship lead as it stands currently.
Once you get a championship lead of some kind, points become very valuable. It's kind of difficult to claw back an advantage across too many races, so long as the person you're trying to catch just keeps finishing in the points. It's the DNFs you've got to do your best to avoid. Shot from high in the sky of GTs flicking through Blanchimont. Track limits abided by all.
Track limits, something that has been ever changing across the years here at Spa. Looking at for example, I got caught out by it once. They've now added it's a bit ago now, but they added a slowdown on the exit of turn 1 here. So originally you could actually take all of that with the off track and never be asked to slow down. However, now that you will have one of those, I believe. But they update and change the track limits as is required at Spa, being one of the, if not the most used track in sim racing. Rather important to keep it up to date.
And I was having this discussion with Arjuna. I don't know what you guys think about this. Is that Arjuna and also Lewis? It's not that I don't like I don't dislike Spa. I don't like Spa. I like it. I like Spa as a track. It's one of the greatest tracks in racing and all. But this oversaturation of Spa, and I'm not saying just in iRacing. I'm saying all across every single sim. It's just that it does take the magic away out of the track. Right? For me, it just makes the track less appealing for you to drive than, let's just say, going to a Sebring or going to Daytona, where you don't see with much frequency as the other tracks do, because you always get that oversaturation on one singular track.
I think, on my opinion of it is that Spa in itself is a decent track. I wouldn't say that it's particularly my favourite. However, what I will say is that I think in terms of you kind of try and balance keeping everyone happy, or is that what you try and tend to do? A lot of people like Spa, and it's never really a controversial choice when you choose it. However, it would be interesting to see some of these series go to more out there tracks, I suppose you could say, tracks like your Zolders or something like that, something you don't really see so often in these high level competitions, and it definitely would be interesting to see something like that.
Sports car open Sandown 500. Let's do it. By the way, there.
Another track that is supposed to come with
Winton.
the supercars.
Winton. In this GT battle here, you saw the prototype Williams Esports trying to pick off as many cars as they could before Blanchimont. It caused the PGZ Motorsport car to lose a position, and Triton snuck through. Is that going to be corrected again? It is. They're almost briefly 3 wide as Triton go from on the defense to on the attack, and they take a position away from PGZ Assistance. As you see the graphic in the top right with the live standings in GT, points are looking pretty important for PGZ Assistance at the moment. And they've gone from being a point clear of Williams Esports and Urano Esports to now level pegging with them on the live graphic, of course. That doesn't matter until they take the checkered flag, but as a predictive tool, shows you how close not only it is sort of race to race between these GT cars, but also across the championship. Currently predicting minimum 3 cars tied for that 3rd place there, and also it's getting a bit closer for 1st and 2nd. A good haul for Beeler as things go at the moment. Leapfrog them past BS competition. Interesting to see that one. We've got the same graphic for prototype, I wonder?
Potentially, as that's... Oh, there you go. See, so as you can see...
Ask and I shall receive, allegedly.
There you go.
Williams Esports would hold on to the lead. Team Redline would close that gap with plenty of racing still to go in this championship. 2 more rounds after this. That would take a pretty comfortable lead to a less comfortable lead for Team Redline. Both of them, of course, would leapfrog ahead of SRC Movano Rosso, the defending champs. And no points. No? Oh, no change, but still points gathered from SRC Movano Gallo. And yes, Heat, Richard Mill.
What is interesting for me in this prototype is to show with one race, one singular race, not getting top, like a really bad race can change for a team, right? Because even though they're getting 1 point, the Rosso, which led the entire championship on the first half, dominated up to the point of course, it hadn't had the best results of the Rebel Ring, but going over here with the blunder that the contact they received from the Yassi Pirelli car put them in 3rd place. And I told that, and I said before, Williams had to perform. They are performing. Redline I said this is the baby track for them. They're performing very well. So they're bringing the fight towards the Movano team. So it does show, like, not only in GTs, but in prototypes. They more in prototypes than GTs. You need that regularity. You need to be consistent. You always need to at least top fives. You don't have to get wins specifically, because as far as I recall, Williams have won a single race in the championship in RP2. And Redline, I think, are going for their back-to-back wins so far.
Hey, it's all about
SRC Movanos, the prototype right there, ducking and diving through our GT fight, just making things hard once again for PGZ Motorsports, PGZ Assistance, PGZ. I feel Core potentially shaping up for a move in their Porsche, because Triton are almost getting away. The PGZs are no longer flying as closely in formation. It's like a wounded animal separated from the pack right now, with Core looking to get greedy.
I think looking at a championship challenge, it's always important to try and remain consistent and try and keep your car clean, in a sense, because as you said, Williams haven't won a race this year, yet they are the effective championship leaders. And obviously there's always a big payout for winning the race over coming second. You know, you get a larger point advantage. However, making sure that you are always there at the end of the races leads to you collecting points, and as you can see, leads to you with, what is it, do we have 3 rounds left after this? Leading the way, and if they can pick it up and then maybe get a win within the next few, you know, they could be really a strong contender for this championship. 2 rounds left. Lorenzo's corrected me. So, as I said, yeah.
And to make it matters worse, it is two tracks that it's very wide open to see who is the clear favorite, because at one point you have Silverstone, right? Silverstone is a track that I know Movano does really good. Redline is a really strong team in that track. Then in the GTs is kind of wide open, because it's a track that because it's sort of a sea level. You don't know who's gonna come out on top. But and then you go to Glen, right? Glen, it's all hell can break loose, you know.
Speaking of the Williams Esports car, they are into the pit lane for one of the second to last stop, the penultimate stop in this race.
Yep, 35 to go. They're stopping now, having done 19 laps. So 19 and a 19 to get to the end would be 38 laps, so they can cut 3 laps off that. Very comfortable to make only one more stop after this one. Glow to the headlights, and I'm still worried about that pace car driver.
I think, you know, we need to really see if this pace car driver is okay. Again, like we've seen before, he's been shocked out of his mind as the Williams LMP2 passes through his his Porsche.
Tronsaskolan and others were on the pit lane immediately behind. There was a driver change with Tronsaskolan. PGZ Lamborghinis reunited and flying side by side. So they're going to engineer a swap here potentially. Still got Core lurking. Still got T3 by Maniti lurking. The swap is go. Govan Keeney for PGZ Motorsport goes ahead of PGZ Assistance. Assistance is the car hire in the championship. So, not 100% sure they're worrying about that at the minute. You'd put the faster of the 2 cars in front. And if you were going to play team orders, play them later.
Could always have the Ferrari situation at the Red Bull Ring, or whatever it was called, back in the day. I believe 2001 maybe, where they swapped at the line. Very controversial. But team orders rule in the game of championships. And I believe am I right in saying that the PGZ Motorsport car is a late entrant to this championship, or were they in from the start?
Lorenzo? Doesn't have anything to help me.
Yeah. I for some reason thought I remember hearing that, but maybe I am incorrect in that.
A couple teams often do swap around and change up things by the nature of this championship straddling between calendar years. And iRacing World Championships tend not to straddle across different calendar years. So a lot of teams, contracts and driver movements, etc., follow those calendar years, so there sometimes is change. 2021 to 2022. See on the graphic top left, Team Redline in for their penultimate stop from the prototype lead. And never discount the value of just consistent reliability in these endurance races, and just being untouchable. But I haven't seen that Redline 70 do anything especially remarkable across the last 2 or 3 hours. They've just held their nerve and others have fallen apart.
Yeah,
Esports getting a bit wrong-footed with the traffic. Urano getting a drive-through. It adds up. The swap in GT, we had a pass. I think Ramstein did become a little impatient with PGZ assistance, so PGZ assistance has become just a tiny bit of a rock in the last couple of laps. You don't need to lose much time to lose a couple positions when you had 5 cars racing so close. But Triton got ahead of both of them, and the swap to put PGZ Motorsport in front. Now Core getting past as well. Still got T3 Motorsport by Maniti right there as well.
And as I said, we're approaching just with 10 minutes to go now to the final hour of this race. Obviously, we are lap restricted, but we are kind of close on the time limit as well. We'll be seeing these GT cars come for the final stop of the race. And that's where we could see some gambles on tyre strategy. However, I imagine that most are going to go with the whole we're not going to change, or just to keep the gaps pretty similar. So, yeah, I don't think anything crazy there.
Track states hit a bit of a plateau. Still 20, 21 in the air, and 23 for the track surface. That's not going to change a whole lot. Not a lot of scope for movement in that. So triple stinting tyres in GT. I wouldn't want to be the one to do it, but I can imagine many teams in the situation might be thinking about it. Venezia, just the bump there. It's PGZ assistance, Fabio Bazou.
Ever reliable, the bump draft. You love to see it. As a Daytona merchant myself, I love a good bump draft. Oh, I would say that, but I tend to keep crashing at the bus stop. Or, yes, as we also had the conversation, there's a lot of bus stops in motorsport, isn't there? So you've got the bus stop at Spa, the bus stop at Daytona, and also the bus stop at Watkins Glen. Wait.
No, but hold up. But people... Do you call bus stop at the Watkins Glen because the corner name is Inner Loop? Do you call it the Inner Loop or the bus stop?
All 3 of those corners, colloquially known as bus stop, none of them are officially called
named bus stop
any longer. Here at Spa, when it got reprofiled to no longer be that shape, it's now just called chicane officially. Everyone seems to still think, bus stop. Daytona. And yeah, inner loop versus bus stop at Watkins Glen. And outer loop versus carousel for yet more confusion about exactly what you want to call the things. Everyone I've spoken to who's raced at Watkins Glen has called it the carousel, but I haven't been speaking to NASCAR Cup drivers and spotters who might call it the outer loop.
Why though?
I think calling it inner loop, outer loop is more of a NASCAR kind of thing compared to the road races.
Okay, makes sense. But still, I get why the bus stop at the. Here's the thing. I get why the bus stop at here at Spa is one thing. It's called chicane. I get it. Reprofile. I get why the bus stop at Daytona got renamed to blah 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 chicane. And I just don't get these Americanized things, naming the bus stop inner loop, outer loop, and the Americanized numbering system as we see on David's favorite track in America, VIR.
VIR, not VAR, to be confused with the football.
No, VIR, Virginia International Raceway.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But another track that is underused, I'd argue, in iRacing, and a track that we could see a very interesting endurance event at.
We did see in SCO GT.
We did. The Oak Tree 300? What was it called?
Yeah, the Oak Tree 300, yeah.
I heard that VIR still have the original Oak Tree and kind of carve it up for souvenirs.
So they're basically committed debauchery sorts.
Yeah,
of people. I'm shocked.
Can't believe they'd do that. Poor Oak Tree. But eventually, you're going to run out of Oak Tree. So how are they going? What are they going to do then?
Well, I reckon they just gotta meter out the current oak tree until the replacement oak tree that's on the outside of the corner grows big enough or gets hit by lightning. Eventually they should just have a farm of oak trees, like a Christmas tree farm, but VIR oak trees. And they can all have little certificates of authenticity that they are descended from the one true oak tree.
Like the pine tree from the Grand Tour when they did the French stuff. When they went to the pine farm.
Something similar with the some other trees that have just got like famous descendants and stuff. Where did the pace go for PGZ assistance here? Because they didn't seem to have any troubles pulling the whole pack, and then dunk 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 dunk. Here they are now,
out to the toe,
out of fifth and under pressure to drop back to ninth.
An interesting one, really, because as I stated, it's not exactly hard to keep onto the toe at a track like Spa-Francorchamps.
And they should have plenty of fuel.
Oh yeah, I'd imagine maybe unlucky with traffic. However, getting that back now will be pretty hard for them, because especially if the drivers ahead start to work together, it can become impossible, because two cars driving together, supporting each other, is quicker than one at many tracks, especially with large straight sections such as.
By the way, Yeah. By the way, David, I think you might like this. Race Control said, taking inspiration from the Oak Tree 300, they suggest the VIR should have 300 oak trees. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. I'm starting a new religion, by the way. And on the 25th of December, we're going to put up oak trees in our living room and decorate them.
We're gonna start a trend around the world.
Oh yes, RaceSpotTV starts a new trend. Whack it on TikTok.
Well, we are trendy sometimes. We like to be trendy. We like to be trendsetters. But we're going to break the market, like the pine tree market. We're gonna break them. We're basically gonna dominate the entire market for our own now. We're gonna revolutionize the industry.
Trendsetters, some may say.
Yeah, trailblazers, like a certain company like to call it.
Mm. As we've moved on to the PGZ Motorsport car here, something to note is that PGZ assistance car is dropping back, like we were saying that it would be maybe hard for them. And that's going to be really hard for them to recover. They've got a few choices.
Strategy-wise, hey, they're in a difficult spot too, because they're still racing this out until they get to the point where the pit window opens to get them home. But they're on the second stint of their tyres now, aren't they? No. Okay, so they will be looking at just fuel only. I thought they were somehow that they'd gotten into a situation where they were going to force themselves in a triple stinting to the end, but that's the case for T3 Motorsport by Maniti, who either, take tyres for one cool dark stint to the end and don't really get to use them, or end up in a triple stint. Sort of a no-win there, potentially. And then the other car with the same strategy dilemma is 14th in class Vendaval Sim Racing White, number 1, 2, 3. For everyone else in GT inside of the points positions, they're pretty well set to just double stint tyres to the end here.
I think if you're looking to triple stint, this would be the time. Obviously, with the cooler track temps, less tyre wear, etc. However, I just don't see it being viable. It was pretty hard. It wasn't hard, but it was, the tyres got pretty ropey even at Daytona, and Daytona's a famous track for having very little tyre wear. So as I say, I think it'd be quite interesting to see what they decide to do.
The thing about Daytona isn't just more time you spend on the banking and on straights. DC Sim Protostar.
Can you blame the LMP here?
Can you? Yes. Should you? Hard to know.
It'd be good to see another replay of that potentially.
Yeah, because the LMP made pretty clear it's the statement how he was going to dab on the inside as this is way too sketchy.
Trust Skolin and T3 by Maniti Purple relatively side by side going down the Camel Straight. A headlight flash at Simza, who's the car at the very front of this, a lap separate from the cars battling in 6th and 7th. Tronsaskolin trying to tell them not to get involved in this one, maybe. Place to be for the race leading GT there as a train of prototypes bully on through. Prototype's a bit more of a mixed lolly bag on who's on what tyres and what strategy and what and how and for how long to the end. GT's a lot more straightforward. where 90% of the teams are running to the same stints, running to the same tyres.
I think something worth mentioning is how the red line car of the leading pack here has extended that lead massively over the course of the night period. We maybe see a look to the inside here for
Simza and T3 by Maniti both getting so deep into the bus stop, not bus stop, cut back underneath from Tronsaskol and gets them ahead. Give another little flash of the headlights like, Simza, you're a lap down. If you impede me, I'm going to be way, way less than pleased. Interesting. Just a lot of drivers out-braking themselves, and I wonder if Sims are out-braking themselves, maybe tempted T3 by Maniti into doing similar.
I don't think you ever mean to break yourself, but definitely you can get caught out by looking at someone else's braking point and trying to hit the same as them, and then you're like, oh, they've gone deep, I've gone deep, follow them, simple.
So both get past and put a lap on Simsa, which is good. That's going to save Tronsaskolan from wearing out their headlight flasher button.
4 minutes past the 7-hour mark of the race gone, and the Beely Euronics car is into the lane as yet again.
Final pit stop, by the way. And about the Protostar incident we just saw on the replay, that was enough to make DDC Sim Protostar Racing Porsche to reach a 90-point instant limit and get a drive-through. But of course, with the damage accrued on their car, I think Melgard just decided to press the Alt F4 uninstall iRacing. I'm going too far with this part, but just Alt F4 out of the server and the sim, because it is just too much damage to carry on.
I heard Quirkatized has a macro set for specifically that. One button iRacing uninstalled.
Oh, it's Quirk. I wouldn't be surprised if he has one.
Might have it on
Quirk we're talking about.
Voice recognition. Hey Alexa, uninstall iRacing.
I was gonna say that. I cannot forget the day he was mounting the rig and somebody donated Alexa turn lights off, and Quirk was still trying to figure out what he was going to do. That's what happens when you give too much freedom to your chat. It turns into anarchy.
It definitely can.
D-Will, notes for your stream in future endeavors.
Yeah, I'll make sure not to leave Alexa and voice commands roaming about in case of that unfortunate event. The worst thing I've ever been made to do is that I have a thing in my chat where people can use the points for watching the channel. And they can make me wear a karting suit plus helmet. It's horrible, especially at the start of an endurance race.
Vasilios Belitsiotis makes way for Ryan Barneveld. I have an easier time pronouncing. And there is a battle on track in the prototypes here for the podium. Rhino Esports DG versus Yazhit Richard Mille. Both of them with one stop to go in this race, the Sports Car Open Endurance Series 1,000 miles of Spa. It's going to be a shorter stop, I would think, for Urano. Not by a huge amount, by a couple seconds. It's pressure on Yazhit. They've got to do some work between now and the end if they're going to stand on the podium.
I think the most surprising thing is obviously seeing the drop-off in pace from PGZ Assistance. into this final stages of the race. Any GT3s stopping? I was just trying to think about the GT3s, and that obviously we saw the yes, no, that's why my brain's gone. Sorry, I was thinking that Biela might not be able to make it, but then realised that I'm stupid. So. But yeah, the drop off from assistance was interesting, but you never know, they may be able to get back into it. They could potentially fuel less in this stint in order to get back into the mix and hope that they could still manage to keep touch into the final laps and stint of this race for the GT3 guys.
So after Biela stopped from what was the lead, Urano inherited for a moment. Now they stop. It's Laubish for Urano. And joining them, 5-Star Motorsport. Just outside of the points in GT at the moment they are.
Three of the cars into the lane here, looking at Core and Triton, seeing about who's going to come out on top. As I said, well, this is the final stop of the race, I believe, for these guys. So
that Core is a bit of a yo-yo in this class as well. We've seen them gaining spots big time and then sometimes dropping back a little bit, and then they were really strong to the end of that stint. Just then they were catching PGZ and Triton to some extent as well. There goes Triton and Core.
On the stern, not too much of a difference in their fuel loads. Interesting to see who manages to carry it on longer. Obviously, we said that we were looking here that PG Assistants do have a fuel advantage, so that could very much help them jump back into that fight in this final stint up and coming. But obviously, they're going to be able to fuel less to the end, which will gain them time. And with a great pit lane execution, we could see them well within touching distance of that 5th place yet again, despite dropping off the back in the last stint.
Prototype, the window to stop and get to the end has now opened. 25 laps to go. No, sorry, not hasn't.
No, I was going to say.
19 to go. Jump the gun on that. Trying to attribute GT3 fuel mileage to the prototypes. No, they've still got to wait 6 more laps for that.
Yeah, for sure. I think that they'll all hopefully all make it, but I feel like Yas Heat are a bit yo-yo at the minute. Like they tend to go up and down. I'm not sure if they're quite within the same fuel strategy everyone else has. LMP go very wide there. However, they have got superior levels of technical, so they'll be
might
okay.
come up short, and if they do, podium for Urano.
Yeah, they're gonna come up short by like if they
2 laps.
If they pit like now, it's gonna be 18 laps. It's gonna be 206. Introducing to 32.6. That would be 24 laps. In average, 5-6 laps to try to make it out. Everybody else, they're on lap 11, go to 18. There's lap 112, 114, 214. It's cutting really close.
I think it's something definitely to keep an eye on with these remaining laps, and probably something we should follow quite closely to see when they come into box for hopefully their final time. I know all of them at the camp will be hoping that they can stretch it out. Still will have it planned, so hopefully we'll be able to do that. Still, PGZ assistants are out roaming around. I did notice on my screen that they'd had rather a little bit of trouble with 2 LMPs being very racy near them. However, I think that the fuel they'll be able to take will hopefully spring them right back into this, as we were talking about earlier. Triton Racing out at the front of this effective battle for 5th place in this race, holding quite a strong lead over Core. However, Core should not drop off the back at this range, as it should be relatively easy for them to gain on Triton potentially. And obviously you've got the PGZ Motorsport car following closely in behind, ready to capitalise on any mistakes that the Core car may make.
So I'm just doing mathematics here. If he pits on lap 213 and he makes a 17 laps, and it gives him exactly 230 laps. So if he goes for 18 to 19, then he's kind of like safe. I don't know how much fuel saving that would take to the car. Yeah, I think they're safe, like Redline.
Yeah, so I mean, 19 is what we've typically seen from the prototypes. We saw a few stretch it to 20 a couple times. So you get to lap 210, cars pitting, then you're like, okay, they can stretch that out to 11, and that's, no one's gonna have any problems. So that's just a couple laps away. PGZ assistance in pit lane and rolling now. So they're going to be a little ahead of this battle with Core and Triton and sister PGZ Motorsport. What's their pace going to be like? Will they be able to be caught again by Triton or Core? They are just up the road, so a little bit of advantage from that shorter stop, not needing to take as much fuel because they'd run deeper and closer towards the end of the race. But they're still going to need some pace all the way to the end if they are going to hold on to that result. Fifth, when we saw those predictive live points, PGZ assistance in 5th would be very good for their point standing and championship hopes going towards the end, but so many cars just a couple seconds behind them that I would call, 5th or 8th equally likely for that car at the moment. And that's quite a point swing between, a couple points or a couple less points. Yazheat Reshad stopping right now, lap 207 with 22 to go.
I don't think they're going to make it on that. I just don't see how it'd be possible. So they're gonna unfortunately.
I just don't see how it'd be competitive. I imagine it could be possible if you dropped the clutch in 400 meters before every single braking zone and gave up 5 seconds a lap. But that's not competitive.
Yeah, so it's whether they look at in order to fuel save enough, which I don't even know, again, if it would be possible, maybe just, would be beneficial within the time loss that they would obviously have. So it's like, is it?
Go ahead, William,
No,
sorry.
go ahead. No, it's fine.
No, you know who could come into this now looking at the stints here? The Giallo car has only 12 laps in the fuel stint.
So you're thinking that because they've got a fuel advantage that they're going to have to fuel less, meaning quicker lane time, meaning that they could potentially get closer to Urano. However, I will say I don't think it will be 10 seconds worth, so they will also need to show some exceptional pace in order to challenge for that podium position.
Now, 1 lap of fuel takes about a second and a half to put into the prototypes, i.e. their full tank of fuel takes just over 30 seconds, and they're doing just under 20 laps, and maybe close to 1.7. So, Movano Giallo are going to have to take 2 laps less fuel than Urano. That's still only like 3.5, 4 seconds that they're going to save in the lane, and they need more like 10 to challenge Urano at the minute.
Something you may want to factor in as well is whether the lane execution, they can get it perfect, because there is a couple seconds to be found there as well. I think there's a course to say that they definitely could catch before the end of the race, but it's going to be very, very hard.
Yeah, they're going to need really sharp on exactly how much fuel they take, not a drop extra, not a drop short. They're going to need Urano to be a little conservative in how much fuel they take. And then Marcus Hamilton's going to have to drive like hell for the remaining laps. Your leader, have they just started 210 yet? No, your leader's just started 209. So one more lap for the fuel window to properly open in those prototypes. Has been open a while amongst GT, and the battle we watch here is cars that are fueled and good to go to the checkered flag. Maxim Ramstein in the Core Sim Racing Porsche still hanging with PGZ Motorsport and Triton Racing. Are they catching PGZ Assistance? We'll only know at the end of this lap, because this is the completion of the first flying lap of this stint since the stop for PGZ Assistance. While it's 2:17.2 for Triton, it's a 2:17.3 for PGZ Assistance. I think Triton are just starting to catch a whiff of that slipstream, especially on the Kemmel Straight. That car just in front of the teal and black BMW is 5th place.
They're right on the edge of slipstream. I'd say they're probably getting little to no advantage at this moment in time. However, if they can just get an extra 10th through an LMP, maybe with a slightly optimistic move, anything like that, they'll be there. And I do believe they have slightly more pace. It's very close to them dropping back into the slipstream train.
Will PGZ Motorsport play a role in this? Because if they get up in the mirrors of Triton, they might be able to, or if they get up in the mirrors of Triton, I feel like Nostradamus, they might be able to just give PGZ Assistance just a little bit of motorsport that they need.
Yeah, no, I admire your rhyming again. It's whether we're viewing PGZ Motorsport. Oh my word, that was a moment and a half for that car there, and it could leave them under threat. However, the core car of Maxim Ramstein decides to sit and save a little bit of fuel, as we've still a decent amount of time left in this race, so it's not important that he makes any moves now, potentially. But it's whether we view the motorsport car as protecting the assistance car or just trying to get the best results for itself. I think if it was trying to get the best result for itself, it's just going to try and push the Triton car. However, if it wants to try and assist the assistance car, it needs to try and make that move and start to slow down the pack.
It comes down to your philosophy as like a team owner and a team player. Are you in the business to get the most amount for yourself personally, or in the business to try to maximize the team results? Eventually, it might get taken out of his hands. I was watching the straight line speeds and the speed trap data last time they came down the Kemmel Straight, and at the top of Radion, Triton were 2 kilometers down, 3 kilometers down, but by the end of the straight, they were 2 kilometers an hour faster than PGZ Assistance, so they were close enough to pick up a bit of slipstream. They're a little bit closer this time to get by a prototype too. Great to have a GT battle like this. Almost 8 hours into this race, just comes down to all these different teams with different models of car and slightly different strategy, try to formulate what's the fastest way to go green flag to checkered flag in this long race, and they've all ended up at basically identical average lap pace.
Yeah, looking...
Scotland just across a little bit of AstroTurf as they come across this clump of traffic, and that must be tough for the prototypes.
Yeah, so gonna be interesting because we've obviously not got very far to go. I think I remember Lorenzo mentioning earlier that one of the proto cars had gone over the incident limit potentially earlier in the race. Do you know about what time that was, Lorenzo? Do you have any more info on that?
It was just about 25 minutes ago or something like that, because it was when we saw the incident at No Name Corner with trying to remember which prototype it was that actually punted away. I just need to verify.
You know, something I wasn't particularly expecting was the incident limits to get this high. I mean, obviously we've got what I think a limit of 90 for the entire race.
Yeah,
could see a few teams maybe getting close to that potentially.
Any track where you can gain time by using the off tracks, the teams are going to try to use the allowed number of incident points -1. Like, you know, whatever you set the incident limit, they're all going to get to 90% of that. That's how these racing teams go. Things get a little close between Triton and PGZ Motorsport. Triton's closing in on PGZ Assistance. Four all starting to coalesce. But you know, racing teams, racing drivers.
Oh, absolutely.
They are going to use as much as they think they can get away with. So how much where you draw that line in the sand, the wave's going to wash up just short of that.
I'd always like to aim, coming towards the end of a race, if I was ever looking at my incidents, I'd always aim to be 5 off. If I was trying to use as much as possible, or I'd say give myself 5 for the very last lap. So let's say that you got a 4x, then I'd put you 1 below, which means you would be fine. But that is the Williams car into the pit lane for the LMP2.
Yeah, Lorenzo, we've got a whole bunch of stops coming through for our fastest category.
Yep. Yeah, we got Urano coming into the pit lane. We know that Mifano Giallo is going to be more laps into it. So it's going to be maybe lap 17 for Marcus Hamilton. Only him and Patty Wolf are on 17 laps on the stint. Makes a whole lot of a difference. Everybody else, we might see Francis Colin into the pit lane. Maybe also T3 is going to remain one more lap. So it's going to be that thing, you know, we blow now right open the gates of who can make it to the end, or how much aggressive fuel saving some of the teams might have to do to get towards that a lap 230 if they can do it without a splash and dash towards the end, and how much of a time loss that splash and dash will be if they actually have to do it.
17 laps to go for everyone in the prototype class is not going to be a drama whatsoever with the fuel range that they've got. Simsa, there's private label Team Hype, 2 cars that have gone back and forth lately. Private label Team Hype gonna lead out into the final stint of the race. And who hasn't stopped to get to the end? It's Team Redline Prototype, SRC Movano Giallo, and T3 Motorsport by Maniti, your top 3. Redline with enough time in their pocket to rejoin in the race lead if the pit stop goes well. Orion Race Team 3 on pit lane to clear their final stop, and that gets pretty close to being everyone from the prototype division. Leaves GT as the action zone in the final stint and final 16 laps of this race. GT's PGZ assistance, from Triton Racing, from PGZ Motorsport, from Core Sim Racing in the battle for 5th. It's absolutely been keeping our attention. Triton Racing playing the aggressor in the BMW M4 GT4 right now, giving themselves a bit of space to PGZ Motorsport behind them. Headlights ablaze, firing into the back of PGZ assistance in 5th. Got a lot of things to weigh up as they engage in battle in the closing stages of this race, not least the championship.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a shift it's going to do in the championship, but it kind of, again, going to be interesting when we actually watch post-race to see that true three-way tie that we have at 3rd place in terms of points for all the PGZ cars, and I think Urano might be into it as well, as we see the leader coming into the pit lane for the final stop. I saw Vivano Giallo do his service as he's going to open up lap 214, Paddy Wolf, and will be pretty much safe to the end of the race, can go blazing flat out.
So the only cars left in prototype that can't is the 2 Yaz Heat cars, Richard Mille and Pirelli. Both look like they're going to come up 2 and 7 laps short respectively. This is a battle for 5th in GT. At the end of the Kemmel Straight, Dominic Blair has gotten in front of PGZ, and I think the other PGZ cars under attack from Cork have to back up. But they can see those Lamborghinis starting to struggle a little bit to the end here. Max and Ramstein. Is there blood in the water for him?
I must say something I've noticed instantly is the advantage that the Triton racing car has managed to pull after making that pass is rather substantial, and if they're not careful here and the PGZ assistance car doesn't get on with it, see them potentially getting away. But I'd hope for the sake of the actual race that is not the case, but it's up to, I think, nearly 9/10 of a second now.
Yep, quite successful being faster through this middle sector. When F1 comes here, it's about straight line speed in Sector 1 and Sector 3. In Sector 2, it's all about the fast corners. BMW's done pretty well for itself through there. Here comes a prototype battle to cut through. There's only a couple seconds for 12th place between private label Team Hype and Simza Esports. In fact, it's 2 seconds. That's a flash of the headlights there from PGZ Assistance at private label Team Hype, saying you are being quite aggressive through this traffic. And he's got to be, because Simza Esports are in attack range. I always love we have no interference in these races, and there's still always someone battling right at the end of these hours-long races.
Well, yeah, like I said earlier, we were going to see these LMP2s got a bit more sensible, started to die down a little bit as we see one of the LMP2 died close with the...
That's Simza.
Yeah, and it's, the LMPs now coming towards the end of this race, with approaching 15 to go, they are going to get more aggressive. It is going to get a bit more sketchy for these GT3 cars with these LMPs obviously trying to gain the last little bit of margins, maybe one extra place, a few more championship points, and I would not be surprised if we see some sort of incident with these LMPs and GT3s within the coming laps.
Just trying to look if there's anything of
I've done some numbers. I think Yazhi Rashad Mille, when they stop, are going to come out very, very close to SRC Movano Corsa Giallo, because what is there, 25 seconds between them? 20-second lane transit time plus 5 seconds of fuel is about what Yaz Heat need. So That
15 seconds.
Not quite sure if that.
I might have been comparing them to where Tronsaskolin is, but I think they'll filter in around that battle there. There could still be something to fight for and to race for Yazid Richard Mill in that battle.
What is for certain is that the stop is not going to be very, very long whatsoever. It's going to be a very, very short stop in the box. Make sure they have pretty much everything unticked and all the correct fuel load ready to go in. I wonder if we're going to see a pass here for Simsa Esports on private label Team Height. They're within striking distance.
Stop. They've really closed up into from 3 seconds back to getting within this crucial second. Good run up the hill. Lot of speed. Tremendous straight line speed. Into the inside for the end of the straight.
Going on the brakes.
Easy as you like, almost, as it happens.
Simple as that. That is Simsa Esports now through to 12th position in the LMP2 battle as we come into the closing stages of this event. Speaking still about the GT3 battle, the gap remains around about the 6/10 mark between the Triton Racing car in 5th and the PGZ assistance car in 6th place. They're holding a nice little buffer there, and if they can continue to do this, bets on Triton for getting a top 5 here in today's event.
Team that did end up taking a new set of tyres instead of trying to triple stint to the end. Vendaval Sim Racing White, now right up behind Black Star Racing, and there was almost a 1.5 delta between those two the last lap around. So I think they've got a short window of time left to the end of this race to try to really make good on their new tyres. Simsa Esports rocketing away from private label Team Hype, I think. Burkhard Maring in the Simsa car, relatively recent installation. So he read his job assignment.
Yeah, I'm still focusing a lot on this GT3 battle. You know, I'm still intrigued to see whether the assistance car piloted by Fabio, I don't know how to say that second name, can actually close the gap in order to have at least a chance of retaking that 5th place. It's going to be interesting because I tell you what, if they don't manage to close, I believe Motorsport and also Core will be very, very close to on the heels. I mean, as you can see here, Motorsport are really close, going up into Erosion Radion.
Right now is peak time for them to bump each other, because then it pushes the lead car up closer to Triton. And right on cue, they've got to be careful how they do it though, because in unison they've got to pick and choose a lane as the prototype comes through. If there'd been enough indecision between the two of them, it would have ended in disaster if one went left and one went right while they were bumping. It brought them closer to Triton as it needed to do. I don't know who you want to be in this situation. Triton have looked strong in their racecraft when they go one-to-one, wheel-to-wheel in this phase of the race. See, there's two PGZs willing to work together, willing to bump when necessary, willing to swap positions when it suits the team and their goals. We've got Core Sim Racing, what I've heard referred to as the popcorn position. If anything silly happens in front of them, they can scoop in and gain very quickly.
They are very likely to be able to collect any points if something goes wrong here. Again, I always like to be the aggressor in this type of situation. I'd quite like to be in the position of the 119 PGZ assistance car here. However, they do seem a little bit of pace compared to the Triton Racing machine and the 110. Piloted by Dominic I believe they have the pace advantage, but whether they're able to convert that into the 5th place result, I guess we'll see. Delta Sport up the inside of Core, costing Core quite a large amount of time.
Yeah, but then next up into La Source, they're going to have to fit themselves between PGZ and Triton. A bit of time changes the lineup for Fabio Bazou. And no dramas for Triton. So 2 people have to move line. And 2 say what drama at all with that prototype. None for me. Bump on again, another prototype. Ooh, have to pick and choose a lane.
Bump is not on.
Swap might be on.
What's the position here between Govan Keeney and Fabio Bisu? Okay, so I think that means that the Govan's basically saying here that he believes, if they're on comms, he's going to say, I believe I have the pace to catch, and I'll help you get back up to them, and we can take down Triton together. Potentially, I think that would be more of seeing a swap closer to the last lap between the 2 PGs.
Fabio, Govand is faster than you. Probably not what the message was. Yeah, they did go for a swap. Maybe that dirty bumper lap before that nearly fenced both of them has them reevaluating what risk is and isn't worth taking championship-wise.
I think it's probably just a case of Govan believing he probably have more pace. However, looking at this now, that gap is getting dangerously close to the breakaway gap. You know, we're looking at about 1. If you're 1.2, you can break away around here. You won't be gaining much of an advantage from slipstream anymore. But being so large, the gap, you could then also get split up by an LMP2. So, yeah, interesting one to look at.
Sounded such a cartoonish thing, by the way, as a prototype entered the gap that is gonna close. Not gonna get far with that. It's gonna push Assistance out wide. Now there's some overlap for Core. Then look to the outside for La Source. Not sure that's quite where you want to be, so they swap back to the inside, get a lock in the middle. Assistance run wide of the apex. And again, just subtle little bit. It sounded like such a cartoony line what you said earlier, but let us join together to take down Triton. No, I'll never join you. I know, just Triton does kind of sound like the name of some like slightly bad guys.
I definitely think Triton is a super villain in the overwhelming sniffy BMW M4 GT3.
1.3 seconds clear of the PGZ and Core cars after their little rearrangement through the chicane with prototype.
Yeah.
So
if Govan isn't able to produce the pace here, Triton is simply going to run away with this for 5th. It's very simple. I'm not actually sure whether that pass was the right decision to make, because it did push the gap to the position where, as if there was going to be some LMP2 shenanigans or just even a little bit of an input, that they were going to go over that threshold, and that's exactly what happened into the bus stop chicane/chicane. And yeah, no, we're going to need to see a really good pace from Govan here in order to close that gap back up into the range where he's going to get some toe.
Sixth, 7th, 8th. Close. 4th. Trying. 5th trying to just leave them in the dust. And we did see around this part a lap ago just a bit more attempt at aggression from Core. To see that maybe there's some vulnerability to these Lamborghinis. Fake a little to the inside. Try to upset them.
My own personal opinion here is that Core will not make a move until they know for sure that they cannot catch 5th place anymore. unless Core have some sort of belief that they are faster than all of these drivers here in front of them, and they can get past all of them and then start to catch, there will be no way that Maxime Rammstein decides to make a move until he sees the possibility of them closing that gap over.
In the meanwhile, Josh Ladd just decided to turn up the heat. Partially intended.
What a lad.
Yeah, what a Chad. Go ahead, Chadwick.
Reminder though that there is going to be a stop, especially at the pace that he's going at the moment. One more pit stop still for Yaz Heater, Rashad Mill. It's not going to dissuade Josh Ladd from moving up into second. I have to imagine Williams Esports are smart enough to know what's going on and say that's not my fight. Back at GT though, Maxime Rammstein, opportunistic, splits the PGZs.
I'm just starting to notice this, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I think Yas Heat might be able to make it on the virtue that I think we're going to reach the time limit.
My predictor's not saying the time limit, but
10 laps to go, maybe 9, 17 minutes on the clock, 2-minute lap time.
I'm trying to remember how it went. Sorry, I'm trying to remember how it went back in the Coda race, because all the GTs didn't finish. It's kind of like a normal race. They didn't go for the full extension of the track. Like, I think it was about 140 something laps or 300 something laps. They didn't go for the full extension of it. They basically went for the extension that was given to them as GT. So it will be like lap 206, 207 if I have to make a rough estimation. It's gonna be on time, air quotes. Okay.
it's running pretty close. Our graphic is counting the laps. My JRT timing, which is redundant because the T stands for timing. Yeah, paid for it by getting money out at the ATM machine. Is still predicting laps, not time. There was a point earlier in the race where it was flicking back and forth the two, and it tries to automatically display what it thinks is up. It's settled on laps now. It will be close. Core still sandwiched between PGZs.
My calculations is that it will be, I believe, so we're crossing the line for the red line car, bang on 15 minutes to go. And I think it's going to take us another 16 minutes to complete this race on the lap count.
I don't think I have the mental capacity to sit and crunch out how many laps I think we're going to get. Except to say, I think Barney errs on the slightly cautious side. And if we do go short of 230 laps, it's not going to be by much. Because at minimum, you've got to round up. And
I think, yeah,
occasionally it gets a little more generous than that.
I think also looking at the pace of Josh Ladd, he's by far the quickest car on circuit right now. Which screams one thing to me, and it doesn't scream fuel saving, I'll tell you that. He has opened up, since passing, he's opened that gap up now to 3.7 seconds. And I just don't see how he's saved the fuel. I imagine he's going to go 18, 17 laps in this stint, potentially, instead of pushing it towards 2021. I mean, his pace is too high, in my opinion.
Okay. Patrick Wolf in the final sector now. About to cross the line. Just over 13 minutes on the clock. 7 more laps.
Something.
Laps will take us to 2:30, I think. It is pretty close. It is. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. We are going to be very touch and go between time and laps.
Yeah. Something to mention is that the assistance car, the PGZ assistance car, has dropped behind the core sim racing car. But another thing to mention is that PGZ Motorsport are so close to gaining that advantage back. As you can see it on your screen, it's dipping at 1.2 seconds. If they can just get it to that 1.1 through an LMP, through anything, they can maybe gain back that toe and launch a last-minute attack for 5th.
Blessed with battles, Yazheet Pirelli, who had to make a late stop, are now charging at Orion Race Team 3 in the battle for 9th. And I think Yazheet Pirelli have got it, so the Pirelli Yazheet had to make a late stop. Are their compatriots in the Richard Mille machine going to have to do the same? I think yes, even if this race goes a lap short, even if this race goes 2 laps short, I think Josh Ladd finds himself running on empty.
One thing to mention is there was contact between the Tronsville Skull and LMP2 car and also the PGZ Motorsport car in that chicane, which cost them a lot of time. Is not ideal whatsoever.
Nope, not when they're closing it in. Oh, maybe an attempt at a bump draft. Not going to be accepted by Gervin Keeney. So Maxim Ramstein has to look round the outside, breaks in super deep. Oh,
I thought there was some contact there.
They do keep it side by side through here. Keeney with his nose in front. Ramstein tries to cut back underneath. 3 wide as some prototypes have to line up to go and clear their way through, and that maybe put a halt to Maxim Ramstein's attack. But he sees the lap count dropping down. He sees them failing to catch Dominic Leia into the Triton Racing, and he is gone on the attack.
I think that means that Maxime Ramstein has made the conscious decision that they're not catching the one.
Someone's around outside of Puon. Whoost is that? It's a GT, it's a Ferrari, side by side for 6th place. Meanwhile, in GT, if you don't mind, Ramstein having another go. Just unable to get his car to the inside to complete the move, despite having quality speed, good racecraft, just not able to get to the piece of track position that he so desperately wants. You got an idea at all on what Ferrari 488 that might have been that was looped in Puon?
Satellite. I believe it was a Satellite Racing GT3 car.
Yep.
Of Dallas. That's oh my.
Oh, you're really gonna butcher Pataska's name?
Pataskas. There you go. It's easier when I know how to say it, but I've never heard it before. Anyway, back onto the battle here. Core Sim Racing outside Liechtenstein, trying to make the move here. He's going to try and compromise Govan Keeney, zags it onto the, up towards Eau Rouge and Radion onto the Kemmel Straight. Not taking the off track there. Try and get a run. You might see him duck in and out of the slipstream to try and time his run as good as possible. But also, please do not forget about the assistance car coming to assist potentially in saving the position here of the motorsport car. To the outside goes Maxime Ramstein, looking for a move. The assistance.
A little bit of a bump to Motorsport, then roll out of it. They're both side by side at the end of the straight here. Core's been in this position before. The left-hand apex, they have their nose in front. They've got to hold tough around the outside here. The two of them do touch. Motorsports core just a little wide. Outside of Rivage, not an easy place. Core trying to cut back underneath.
Jesus.
Just a little nibble to the rear diffuser of PGZ Motorsports. And sandwiched between two teammates is a tough place to be for Maxim Ramstein coming towards the end of this race. If it was just him and Govan Keeney, I feel like the Porsche would be the stronger car to be in. As Heat Richard Mille do have to pit, and it's still 6 laps to go. Still 8 minutes something on the clock. Sandwiched between teammates is really hurting Maxim Ramstein as he wants that spot. He wants to attack now. He can't do it.
I must say, Triton Racing are absolutely laughing their ways all the way to a top 5 finish here, having now a 5-second advantage over this group after they've started fighting. I would not be surprised at all to find out that if one of them got a 4X there. So yeah, it's really interesting to understand what risks these drivers are going to take towards the end, and whether they are close on incidents. Who knows?
I do remember saying I thought after their pit stop, Yazid Richard Mille and SRC Movano Corsigialo were going to be close.
And you were correct. They are close.
There's no better feeling than being correct.
Stopping it a bit on the apex there.
That's not as close as this. Not as close as this.
Oh,
seems to be the
dearie me.
Achilles heel for the Lamborghinis as the rear starts to get just a little bit loose to the end of the
He's
stint.
backed out.
Struggle to put the power down. Conk around the outside of Eau Rouge. If you're Maxim Ramstein, you got to sit back in line and get sandwiched. Once again, he's in a bit of a no-win situation here.
Oh, they've left it open.
Four wide, no. The prototype has to back out of it. Your GT is a 3 wide. Maxim Ramstein now has the inside. Hold it round the left-hander and 6th place could be his in this GT battle.
He gave the space. Govan's got
both ways. But then he's got the inside for Rivage, surely. Got to give it up to let a prototype get down there. Ay, ay, ay.
That's red line, by the way.
This is an unbelievable battle for 6th place here in GT3. Somewhat reminiscent to the final few laps for the win at Daytona in real life a few weeks ago.
Five and a half minutes left on the clock, 4 laps left on the clock. Team Redline prototype lead by a very handy margin. In GT, it's Bila Racing Euronics, still with 16 seconds over Urano Esports, but the excitement is the 3-way battle here over 6th, 7th, and 8th. Corsim Racing sandwiched between PGZs. They've battled 2 wide, they've battled 3 wide, they've balked prototypes, and it is winner takes all. High stakes game towards the end here. Sports Car Open Endurance Series. 1,000 miles of Spa, and it is these last few miles that are proving to be some of the most intriguing. Not just in GT though, because in Prototype, late pit stop for Yazid Richard Mille sees them rejoin just behind SRC Movano Corsigialo in a battle for 4th place. Championship points are so important, so critical in some of these close battles. Every position can matter. Ramstein, no, look into the inside at Eau Rouge. Mark Webber, Fernando Alonso style. That's not going to work, but is it going to give him a good run up the hill? The other PGZ got forced wide on the exit of La Source. They're no longer involved in this battle. It is mano a mano 1v1. Govan Keeney with the inside, him with the outside. Rolls out of it, tries to cut back underneath potentially. They've fought like this through this section of complex, what's felt like lap after lap after lap, William.
Yeah, this has been an absolutely incredible battle. The PGZ assistance car got a bit of contact with the, I think, Pure Sims LMP2 there. Again, also looking towards the about P4 in pit prototypes. I thought that might have been the time for Ramstein to make his move, considering that there was no assistance from the assistance car. He may get another chance next time around.
your big winner, all of this. Dominic Blair and Triton must be thinking, I am glad I left that funny farm behind, and that is none of my business no more. They're side by side in the prototype battle over 4th place. Josh Ladd has his nose in front, has the inside, and he was lightning quick in this last section of the race before that pit stop too. Not surprised to see that happen. I'm surprised to see Movano not put up as much fight as I thought they would have been capable of. 3 minutes left as Redline crossed the line. I think this could go 1 lap short. I think this might be a 229 lap motor race. Lorenzo, got any thoughts on that? Got any thoughts on this GT battle? Because that other PGZ starting to get back close to this battle to provide assistance to the motorsport.
It's insane to think about. Any mistake is going to be deadly, maybe deadly for any team at this late portion of the race. And now they're going to get overtaken, I think, by the Orion. That looks like to be the Orion LMP. And they're going to go at it at the Kemmel Straight once again. If you had heart conditions, I strongly suggest turning off the monitor right now.
Middle of the road for Govan Keeney. Late move to the right. Squeezes Core onto the grass. Core still get the inside and now going to return the squeeze. A little bit of a tap, trying to just keep the pressure on. They're not battling over the lead, but this is the closest Core have looked like to being in the lead of this battle, of this particular battle. Now able to defend the inside down into Ravage. That's where you want to be. Now just a tiny little tap, maybe a 0x onto PGZ Motorsport. All this battling has brought assistance right back into the battle as well to maybe be able to help out their teammate in the dying laps. It's over 6th, 7th, and 8th. They're battling like it's the win, and I am loving watching this, William.
This is absolutely fantastic. They came so close to taking each other out there, but they were perfectly on the fine line between aggression and disaster. But it was an absolutely amazing move from Maxime Rammstein to take that 6th place, and now potentially we could see a swap between the PGZ Motorsport car and assistance car for the championship sake.
It's 40 seconds left on the clock when Team Redline Prototype crossed the line just now. Surely that means the white flag would have been waved for them, but I've got no confirmation of it. It's going to be a swap for the PGZs, maybe? If I'm Maxime Rammstein, that felt like a moral victory. It was 2 versus 1. He's come out on top for the moment. He just needs to defend that spot for a couple more kilometers of Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. You do it, and do we have any idea how many laps this race is gonna be?
There could still be a chance here for Motorsport to fight back. He is within striking distance, especially if Maxime Rammstein misses the apex. This is now going to be a run up to Lacombe, and who knows what could happen.
Well, we're 8 hours elapsed. We're on lap 229. And we've got 2 Lamborghinis in the slipstream of Maxime Rammstein, who's all the way to the right-hand side of the circuit. He wants that inside line. Govan Keeney, full head of steam, looks around the outside. The two of them get within millimeters. He needs to keep it on track to make this pass work. Govan Keeney up in front. Next PGZ car wants some of it as well. Forces Maxime Rammstein and Core off the line they would have wanted. Both of them up across the gravel as they had to go side by side. And from Hero in 6th to 0, but back in 8th potentially for Maxime Rammstein. All of his hard work undone as the teammates gang up on him.
How the tables have turned. One small mistake for Maxime Rammstein has cost him 6th place in this race potentially, and maybe now there's not enough time left on this clock, especially with assistance, providing much assistance to the Motorsport car in letting them get away.
I wonder how Pablo's stream is doing right now.
We should get a heart rate count, but obviously that's only for Pablo.
Oh yeah, but I think it counts, doesn't it?
I can have a quick look.
Time was
1,000 people
elapsed.
watching.
Red line crossed the start-finish line, but they are still racing, and we're still going to get another lap. I don't understand the maths on that one, but it is great for this. It gives Maxime Ramstein one last attempt to abuse track limits through Blanchimont, carry as much speed as he can at PGZ. Are they going to collide? The teammates collide in the chicane.
No.
One of them off. Ramstein with a chance to attack. Heartbreak potentially. One last lap to grab 6th place for Ramstein as the teammates collide.
And PGZ got a black flag because of incident limits. Oh god.
Is unbelievable.
Live by the sword, die by the sword.
my-
You cannot convince these racers to not put it all on the line. Sometimes that means overstepping the limit.
And do we have one final twist to the tale of 6th place in this race? Ramstein, they are banging wheels along the straight into Lacombe. Can Ramstein outbrake the assistance car? The assistance car goes really deep on the brakes, forces the core car of Maxime Ramstein out wide, and that might be all she wrote.
They are like lottery tickets, these remaining incident points. Here's the replay of what happened. PGZ Motorsport. What happens here? I think their teammates looking at core, not looking at PGZ Motorsport. That sees them end up colliding. Here is the checkered flag for Patrick Wolf for Team Redline. They take the win. A huge margin, all things considered, in the end for them. Right behind them, Bueller Racing Euronics, the GT winners. So super close in the end for both of our class cars.
And guess what has just happened? I don't know if we quite caught it, but on the very last lap, Assistant spun out into No Name, and Ramstein has took 6th place back. If you made this a script, no one would believe you.
He went from 8th, he went to 6th, he went to 8th. Now Maxime Ramstein and Core are back to 6th. What an exciting battle. Kept our hearts racing to the end. This is what happened. GZ, Assistance, a lot of GT traffic around. No Name, too much entry curb, high sides the car, loops it around and even finds the wall. If that was 4x on the wall and they've exceeded the incident limit, that could even add a little bit post-race as well. Lucky days for Maxime Ramstein. Core Sim Racing, they were beleaguered, but they never gave up. And I thought, honestly, the wheel-to-wheel racing could have been bloody, but it was fair. Celebrate our winners in both classes, Team Redline Prototype, Bueller Racing Euronics, both of them so strong and untouchable towards the end of this race. When they got their leads respectively and collectively in class, they didn't look like giving it up.
I'm trying to recompose myself over here because I was looking at the entries. The assistance car with that spin brought him with the incident limit. This is straightforward from a Mexican or a Brazilian telenovela. You get more plot twists than, I don't know, Game of Thrones.
That was the most incredible conclusion I have ever watched to a 6th place fight ever. It was unbelievable.
Don't tell me they weren't racing like it was for the win too.
Oh, absolutely.
The stakes couldn't have been simultaneously higher and lower. On the incident points, on the teammates colliding, the stakes were high. On points inside the top 10, stakes were right up there.
Yeah.
But was it for the win? No. Was it for a podium? No. Is it the last race of the season? No. But they went door to door. They battled hard through every place that was possible. The traffic threw some curveballs in either direction, and it was 2 versus 1 against this team and this man, and the Porsche treats 6th as a victory, no doubt.
It's kind of like you're in CSGO 2v1 and you basically my headshot both both teams.
Cool down lap
Mentally
completed
headshotted both teams.
for
Yeah.
Patrick Wolf. He finds himself on the start-finish line, burning them down. That looks like celebrating a particularly well-earned victory. You can't see the donuts quite as well in the dark. You can see the headlights flashing every way around. Who else has joined him for a little bit of celebratory tyre torture? Someone else on the start-finish line there, potentially. Fans in the stands get what they came for. So does everyone watching on RaceSpotTV. They got the finish they deserved.
And as much as we got wrapped up there in that last fight for 6th place, a big shout out to obviously the 2 class winners of Team Redline and also BL Euronics for those very commanding wins in both class. You know, we saw maybe 50 seconds in LMP2 and I think we were maybe just past 20 in GT3. But yeah, no, amazing win for those teams and yeah.
Let's look at the results then. Patrick Wolf, Team Redline, in their prototype entry number 70, take the win, 48 seconds clear of Mike Partington for Williams Esports. Fanatec, 3rd and 4th. Nope, not so close for 3rd. Urano Esports hold on to 3rd. It's 4th and 5th, where there was a bit of a battle till the end there. Josh Ladd for Yashit Richard Mill and SRC Movano Corsa Giallo. Less than a second between them. Right at the end, Yaz Heat holding on to their 4th. T3 by Maniti Purple finished 6th. Tronsaskolan in 7th. Delta Sport in 8th. Yaz Heat Pirelli in 9th. And Orion Race Team number 3 round out top 10 in that class. Across the page, scroll completes. TX3 LDLC 11th. Simsa Esports 12th. Private Label Team Hype 13th. Pure Sims Esports 14th. And last points paying position, I believe, goes to SRC Movano Rosso. They actually parked towards the end, so not taking the checkered flag, I don't think, for the Brioche and Tomato. And then retirements outside of the points: Orion Race Team 15, Impulse Racing, Satellite P2, Apex Tech Racing LMP, SRC Movano Viola. And one more car in that class was the SO24 derived by Graph. 231 laps down as well, so a lap 1 casualty. Lorenzo Bonda, help me out with GT, please.
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to help you out with Hendrik Cruz and the BLE Racing Team Euronics finishing P1. Nicholas Labish tried his best with the Urano car with Alexei Nisov, but couldn't get in the top end at the end. Finished 2nd. Daniel Pastor in 3rd place for Williams Esports, their best finish in the season so far. BS competition with a good bounce back and getting 4th place. Dominic Blyer and Crichton Racing in 5th. Maxime Remstein, after probably the wildest 6th place battle in the history of sim racing, finished in 6th place. Govin Keeney and PG's at 7th. Team Matska and the T3 by Maniti ran in 8th. Impulse Racing in 9th place and the PGZ Assistance in 10th place. 11th goes to Team 75 by SimRC. 12th goes to ASR versus Able Esports. T3 by Maniti Black 13th and the Volsim Racing 14th. Top 15 finishes with the Black Star Racing. Then we go with the guys with no points awarded in this race. With 5-star Motorsport, Satellite GT3, Decent Protostar, T3 by Maniti Yellow, and SRC Movano round out the top 20. After that is going to be Team 179, and you can see the other guys finishing with the last 10 cars in the grid. But
their race fading out before the checkered flag, just like our graphic.
Yeah. Insane to think about this race, man. Can we get a breather?
I think I sent you on those duties so I could get one. My heart rate was astronomical after the end of that race, and absolutely deserved too. I'm sure there was some deep breaths needed from Core and from PGZ. Cool heads prevail in the end, potentially. We can wrap up our coverage though by having a word to some of the drivers and teams from today's race, the Sports Car Open Endurance Series 1000 miles of Spa. We got the Biela GT winners standing by. So joining us from Biela Racing Team Euronics, the Lamborghini driving GT winners. Well, it looked like a comfortable margin for you guys at the end, hovering around 20 to 15 seconds. But when you think about a over 8-hour race like this, that's still a lot of pressure on your backs.
Good evening, guys. Yeah, I mean, 20 seconds doesn't sound too much in the end. Urano did a really good job, and yeah, we were not 100% sure if we have to go the extra lap in the last stint, so Hendrik was quite saving a good amount of fuel to have enough in the tank to give it one more lap if it's necessary. And yeah, obviously it was in the last corner where Patrick just took us, so getting a little bit lucky with that. But in the end, the car was quite very good in the hot temps. There we made up all our ground to the others, and when it's getting colder, it was more like even out with everybody else.
Make hay while the sun shines. Plenty of other teams running the Lamborghini in this class, and they weren't as successful as you. What's the difference? Is it what's in the driver's seat? Is it the preparation? Is it a bit of luck or the strategy?
Yeah, I gotta say that I was not 100% happy with how the BOP turned, and obviously we have been the only competitive Lamborghini this time. But yeah, obviously it was competitive in the end, and maybe it was like a good preparation. We had like IMSA and the VRS the last 2 weeks on the official service, so we prepped pretty well in cold temps and always update the setup, and yeah, pretty often did already some trainings in hotter temps, also double stinting, tire management. I've seen that especially on the second stint in the hotter temps, we just eased away from the others quite quickly, so probably our tire management and the setup for the hotter temps have been quite a bit better this time.
Hendrik, 104 laps driven by you today. What was the toughest part of the traffic or of your stints?
You just have to be looking around, always stay in your mirror, because some moves you can't predict. But overall it was a good race, like not a lot of bullshit sense, pretty clean, nothing major, just 1-2 cents in Blanchimont were a bit huge, but the rest was nice to race and enjoyable.
GT category this season has been very interesting to watch, because Sports Car Open having slimmed down to just the 2 classes, you're racing a lot more cars in class now than in previous seasons, and what that can lead to is, you know, when you get a race win and your opponents are maybe low in the points or out of the points even, suddenly you can make up or lose a lot of points in just the few remaining races. How's that change the championship?
You just have to stay giga consistent and don't fuck up too much. In any races, just finish in points consistently, in top 5 consistently. I mean, it's like in every aspect, you just have to stay consistent and have a few wins here and there, and then you're pretty much good to go for the championship.
Well, Hendrik and Sven, you've both used up your full expletive counter for this interview, so thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the win once again. I hope the Lamborghini continues to treat you well over the remaining rounds of this championship.
Yes.
Any parting words from you, Sven?
Yeah, hope to see you next time, guys. It was a big race for us. Good broadcast again, and thanks to the team and our sponsors, and see you next time.
Look forward to it. See you guys around. Once I was going to let slide, now I think I have to apologize for some of the language you heard in that interview. by popular demand, I think, we're not able to grab the prototype winners today. Team Redline, they win plenty. They do plenty of interviews. Maybe they don't feel like chatting with us today. Right on cue, they appear. But William Chadwick, why don't you have a quick word, I stress a quick word, with the man of the moment, the excitement machine from Core, Maxim Ramstein.
Right, so Maxim, that was probably the most exciting last few laps I've ever seen for a six-place battle in my life. How did you remain calm and keep focused on trying to get the P6 that you were fighting for?
Yeah, I think they were the most exciting last couple of laps for P6 of my life as well. Well, actually, when you're in a battle like this, I don't have issues focusing because there's so much going on. It's just no distractions. Just yeah, that was really fun. I knew the guys were running very high on incidents because teammates had told me about the stream, so cheating a little bit there. So I knew I was kind of taunting them as much as I could, keeping it clean. And yeah, to get the P6 in the end, honestly, it kind of feels like a win like this.
You were certainly fighting like it was for a win. I must say, I thought you were excellently, all three of you, treading the line between aggression and also not ending up all three of you in the wall. Did you think that when PGZ Assistance had forced you out wide on the last lap and had took the lead into going into like No Name and the other corners, did you think that was it? Did you not expect them to make that mistake?
Honestly, I was a bit bummed at that point. I was like, yeah, well, this is not gonna work anymore. But never stop trying. So I just make some moves, try to get them distracted, and it worked out better than I could have hoped, to be honest. But yeah, also hats off to them for keeping it clean, and I had a really good time. So yeah, hopefully next time it will be for a podium or a win even.
Yeah, exactly. Very well driven, and congratulations on your P6. Is there anyone you would like to thank?
Yeah, thanks of course the whole team for spotting. Thank Marius and Jana for spotting the whole race and doing the strategy. It was a big help. And also Kieran for driving very well. We have a good thing going at Core, and yeah, I'm already looking forward to the next one.
Thank you, Maxim. Thank you for the excellent entertainment. Bye.
Right, cheers.
It was not often in these multi-class races that we, dip down to a 6th place interview, but the people wanted it. It was the highlight of the end of the race. Good to hear from them and show that winners are grinners, but you can have good racing all through the field. They got a points finish and they were well pleased with it. Our overall winners have dropped by after they finished celebrating. They spent their dear time doing it. And from the number 70 race-winning Team Redline prototype, Dominic Hoffman joins us, and Lorenzo Bond is going to have a word with him.
So, Dominic, first and foremost, congratulations on the win, but without its fair share of drama from start to finish, doesn't it?
First of all, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, great. Well, thanks a lot, first of all. Yeah, very happy to have pulled it off in the end. Well, I'm not entirely sure which part of the drama you're alluding to there, but yeah, of course, having to push your way through a field of 30 GT cars is always very stressful, so yeah, very happy to have pulled it off in the end.
Well, with that being said, I mean the drama more like the GTs and also seeing some of the main competitors like Mavano being out of the race, Williams basically fighting at some point in the strategy battle, but the race came down so close to the wire. I think you guys finished with 1 minute or something remaining at the end of the race. Were your strategy on point from start to finish? You guys thought, oh, we're safe on the pit strategies, fuel? Was there any point of the race you guys were slightly concerned of, oh, we might not be able to finish on the full 230 laps?
Well, we had a pretty good idea of what we were going to do from the start, and we just stuck to that, and we even managed to well, originally we were planning to just do 2 20-lap stints, I think, which would have been enough. But during the race, it turned out that saving fuel was a lot easier than we expected. So I think we got another 2 20-lap stints in, and that made things a lot easier. And just to answer your question, yeah, we had a pretty good idea, and we were on the strategy front. We weren't too concerned towards the end, even. But of course, it's always been It's always stressful from start to finish. Even Paddy not really pushing the limits of the car, or even with traffic, still just watching it from the outside is just always stressful. But very glad to pull it off.
I imagine it might be really stressful. Just imagine us looking from our broadcast perspective. And now we're heading into the final 2 races of the season. If you have to pick one track which we'd prefer to race more, and it's 2 tracks that at Redline are very familiar with driving, Silverstone and Glen, and you guys won the 6 hour of Glen last year. Which track do you think you're more familiar driving, or you're more comfortable driving?
Well, me personally, yes, I would have to pick Silverstone, just because I like the flow of the track and the race usually a lot more, because it's not as stressful and not as full, and not as you have a lot more space to do your work with traffic and everything. But I guess from a team's perspective, it'll probably have to be Watkins, because our history is pretty good here, I think. But anyway, I think both races are gonna suit us well, and we will see what happens.
Right on. And Dom, before we let you go and let you rest and celebrate the win with the rest of the Redline boys, anybody want to say shout outs?
You're kind of putting me on the spot there. I don't know. Well, thanks anyone who enjoyed the race, I guess, who's still here with us, and I hope you have a good evening with the race.
Right on, Dom, and again, congratulations on the win. Go rest, because you guys earned that long, deserving rest, and can't wait to see what you guys do in 1 month time at the British track.
Yeah, thanks a lot, man. See you there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Lorenzo, having spoken with representatives of both of our winning teams, and a little bonus one as well. Let's take a look at how the championship stands after the Sports Car Open 1,000 miles of Spa-Francorchamps. In prototype, Williams Esports still lead the way. Their second place finish today crucial in bagging some points to keep them at the top of the championship. Team Redline, back of a strong result today, close that gap down, and we'll go into the next round on some strong form. SRC Movano Rosso finished 15th today for 1 point. They're still mathematically in the hunt here, just 10 points away from the lead. They're going to need to bring some of their early season form back for the remaining 2 rounds. Then it's Yaz Heat, Richard Mille, SRC Movano Giallo, T3 Bimonidi Purple, Urano Esports DG, Yaz Heat Pirelli, Orion Race Team 3, and Tronsaskirlen for the top 10 in championship standings in prototype. In GT, things are all close on track, and that's represented in this chart too. Biela Racing Euronics, after today's win, take the lead in the championship, just 2 points ahead of BS Competition's BMW. Williams Esports and Urano Esports are tied for 3rd in the GT standings. PGZ Assistance and Valkyrie Esports are tied for 5th as well. PGZ Assistance could have done with a couple more points today, but my goodness, were they not boring. Then it's Triton Racing from T3 Bimoniti Red, Altus Esports. Today's showing letting them down a little bit. They still reside within the top 10. Of course, Sim Racing in that 10th place. Let's look at the schedule, because the exciting Sports Car Open action will continue for 2 more rounds. That says March 3rd, but I believe it should be March 5th for the 6 hours of Silverstone. 28 days has February. You'll join us for that one in a month's time. Drivers are looking forward to it based on what we heard as well, and then the season wraps up with the 6 hours of the Glen. A lot of points still on offer. Things very, very close across both of our championships, both of which delivered in the excitement stakes today. Battles all the way till the end, till the final of 230 laps of Spa-Francorchamps. They raced 500 miles and they raced 500 more just to have Max and Govand finish door to door. It seemed like it. Congratulations to both of our winners. Congratulations to everyone who put on a show and survived Spa-Francorchamps. Thanks for joining us on the Race Spot coverage. Been David Haynes, joined by Lorenzo Bonda, William Chadwick, Hugo Lewis producing. We also had Arjuna Kankavati and Lewis McGlade in the earlier segment of the coverage. Great work they put together too. Make sure you check out sportscaropen.com if you want all the information, all the standings from Sports Car Open, and you subscribe to RaceSpotTV on YouTube, on whatever platform takes your fancy. Of course, on our Twitter, so much great content lately as well. Hope you'll join us as we bring a lot of great sim racing coverage and plenty more still to come from Sports Car Open. See you in a month's time at Silverstone.